started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all of those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, according to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cup or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie. She started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all of those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, according to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cup or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie. She started off observing. She kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all of those deserving. She traveled.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Hey, y'all. Do me a favor. Hit the like. Can you hit the like for me? I'm good for 50. Then I'll shut the hell up. I will shut the hell up. Promise. Well, I'll shut up about the likes. How's everybody doing? Just gonna let you guys know right now. Don't be jealous. Having a great hair day. It's not very often. I'm not gonna lie, because keep my hair up in a bun, pretty much. I just throw it all up on the top of my head. Today, well, I did all the spring cleaning, and I found when I was cleaning out underneath my bathroom cabinet, my vanity, I found all kind of hair products I forgot I had. So I'm going through them and I'm looking at the dates on them and stuff, and I found this one and I was like, oh, I forgot I had this. It was one I had actually bought from a beautician. The date was still good. Well, I was like, today I was like in there getting my shower and I picked that stuff up, put it in my hair, and magic happened. Not lying. It looks so good. So I didn't throw it up in a bun. It's the little things. It's the little things. Hello, everybody. Hit the like for me. I appreciate it so much. I hope you guys are well wherever you are. You are. RC, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Peace. I like to make a request. Let's get 50 likes before she goes live and we can tell her to shut up. Maybe she will. That's true. You shut up, RC. Nobody talking to you. Nobody cares. Actually, we do care. We want the 50 likes. Hi, Lolly. How are you, love bug? I might be asleep before you start, but I'll check when I wake to pee. All right, sister, get you some rest. Let's see. John. Hello, I've missed you as well. I hope you're good. Mary Jane Doe, my sweetheart. How are you, love bug? Waiting for the weather to come in. It's going to get down to 0 in parts of New York City starting Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'm not cut out for winter anymore. Otherwise, I'm good. Thanks. Yeah. You guys are going to get a blast. We're going to talk a little bit about that later, but we're supposed to get some kind of Arctic freeze again. So I know Beefcake worked earlier in the late morning hours, getting the driveway and all the walkways as clean as he could get them, because we're supposed to get rain and then ice and then snow, or snow and then ice or something like that. I don't know, but it's not supposed to be good. Coey Lulu, Coey. Feel like with my new job, I've missed out on the lives. I'm so sorry, John, but I'm happy to have you here, love. I have not, I know there were 4 days this week I didn't go live at all because my house needed my attention. So you haven't missed a whole lot, sweetheart. You haven't. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. And congratulations on the new job. Hi, PCT, number 4. Oh, PCT's number 4. Somebody missed a step. Let's go. I was falling asleep. Then I saw Leanie was going live and suddenly wide awake. Me too. Good morning, Miss Barbara. Hello, sweetheart. Good to hear your lovely voice. Thank you so much. Oh, my hair's fabulous. It's so fabulous. You hate Trump and TikTok? Yeah, TikTok. You guys, I didn't even know. I don't. And hello, my sweetheart. And Mary Jane is walking her dog now while it's in the 30s. Yeah, girl, while you got that heat wave going on, get your walk in. Lunch lady's here, my sweetheart lunch lady. I love your new picture. I'm not a TikTok viewer, you guys. Lulu is actually the one that I had heard that it was going to be banned in the US. I didn't know why. Still don't know why, but I did pull it up. I've got it opened up so we can look at it. And Lulu had asked me if it was banned here because they could still get it in Australia. So I went and I looked and I was like, well, I'll be damned. A message came up on the app that it's banned in our country. Yes. I'm going to bring that up and we're going to talk just figure out what's going on there. I think it's coming back, you guys. I got to tell you something though. My 80, how old is my dad? My dad is 80. Shit on a biscuit. He was born in 46, so he's not 80 something yet. That's okay. My dad that raised me is 82. My bio dad was born in 1946, so he's going to be 79 this August. Okay, I'm back on. Yeah. Now, you guys, he is a TikTok fanatic. I'm not kidding you. We had to get the man an iPad. So he sits there all day on TikTok. He loves it. He laughs. He sends us all these things that we should be looking at. And I'm like, don't send them to me because I don't have TikTok and I don't want to get involved in all that. Even though my son said, Mom, you really need to put some TikTok shorts up of the dogs. What do I care? I won't care. Um, my grandchildren are having an absolute fit. I know it's a big thing. I know TikTok is a very big thing. And a lot of people made their money that way here in the US too. Um, they're waiting for Trump to unban it when he gets in office. So let's read a little bit of it. Let me pull this up really quick. Hi to everybody. Thank you for being here. Hit the like for me. That's all I ask. That's all I ask is just hit the like. You don't even have to like it. Half the time I don't like myself. So welcome. Kaz, hello, sweetheart. You've been MIA lately? Me too. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good start to your new year. Let's bring this up, you guys. Let's look. Because I really didn't know anything about it. Let me run this. Somebody can drop the copyright, and I'm going to run the copyright thing at the bottom so I don't get busted. I'm probably going to get busted on Monday, to tell you the truth. I know it's coming because when I do the inauguration on Monday, we will be doing it with a vertical live, filming the TV, talking through that. The last time I did that with the wildfires, you guys, I got a slap on the wrist, but they didn't give me a strike because I'm not monetizing these. So I'm careful what I monetize and what I don't. All right, fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism. That's me. Comment. I got that too. News reporting. Me. Teaching. We are a teaching community here. Scholarship. I ain't got no money. Y'all don't look here. And research. That's what we do. We're educational program. We just want to know. Thank you. PCT. There you go. Thank you, Mary Jane Doe. I appreciate under the section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. There you go. It is fair use. Smelly Joe. Hello, sweetheart. My friend, my friend. All right, let's look at the TikTok. What's going on with TikTok? Who cares about? Why do you care about TikTok? Why do people use TikTok? What's the problem with TikTok? Let's find out, because I don't know. Here we go. Let me go over here and make sure you guys can see it as big as I can get it. Bam. All right. Where is that? TikTok. There we go. All right, guys. This is from Forbes. I'm not going to read all of it, but I will read part of it. This was written January 18th, 2025 at 11:45 p.m. This is the latest that I could find on what's going on with it. TikTok bans live updates. App shuts down in the U.S., but Trump could restore it. All right, Tina, have some faith in Trump, okay? TikTok abruptly shut itself down to U.S. users late Saturday night, minutes before a nationwide ban took effect. But President-elect Donald Trump still said hours earlier he will most likely allow TikTok to return when he takes office Monday by extending a deadline for China-based owner ByteDance to sell the app. These is the timeline of exactly what's gone on. Little girl, get down. On January the 19th, a nationwide ban on TikTok took effect. On January the 18th, 25, TikTok shut itself down in the US at some point before 11 p.m. On the 18th, Trump signaled he would most likely issue a 90-day extension on the TikTok ban. On the 17th, TikTok said in a statement its service will be forced to go dark on January 19th unless the Biden administration, which said earlier on Friday TikTok should remain available to all Americans if under American ownership. All right. So, Tina, you can't blame this one on Trump. All right. Biden's the one that put that in there. The 17th, the Supreme Court ruled that the law does not violate the First Amendment rights of the app and its users, upholding the federal government's national security argument and leaving TikTok open. A ban on January 19th unless it's sold to an American company. Hey, listen, get down. Go lay down. It's bedtime. January 17th, Trump also showed public support for keeping TikTok in the U.S., said the court's decision was expected and that his decision on the app will be made in the not too distant future. On the 16th, the Biden administration does not plan to intervene against the law forcing TikTok's ban or sell by the 19th. All right, so it just keeps going on and what's all gone on and blah, 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 blah. We know when the ban took effect. Will Biden stop? We know he didn't. Can Trump stop TikTok from getting banned? He obviously didn't. It's banned. What happens to TikTok users and creators if the app is banned? TikTok is disappearing from the U.S. stores, and its U.S. app and desktop website no longer work as of late Saturday evening. Well, we got that. Thank you so much. What happens to your TikTok data? Users can still log in and download their data. All of Americans' TikTok user data could be moved to China in the event that the app is banned. Well, there we go. Why was TikTok banned? Let's find out. Congress passed a law last year banning TikTok and similar digital platforms controlled by foreign adversaries, unless their owners, in this case, China-based ByteDance, divest. At the heart of the federal government's issue with TikTok is national security and data privacy concerns linked to ByteDance. U.S. officials had claimed that Chinese Communist Party could use the app to spy on Americans or influence public disclosure, and Forbes' prior reporting has revealed ByteDance has used TikTok to spy on journalists, and TikTok mishandled sensitive data, including financial information, social security numbers, and personal contacts of creators, advertisers, celebrities, and politicians. Y'all, that ain't cool. That ain't cool. I mean, leave that to our government, okay? We don't need any other government doing it. Let's be real. Don't come at me, YouTube, and don't come at me, men in black suits. We all know. TikTok has denied claims it is beholden to the Chinese government, insisting it has never handed over data to the Chinese government. The platform's CEO told Congress he disagrees with the characterization that the platform is spying on the Americans and said TikTok is committed to protecting Americans' data. ByteDance has tried to quell concerns about TikTok by noting 100% of U.S. traffic was routed to Oracle and U.S. digital service infrastructure in the U.S. as of 2022. Y'all, that part ain't cool. You could look up the rest of it yourself, but because it's a lot here. But bottom line, it's not here. We'll see what happens when Trump takes office. JK, come here. You're gonna whip it. Come here, JK. You hanging out with your girlfriend still? You're gonna whip it. So all y'all that are doing the TikToking thing, thingamabob, coins and capsation. Trump tried to ban TikTok too. He was paid off. Well, it worked. Let's see. PCT is extreme. says, Barbara, I heard the court said no, but Biden won't act because he's leaving soon and Trump loves TikTok, so he'll extend it 90 days or longer. John says, just use an off-brand stream of it and talk over and during it, you should be fine. I only use YouTube, don't care for TikTok. JK says, what the fuck is going on here? Educational. Well, sometimes we do educational on the human body. You know that, JK. Get up here and take your shirt off and entertain me. He's not going to do anything. He can't. He can suggest Congress change the law, but he can't change it himself. You are correct. You are correct. Absolutely. Y'all got quite a few things opened up on the browser. We got hackers from all platforms, including ours. You are correct, RC. Completely correct. Every platform has them, but does U.S. intelligence actually have proof that TikTok has violated any of our country or its people's lives, private lives? I don't know. I would think that would be the only way to ban something. I don't know. Like I said, I don't use it, haven't paid attention to it, really just don't care if it comes or it goes. I just do know that a lot of people in the U.S. Make their living on TikTok. Yeah, y'all hit that like. Thank you so much, John. It's all about the money. All things they say is just to cover that they want the money. We all know that. That's correct. That's correct. Listen, the only people here in our country that are spying on the American people is our own government, okay? The rest of y'all, no. Our own government's got us, all right? So we need y'all to back up. Back up. Y'all, I got to go shut this back door. I'm freezing my ass off. Well, not literally. That would be tragic because I found out I had a pretty nice ass. I looked in the mirror. It's still okay back there. The front is all shit. But look at me from behind. Y'all, it's not too bad. Hang on. Let me shut the door. Incoming. You know I love you. From my understanding, the issue with TikTok is the algorithm. Oh, okay. I don't know, guys. Let me tell you another thing that happened here today. RC, I could offer to come keep you warm, but you'd have to get rid of that huge rat first. Oh my God. They do have big rats over there. I looked it up. So, you guys are going to hear the dogs in the background because they are Twitter pitting. If you don't know what that means, it's called flirting. So, I had laid down and took a nap before I started this live and on the couch. And so my dogs started Twitter pating. And they were playing in the living room and running around, biting the hell out of each other, growling at each other. All the stuff they do, which is just damn cute. Well, then I hear Wednesday, my little kitten, and she's mouthy anyways. I mean, she really does like really express herself through her voice. And I heard her being mouthy and she was doing it different. It was like longer, drawn out things going on. And so I was calling her. I was like, come here. Because a lot of times she just wants me to get her. Y'all, let me tell you what that cat had done. She jumped on a little girl's back like she was riding little girl. She had her claws dug into little girl on the side and had bit down on her neck and was riding little girl around the living room. So she was trying to play with them as well. I couldn't get my phone in time to get a picture or a video of it, you guys. It was so good. It was so good. I loved it so much. I'm telling you, that cat thinks it's a dog. So when the dogs are playing like that, she wants to get involved too. Yeah, she was riding on the top of little girl. I couldn't believe it. They said us mindless garbage to rot the minds of the young as the generational war tactic. We have enough of that from our own tech companies. That's right. We don't need it from Communist Party of China as well. That's right. The Chinese version of TikTok only shows educational things, not people doing pranks in a grocery store or poor employees trying to make a living. Yeah, I don't know. I've watched it. I mean, I've seen a couple of things on it. I tried to get into it, and then I was like, this is a waste of my time. Like, I'm just, it's a, I, my dad sends me different things that makes him laugh and stuff like that. And some of it makes me laugh and some of it doesn't. And I'm just like, nah, I don't got time for this. I am trying to watch court TV. Hi, everybody. Do me a favor and hit the like. RC says, Anne's place, oh crap, that would be impossible. Last report said this is about 7 million rats in the city and they're not scared of us humans, but thank you. The rats invite you to dinner. That's how bad it is. But so I went to, I made a trip to NYC, right? One time and walked all over that city. Y'all, I never once felt scared. I never once felt unsafe. And listen, every state has its unsafe area, but I don't know. I just never felt unsafe. I was on the subway at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was this person that had some, you could tell she had some mental health issues. And I had my baby child with me and my grandchild with me who was 2, and I kind of put them in a corner in the back, and I could have stood in front of them because, you never know. But other than that, I never felt unsafe there. I loved it so much. But here's the deal, you guys, the trash is so wild there. I mean, in the daytime, it's like you guys, the city or something happens overnight and they clean up the streets and everything. I've only been in Manhattan, clean up the streets. But at nighttime, I mean, people are just piling in the trash on the road and on the side of the road. And I mean, it's all falling over and it smells. No wonder there's rats. But then I walk around the next day and it's all gone. It's amazing what happens overnight. Speaking of rats, I saw this man beat with a broomstick this poor little mouse. I was honestly so upset. He screamed, the mouse screamed, both running flat around. Oh, see, I don't want to do that. Just grab it and put it back outside. Anne says, sorry, then I can't help you, RC, other than send you a blankie. Cooey, Sister Lulu. Have been in the bush, but listen, have missed you all. It's lovely to see everybody. John says, oh, has anyone seen Worst Ex Ever on Netflix? My 3rd episode has me scared for my girlfriend's brother. No, I have not. I binged last night into early this morning. I binged I Am a Killer. I think it's the 3rd season. My God, it's so good. Coins and capsation. I saw a movie about a rat that knew how to cook. Don't be afraid. I don't like the thought of a rat, but mice, I think they're adorable. Anne's place, I thought I caught a live of yours the other night, but it was a short video. How's the weather? Then the poor thing was flopping on its side. Yeah, PCT, I understand they're varmints, people are going to kill them or whatever, but don't let it suffer. I just couldn't do it. I think we can make this work. If you bring your cats, maybe we'll be able to have dinner. Right on. Had a cat that found a hole in the garden while made a search. Oh, wow. Oh, God. so quiet on YouTube. Yeah, it has been. I've been enjoying it though. I've been catching up on all my Netflix things that I've been trying to watch, and I'm watching the trial out of West Virginia. You know, my favorite states that my little Sisla's over in. My little lunch lady. Um, the lady who poisoned her husband with I forget her name right now, you guys. Uh, with insulin. It's on, so they're off Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They'll be back on Tuesday, and that'll be day 4. It's been a good trial so far. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. All right, guys. Have you ever wondered? Does anyone want to come up? I'm just going to drop the link. Take the link if you want the link. We're going to talk about what happens on Inauguration Day. Now, you guys don't have to agree with me. You can like Trump, hate Trump. I don't care. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. You can like Biden, hate Biden. I don't care. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. All I'm asking you to do is be respectful. That's it. Don't call them, either one of them, you know. Well, I call people names. So just don't, if you're offending someone, then just try a different tactic. Let's say it that way, because I call people names all the time. Yeah, I do. Walked around for 9 hours calling Elsa, Elsa. Had all the Turks looking at me as if I lost my mind, but we found her. Good on you. In case you guys don't know, Anne's Place, I think, has done 2 lives. Am I correct, Anne? 2 lives so far. If you guys haven't subbed up to Sweet Anne, please do that. She is a South African living in Turkey, and her videos alone are very, very interesting. And you can drop your link. Anybody can drop their links or ask one of the mods to drop your link for you. Just do me a favor, guys. If people drop in, I have noticed a couple of things whenever I am live on StreamYard that's happening again. I've noticed, most creators know I drop links. People that know me know I drop links. Because I don't mind helping people out. And I don't know, creating a community that I like to go to or whatever, and that you may like to go to, and we all hang out together anyway, so we might as well drop each other's links. But I've noticed again that there are some people that know me or have been in the channel a couple times, and they only come in long enough for us to drop their link. And I'm not about that, you guys. Don't use me. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Don't use me. I don't do that. I don't go to your channel and expect you to drop my link and then leave as soon as you do. I just think it's rude. If you don't want to hang out here, don't hang out here. But so if you see certain creators coming in and they stay long enough to have their link, they say hello, or we drop their link and then they say not another word. There's a problem with that. And I'm not into it. I think that's rude. Cancel Netflix when the rogue prince and his evil wife crapped on the Queen and Prince Philip. Kaz, I'm right there with you, sister. Mac J, hello, you beautiful thing. I didn't cancel Netflix, but the rogue prince and his evil wife, I'm right there with you. I can't stand them. Not you, PCT. I was waiting to see if, no. PCT, I'm not talking about you at all. The mods know who I'm talking about. I guarantee you the mods know. They're watching. In fact, a lot of times the mods are who brings it to my attention. No. There's been times I've had to run in. I just want to run in, hit the like, show my support, and then I have to leave. But these people, there are 2 people, and we've had to learn it from other people, unfortunately, but there are 2 people that drop into this chat just for me to drop their link and they're out. They say nothing else. And I'm not doing that. I'm not interested in that. I'm not. Little girl, you're not going back outside. Stop it. Stop it. All right, I'm going to drop the link. Anybody want to come up? Miss Barbara, you can come up and tell us about the very first time you voted. You are the matri. In case you guys don't know, Miss Barbara is the matriarch here. Um, I'm not sure anymore if she is the oldest lady on our channel, but she's probably one of the wisest. I'm going to say that right now. Um, she holds a special place here in the channel, and I'd be curious to know when the first time who Miss Barbara first voted for, or at least what she dressed in, and was it a big deal? Um, I told you guys this before. I talked to a lady who was like 98 years old, and what I really needed to know from her was election day. This was like back 3 or 4 years ago, you guys. And I had gone to Ohio. This is when my in-laws lived over in Ohio, and I had gone there to visit, and they had an older lady friend there. She's as sweet as pie. I could have picked her up and put her in my pocket. Anyways, I had to know what election. I knew she had lived through. She had lived through the uh oh god, I can't even think now, you guys. It just went away. I'm hanging out with Maggie too much. She had lived through the Depression, you guys. She had lived through a lot of illnesses that plagued our country back in the day. She lived through whenever women were finally allowed to vote, and segregation. I mean, all the things, right? And so I'm like right there. I'm like, tell me about this. Tell me about this. Tell me. You were here when Kennedy died. You were here. Blah, blah, blah. You know, I probably, oh my gosh, she probably slept for 3 days after I shut the hell up. But I think she also was so happy that somebody was interested in her life, because unfortunately, as we age, oh my God, you voted for Truman? Oh, takes a link. Um, as we age, I don't know if you guys have already started noticing this in your own life, but I have in my life, that the younger crowd is not interested in talking to you. They're not interested in what you have to say. Nobody's asking what your life was like. I think maybe that's going to die out with our generation, really wondering what past generations were like. I hope not. But anyways, I asked her, and I forget who she told me she voted for, but she told me, I was so excited when she told me this. She said election day was a very big, she said the first time she said that she voted, she put on, Miss Barbara's here. Miss Barbara.
I didn't vote for Truman. I'm not
Oh,
that damned old.
how are you?
I'm all right. I
Okay,
haven't.
go
I
ahead.
I cannot remember who was the first person I voted for.
Oh, come on, think hard. Was it Kennedy?
Oh, good God, no! I was in junior high school when he was assassinated.
Oh, so hi, PCT.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. I get to hear Barbara Smith's voice, first time ever.
Really?
Hi,
She's been on
Tina.
my channel
Yes.
before.
And you know me, when you were later, I'd get to bed earlier, but remember I told you I couldn't get up on anybody's panels?
Yeah.
My
What happened?
daughter was sitting by me. I mean, this has been for like a month. And it just happened. I had to always keep copy pasting the silly URLs on the what is it called? Now I can't think. Not Sahari. What is it called?
Safari.
Safari, for gosh sakes. Yeah. And she showed me how to do it. And I literally had to write it all down. It didn't say I had to go to another page. It didn't say anything. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I'm like,
That's
I
so
can come up.
weird.
I got to come up. Yeah. I mean,
That's not what I do here. That's weird. Why is that?
it never used to be like that. I
No,
could just hit on the thing and then it goes over to Google. It's making me come up to sing on Becca's on Safari, yours, visiting Sierra, anybody. And it wasn't like that for a year and a half. So, yeah,
I still don't have to do that. Maybe it's because I use the computer. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Tina. How are you?
Good. You guys keep talking. I didn't mean to interrupt. You guys were in a
No, it's
deep
fine.
convo.
Tina, do you remember the first person you voted for?
You mean like went in and vote?
Yeah, the first person you
Obama.
voted for.
Obama.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't vote.
That
So
wasn't that long ago, Tina. What's wrong with you?
I'm lazy.
You can
I'm
vote at 18.
Well, listen, I voted in my mind for McGovern. I voted in my mind for who are the other ones back in the
I don't even know.
70s and 80s. Yeah.
The first person I voted for was George W. Bush. And the reason is because I turned 18 in Germany. So
Wow.
I didn't get back until the next election. But I'm going to tell you, I was back in Germany when Clinton ran against, who did he run against? Do you guys remember?
Dole?
No, no, it was, what? No, he ran against George Bush George W. for the second time. Y'all, I cried. I was in Germany and I'm watching the election. I had to call my friend here in the States who she was on vacation here in the States, and I called her and I was bawling that he won. So Tina, I kind of understand because we do get, like let down if our candidate doesn't get put in office.
We do. My daughter was devastated. She was
Yeah.
crying. And this is what I said. I said, Shaylin, it's only for 4 years. Because she thought maybe he could keep going till he drops dead. And I said, no, it's 2 terms or whatever.
No,
Tina,
that's
he's
Congress.
already dead.
He's already dead. Did you guys see how huge his shoulders are? Hi, John.
Shoulder? Are you talking about Trump's shoulders?
Yes. Oh my God, they're
You're
huge.
so funny.
I'm
Love
talking about
shoulders.
Biden is
Hello.
already
Oh,
dead.
Biden's dead. Hi, John.
Okay. Are you guys all Republicans up here, including John Rooney?
I'm not a registered Republican. I'm a registered independent.
Oh. What about
John.
John?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Hello, you cute little thing, you.
Hi, John.
You're funny, Leanie.
John is such a sweetheart. He loves my sexy stove.
Hello.
Your sexy stove?
I have
That's
a sexy stove,
hilarious.
Tina. I have
That's-
the sexiest stove ever.
You
Well,
probably do.
I'm going to tell you, Hope's Echo, who's a mod here, she sent me a picture. She's got the exact same stove. She's like, mine's sexy too. I was like, oh, so we got twins going on. Anyways,
Mine's
back.
like that, but it's black.
Yours is black. So yours is pretty sexy too.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
pretty sleek and sexy. Yeah.
Yeah. I love my sexy stove. Listen, so Congress is the one that you get to just die up there. Here's John. He's back. Hopefully he can hear us. You're not connected yet, John. It says device is not connected, babe. So I'm not a registered to any party. I'm registered to Leanie. And then I just go vote. John, how are you? Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm getting like double feedback.
Okay, do you have 2 things opened up, like two different like a phone and an iPad or something like that? Do you have 2 different things open?
Just on my computer, I've got YouTube and the StreamYard.
Okay, close out the if you're going to be on just on your YouTube, mute it because you're hearing both of them. Is that better?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, I think I'm only getting one now.
Yay! How are you, love bug?
I'm
It's
good. How are you?
how's your job going?
It's going well. My feet hurt. My back's killing me.
Oh, I'm sorry. That means you're working hard. Have you met PCT as Extreme?
Not in voice.
Well, there you go. Have you met
Hello.
Miss Have you met
Hello.
Miss Barbara? She's the matriarch of our channel.
Hello, Barbara. Nice to meet you.
Hi, John. It's because I'm older than dirt. I get to be the matriarch.
There
Oh
you
my
Right,
go.
God, Barbara.
right,
Someone's
right.
always the oldest.
Um, yeah. So, we're talking about. I wanted to do a live because Monday I'm going live most of the day, but it'll be a vertical live. Um, for inauguration day just because I love inauguration. I really do. Even people I don't vote for, it's just such an American thing. It's
Yeah, I'm
so
looking forward to it.
American. Are you
Well, what
off?
does that mean? Leanie, what does
It's
that mean?
you don't feel like a sense of pride of being like, by God, I'm American.
No, I mean, what does vertical live mean?
Oh, it means that I'm
What
just
do you
doing
mean by
YouTube
that?
live. Just YouTube live. I'm not doing a streaming like StreamYard or
Oh,
OBS
okay.
or anything. So I
See,
won't
I'm
be able to have
still
panel.
learning. Okay. All right.
So yeah, I'm big on American history. I love American history. I can't get enough American history, and so inauguration day is bigger to me than just about any holiday. Really, honestly, I love it so much. Even if it's not my candidate up there, I just feel pride. I'm like, suck it, losers! I'm
That's
American,
good.
by God.
Mm.
John, did you vote? You don't have to tell me who if you just don't feel like it.
I did, and I voted for Trump proudly.
Woohoo! Me too. You know what's funny? I got to tell you all this because I got to tell you.
Oh dear.
Before Trump's first election, before he had ever even come out and said that he was running, I told my family all on the text, the family text. I was like, "Look here, Trump is running for office," and they're like, "Well, he hasn't said anything." I said, "Yeah, but he's talking too much about politics." And he came out and he ran. And I was like, that's my man, right? Listen, I like someone who is no nonsense, doesn't beat around the bush, um, just just puts it out there. By God, this is it. I don't like snakes.
I've proudly voted for him
Oh,
3 times.
I did too.
my
High five,
Lord.
John
Me
Rooney.
too.
Yes,
Did
indeed.
you
Can
too,
you
Miss
hear me?
Barbara?
Yes,
Yeah, we
ma'am.
right on. PCT.
Having trouble connect.
Uh-oh. Your connection just went plop, plop, plop.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear
Mine?
Her,
me?
her connection did that because her heart was racing because
You
we
can hear
were
me?
talking good about Trump.
That's what it is.
For you
Yeah,
guys.
we can hear you. Can you
It
hear
says
us?
on my thing, yes, it says though on my thing, or it did, now it's gone, having trouble connecting to mic, get closer to router. Well, the router used to be in the darn hallway, taped to the wall, right? I even have it on film when I filmed the kitties. But I had an inspection done, and that's a complete utter fire hazard, which we didn't know. I mean, in common sense, you don't put tape over the entire plug-in outlet, but we had to because of all the cats and kittens.
Uh,
So we had to take it down because if they were to bite, or I guess parent can leak. I didn't know that. It can get a little gooey inside and it could have caused a spark. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So
yeah, I
yeah,
didn't know that either. Is
probably
there
go
not
in
any
and
way
out
you
a
could put it?
lot.
You can't put like a little table in there or something, or maybe like put a shelf on the wall and then just put it up on on the shelf.
He
Uh-oh.
did mention that. He was kind of a youngish kid. He used to walk
Yeah.
dogs around here, and now he's like a manager. And he said there's a thing you can buy to get him up on the walls, but we're okay. I mean, three kittens and too many cats.
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
the carpeting is getting ripped up. Everything gets chewed, and yeah, it's. But Sunshine is crapping in the litter box just out of the blue. We're all in shock.
It's
I
shocking
mean,
to have a cat crap in the litter box.
Hopefully
yes,
that's where they
yes,
go.
because since it was a kitten, yeah, but since it was a kitten, you guys, it wouldn't. She would not. Smack in the middle of the hallway every damn
Oh,
day. And when
wow.
it was diarrhea, it was totally disgusting. And the
Mm.
thing is, I'm like, Shaylin, are you picking that up before I get up? No. We're looking around the house trying to smell to see if there's a different place. She's finally using it. It's really weird because we
Do you
tried
have
everything.
do you have more than one litter box?
I do now. I did it for the
Mhm.
longest time. I had one
Mhm.
one big one. But even when I had two, even right after they're cleaned, she'll just walk by and wait till no one's looking. It was bothersome, you know.
Oh, I bet.
The kittens are a year and 3 months now, so yeah, so
Wow, we've
things are
known.
better with that anyway.
Good. I'm glad. So let me get back to
Yeah,
this.
it's
How do you? How
constantly
do you?
spraying that oxygen.
Yeah. I don't. I don't. I don't. Mm-mm. Um. I don't miss that kind of stuff. Now
Oxide.
Simba's struggling a little bit sometimes, but it's just because he's old. But he doesn't poop. He
Mm.
just sometimes will just pee right there on the kitchen floor, and I'm like, you got to pee anywhere. Make sure it's on the wood so I can clean it up. But anyways, I want to get back to this because I
Yeah.
want to talk about this. Lunch Lady says that she voted for Trump 3 times, USA, USA, and says PCT is extreme. I'm so lucky my house cats use the Turkish toilet, so no need for a litter box. I think that's freaking impressive that your cat uses
What is that?
it's a hole in the ground.
Oh,
Oh my God, no.
well, I didn't know.
What do you
I had
Yeah,
like
no
dig a
idea
hole
that
in
was
the
called a
yard or
Turkish
something?
no,
toilet.
I'm gonna bring it up, you guys. We did this one night. Pardon me. Let me hold on a minute.
Hole in the
Try not I try not to cough
dirt.
through the microphone. No,
Wow.
the way they use the bathroom. She was telling us about this one night, Anne, and so I
Oh,
had
but
to
she
look up.
lives in Turkey, right?
Right. She
Oh,
lives in
okay,
Turkey.
okay. So the cats are using her
Oh,
toilet.
Right.
Okay, because
oh,
it
that
at
makes
first
sense
I was
then.
thinking of Meet the Fockers, where Jinxie uses the toilet, and I was like, "That's amazing! How do you teach my cats to do that?"
Oh my gosh. I didn't know
Let me.
Anne was from Turkey. All right,
She's
anyway.
from South Africa. She married a Turkish man, and she's been there for years
Okay.
and years and years.
Thought she
All
was in
right, you guys.
England.
Right
Oh.
there is what they look like. There's different
Oh.
types of them, but see, it's like right on the ground right there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
her cats just go right there. Can you imagine? And not have to worry about
Wow.
nothing.
But
You just
like, what about the humans? You gotta like,
so are we squatting, Am? We talked about
yeah.
this
I don't know
before.
if my knees could take that.
Right.
I know.
I would need
That's
a
how it was
stool.
in Japan. In
I was
Okinawa, we
gonna
had to squat.
I was gonna say at my age, there is no way in
Yeah,
hell.
you wouldn't squat, you just stand over it and hope for the best.
Yeah,
Anne says,
kick it in.
right.
Oh God.
Anne says we have two toilets in the house. One is normal that we use, and the cats use the Turkish one. I think it's brilliant.
Oh, it
But I
is.
have
Well,
to
that
say,
wouldn't be bad.
right, but what about the people who don't have a regular one, like the elderly that don't have a regular one? What's happening to them? Are
That's the
people just
thing.
going
There's
in and
no way.
I
yeah, are
think
people
you.
just going in and sitting them on top of that? Or are they using bag tents? I mean, I'm not trying to be.
Well, I know
You
they have those like those shower stools, but it's
mhm.
probably like a camping pooper. You know what I mean? So they can sit,
Yeah,
but it's
that makes
open
sense.
in the middle.
Mm.
That's what I would imagine.
Mm.
And
And
I'd be using that, and I'm 35. I'd be using that right now if that
Oh
was
my
my toilet.
John,
God,
can you
that's
cam
so
up and take off
yummy.
your shirt for me?
No.
John, do you know how much
That's so
easier?
young. I had my
John,
first baby when I was 33.
John,
35 is young.
it would be so much easier to stare into your eyes if you had a shirt off and you're staring into my eyes and I'm staring into your eyes and
She's using her sultry voice on me
we're
now.
lusting after each other through the internet.
Lainey's eyes are going up. That avatar, it's
It's
just
that's
making me wonder all
I
the
was
time.
pissed off,
Oh, I
which I
see.
am a lot. Most of mine are
Oh,
pissed off. I was losing a game and my son was, yeah, I was losing. There's
you look
Diamond
really
Lucidity.
pissed.
Yeah, I was really pissed off. And they were making fun of me. And I was like, shut the fuck up. John, what? All right, John, we'll talk in private about that shirt off thing. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to. I mean, I'd appreciate it,
Poor
but
John. Oh
I'll
my
need a few
God.
more beers before I take
oh, well,
the
let's
shirt off.
wait. Give me your PayPal.
Wait, is he drinking beer? What kind of beer are you drinking?
At the moment, it's Michelob Ultra. I'm trying to
Oh my
shed some
Oh,
pounds.
God.
oh, I used to drink Michelob Light. That was my beer. That or
I
Ice
love
House.
Ice House. Yeah, I
I
drink that too. I drank
I
them
used to
all,
drink.
for God's sakes.
I used to
Hmm.
be a Coors Light man, but it wasn't as light as I thought it was. And after I turned 33, I started gaining weight like crazy.
Oh, you were getting the man bod.
Yeah, man.
The
That's
man bun.
okay. Some of us like man bods. We like something to hold on to.
Oh,
We want something
Lainey,
to
you're so
hold
funny.
on to. Mm.
Oh my God.
Diamond Lucidity. Thank you for coming in. I love you so much, girlfriend. All right, guys, back to this. So, John, do you remember who the first person you voted for was? You're 20 years
Yeah,
younger than me.
yeah. It was 2007. I had just turned 18 in June, so I was able to vote for Obama his first run. Voted for him the second time, and then oh, what is it? The whole it wasn't
Debacle.
covered California back then. Obamacare, that's what
Mm-hmm.
it was.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And it screwed me
Oh,
major.
oh,
So
wow.
I signed up for it because I had worked for my brother at the time, and he owns a mechanic shop.
Mm-hmm.
So no benefits through there. And what had happened was I basically, voted for him the second time and I was like, "Oh yeah, this Obamacare is going to be great. It's going to be awesome. I'm finally going to have health care because I was over 20 like once I turned 26, I was off of, my parents' health
Right,
care.
right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the Obamacare thing was, oh, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. And then I got my tax return and they're like, well, actually, what you signed up for, what we told you you were eligible for,
Mm-hmm.
you weren't. So you owe us $1,500.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
So
gosh.
for the first time in my life, I had to pay taxes and I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And I'm like,
Mm,
dude, I don't have money for this.
right.
So I was like, this was a sham. And then, come 2016, enter Trump, and he's talking, oh, this Obamacare was a lie, it was a sham. And I'm like, yes, yes, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know much about Trump other than, The Apprentice. And I saw him in Home Alone when I was a kid, you know. So I was like, I don't care
Me
about
too.
really anything else. It was almost I hate to say it, but it was like a single issue voter situation where I was like,
Oh.
okay, this is the guy who's going to fix the thing that affects me directly.
Are you
So
in
I
California, John?
I am.
Okay. Hmm.
So it's extra bad here, you know.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I voted for him the first time and he won, and he was, in my opinion, was really trying to change things, but he trusted the wrong people, got railroaded, wasn't able to get anything done, but I trusted his vision.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hoping and wishing and praying in 2020, but it didn't happen.
Mm.
and then everything got worse without him. So, come 24, I'm like, our Lord and Savior, please,
Right.
let him win. And, thank God he did.
Let
So,
me ask Miss Barbara
Oh,
this. Here,
Lord.
and you guys think about it too. Don't you guys think that when it comes to who we're voting for, I mean, unfortunately, there are people that say, I'm with this party, so I'm just voting for this person. I kind of don't dig that because that's somebody else leading you that way. I mean, I feel like, can we please just, you know, if you're going to vote, I appreciate that you do vote, but shouldn't you do your own research on it? You know what I
I
mean?
agree
Like
with that
what
100%.
not have a group of people tell you who to vote for because you affiliate with them. I don't like that at all. But here's the deal.
Hmm.
Don't you think that we should vote for, like for me, the reason why I'm not affiliated with any party, but the reason why I didn't like Biden was because of some of his policies that he had in place. The reason why I liked Trump is because of some of the policies. Don't you think that is the best way to vote? Don't you think you
Yeah,
should like research and not vote off of what an organization tells you, but off of like maybe Trump's thing isn't about autistic, really helping the autistic children out. You know what I mean? Maybe his is about sex trafficking, right? And so because he's into sex trafficking and trying to stop that, and the ones that are passionate about it are going to vote for that. Whereas the ones who want his platform to really focus on autistic children are not going to vote for him. Do you see what I'm saying? What do you say, Miss Barbara? What says you? Hi,
I,
Oaken Hill.
I agree with you. I actually voted for Obama the first time he ran.
Wow.
I didn't vote for him the second time
Okay.
because I did not like anything he did or that he even did anything. And then when Trump came up, I thought, we have so many politicians who have been in office for so many years, some of them longer than I've been alive.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
once they learn how their pockets get lined, you can't get them out of there. And he is not a politician. He's a businessman, and he's a
And
smart businessman.
they say, I mean, I not old enough to remember. I remember Reagan being president. I remember my parents loving him. But they say that that's what made him such a good president was because he wasn't a politician. What says
Right.
you, Barbara?
I agree. I agree. I think that these people who have been politicians forever, they're in somebody's line in their pockets.
So they're bought by money. Their
Yeah.
vote, their ways are bought by money. Tina, do you vote, and no hate at all, none at all, I promise. Um, I think Tina and I disagree on everything that has
On
to do with the
everything.
world, except for what's in our heart. I think we connect in our heart. We're the same. We care about people. We care. But when it comes to like important things, Tina and I disagree completely. So if we can be
Yeah.
cordial to each other, then
Hmm.
everybody can be. But Tina, no
Hmm.
hate at all. Do you vote because you're affiliated with a party, or do you actually research the men that are standing up there and we have to vote for?
My mother said, "You've got to vote for Obama." That's what she said. She was in Iowa. And I said, that was my plan anyway, Mom. I don't. And she said, good, because every vote will count, get in there, whatever. And so I voted. Now I'm wondering, the first time I voted, I was married to Joe. And I can't remember what year all the Obama stuff was. Was that 2007? Is that what John said? But
Yeah,
Right.
his first term was 2007, and then 2012
okay.
was his second.
Okay. Yeah. And then who was before? Was that Bush and everything
Bush,
before
Mhm.
Obama? Okay, yeah, definitely Obama.
Bush
But
Jr.
but no, I mean for me it's uh, I mean honestly it's a tad painful, when I hear anybody say, what did Obama do if anything. I get it and I understand all that,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
or why people would say it, just like me saying I can come right out and say I can't stand Trump.
Right.
The thing is, I thought Obama, well, for me and my entire family, I mean, maybe I don't even really know, but we are on good health care. And I do believe there's good health care out there because of Obama. I just do. But and Trump in his, what is it called? Something 2025, his in the papers there, he wants to get rid of all that. And what are all these older people, older than me, 60s, 70s? Well, I'm 62, but you know what I mean. Older than me, people who
Mhm.
need their
Mhm.
meds and need to get, what are they going to do?
He's not going to do that, Tina.
Yeah, but that is what I always hear too.
But
Every
you
not most things in this booklet that are sort of outrageous and scary to all mankind. That's what I hear, Barbara. I hear he's not going to do that. Well,
Well,
what if he
um,
does? And frankly, I think he's gonna. I just
one quick
think he will.
thing. I think what you're referring to is Project 2025,
Yes,
of
that's it.
which he actually has zero affiliation with. He like mentioned it one time, like there's some good ideas in there, but he has nothing to do with Project 2025.
Well, who wrote it then? I mean, I really am naive with all this stuff, and I'm not going to act like
To
I'm
be
not.
100% honest, I have no idea who is behind the whole Project
Mm.
2025 movement. But Trump has nothing to do with that. He's
How do
not
we know
a
though? How do we know,
he's
John?
because he merely mentioned it because they do have some good ideas, but a lot of it is very extreme. And like Barbara was saying, it's he's a businessman, so he'll pick and choose what
mm,
he thinks will work and what's a good idea, and he'll incorporate that and use it, but he's not with them.
But we don't know. See, in
but
all
here's
honesty, we don't know. We don't know if he's behind the scenes saying,
But
this
it,
is, you know,
in the same fashion, whatever booklet you're reading or whatever news organization is telling you, oh, he's with them, how do you know that he is with them? he
mhm,
hasn't
mhm.
he hasn't made a
true.
stance, he hasn't said
That
anything.
is true. That is true. But that's why I'm so sort of cautious and scared.
S-
Oh
Let
well,
me
and to
jump in.
be cautious is good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let me jump in right here. Hi, Wild Angel.
Hi,
Um,
Hello.
Sherry.
Right.
let me jump in
I
right here.
fear.
So
Yeah.
what I'm going to say is I would challenge you, PCT, because what I heard you say was I'm hearing this and I'm hearing this and I'm hearing this.
Mhm.
Yeah, on the
You,
news, just
yeah,
seeing
you
it.
got to.
Right. You got to be careful what you listen to. That's the
And
key.
even Mandy said it. She said, "Stop watching CNN."
Yeah,
I
All I'm gonna
don't. No,
say,
no, 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 no. I
don't watch
don't
Fox
even watch
either.
CNN. I watch live Fox Now. I peek at NBC. I peek at ABC, and I
mm,
peek at. But I mostly watch the live Fox Now one because it's just covers, all over the place, and it's in real time, and it's 24-hour. But I'm
mm,
not like. Yeah, I mean the biggest thing that upset me, you guys, that Trump did, well, besides many, I'm just going to say this,
go ahead, go ahead.
is is the fact that these actual generals and higher up people with what the CIA, or maybe not the CIA, the FBI. I mean, we're talking high ranking officials he's in there, and just because he's president, and if you say the slightest thing against him or he just plain doesn't like you, you're freaking fired. Like, it's not The Apprentice, and
That's
it's
not
just,
true.
Oh boy.
well, he did. He did. He fired
No,
people. He let him go.
yeah,
Yes,
y-
he
y-
did.
but the government does need to have people that are, like Barbara was saying, these career politicians. Most of these generals are career politicians. They might
Right.
not be elected, they are moved into their positions, and they just go along with the established politicians because it lines their pockets.
Well, these people
I think we lost you.
were on side and thought they were for him, and within 2 weeks it was like 14 people were gone.
Are you talking about the first
They were
time he was
gone.
president when there was a lot of shit going on and he didn't know who was who and
Yes.
what
Oh,
was what?
yes.
Okay, well, there's a big difference between then and
Yes.
now.
Yes.
Yes, for sure. He's even
Oh,
stated that
I
himself.
know,
The
but
best thing to listen
was
to really is,
bothersome.
yeah. But the best way to
It's really
listen and know
bothersome.
what someone really is telling the truth is just to listen to them talk directly. So if you catch different things, there's a lot out there. You can hear him telling you exactly what you're talking about out of his own mouth. You just got to look for it, but the information's out there. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? He talks a lot to a lot of people about everything, and everyone asks him a lot of questions, and he answers every single one of them.
and he usually answers in the same fashion where like
Same fashion.
he has a message that he sticks to, but you also have to find his speeches and his interviews without it being clipped, because a
Right,
lot of these
exactly.
they clip it, so they go, oh well, he said this, but they cut out the part after where he goes, oh, but this is how I feel about it.
All
Right.
right,
That's why he calls it the fake media.
Exactly.
let me jump in right here because I want to get chat involved in this as well. You guys, listen. I thank you guys for being here. I know that a lot of people don't like to talk politics because it turns into stuff and people get butt hurt or whatever. I think that it can be talked about as long as we respect that people have the right to believe and to have their own opinion.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
that's what I'm about. And I'm
Yeah.
about good discussions. I love good discussions. Even if
Well,
I'm not agreed with, Tina and I could talk forever.
yeah,
Really, we could.
even if we can't agree, we
Mhm.
should talk about it.
Right, we
Because
should talk about
otherwise,
it.
how can you learn
How do you
the
learn?
other side?
Right. Let me say this.
Mhm.
True John, he said it. He would have to look at it. That's what Diamond said. Oaken Heel said right-wing lobbying groups wrote Project 2025. Dumpf, which he calls Trump, is with no one but himself. All right. Ann's Place. Let me see up here what let me see. Ann's Place said, I agree, Mandy. Most medium outlets can not be trusted to report without bias. That is true. That's not just media, you guys. That is platforms, internet platforms.
Yeah.
There are certain things YouTube won't let us talk about on here. There are certain things you can't talk about on Facebook. It's just like what
And
Miss
that's not
Barbara
freedom
said.
of speech, really, is it?
No, it's not. And that's what Miss Barbara was saying. It's about what lines their pockets. That's
Right.
it. Mandy says no Fox, no MSNBC, no CNN, etc. Respectfully, Tina, you're clueless. And I will give you a chance to respond to that. She says, I like my presidents to have balls. I'm about that as well. Oaken Hill says 5 secretaries of defense in 4 years in his first term. All right. So that's what Tina was talking about, I think, about that he was letting go of, he let go of some high ranking people. Mandy
For a
says,
reason, though.
everyone loves to hate on the one politician that tells it like it is. Make that shit make sense. Meanwhile, they think people like Kamala are just so wonderful.
Oh,
Trump
God.
also doesn't have to say shit to say it. He means what he says, and there's usually a message in it. All right,
And the
Tina,
reason
I'm going to
I
let
think
you
I like that,
let me let Tina respond to that. If you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Oh, I can. I can because I so easily and readily can say she's right. I am clueless. Like I really am.
Okay.
And I have learned more about politics and geography and climate change and all kinds of things watching the news. When I was in my 20s, my mom didn't have TV. You know, it was just waitressing, partying, that's it.
Hmm.
And in my 30s, I mean, we didn't even sit down, Joe and I, and we'd have dinner. I'd play with the baby. We'd go to bed. Like there was no, I didn't start watching TV till in my 40s. And so, but what I wanted to say is, of you, is can you honestly, I mean, in your gut, feel that Trump had nothing to do with that insurrection? I mean, it's
Absolutely.
so scary
100%.
watching it.
Let me
That's
bring
it.
this up. Let me
But
bring, if you guys will,
he sat
if
back for 4 or 6 hours and
right,
did
but
nothing.
so let me bring this up. Let me look really quick. First, I want to read what RC says. And I want to say this. RC and I, the last time we had a talk about different things on panel, he once told me the problem with knowledge and people, I'm paraphrasing y'all. This isn't a quote, but this is what he was saying to me, was that people, if it's not, if you think that it doesn't affect you, you do not go and do the research on it. Nobody cares. And I told him
Right.
he's right, because a lot of that's the way that I feel about things. If it doesn't affect what's going on in my home and in my perimeter, a lot of times I just have a closed eye to it. And then I'm one of those Americans, oh, the election's coming up. Let me run over and figure people out. Listen, we can't be like that anymore. We just can't.
No, you
So
really got
I
to do research.
RC says liberals are nothing but people who follow misinformation, and usually the misinformation is their own. Tina, I would challenge you to have RC up on your panel. He's very respectful man. He's very knowledgeable. Nobody does more research than RC. He's the godfather here. Mandy says, I did mean that respectfully, Tina, and kudos to you for admitting it. Salute. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what? Just as much as I love Trump for just being out there and just putting it like it is. And if you hate it, you hate it. If you like it, you like it. Too damn bad. He's the one making decisions right now, and he's doing his best. That's the way that I feel. And I think that's one way Tina and I connect, because we know our flaws, and we're not ashamed to admit, we fucked up here, guys, and I appreciate that too. Oken says Kamala was a crap candidate. I think she was put in there for the wrong reasons. I agree with that. But drill baby drill is not a policy that supports our children's future.
But it is though.
Wow.
Because why would we not use the resources we have available to us and buy it from countries who take the same resources, not from the same piece of land, but from, basically from the earth, and do it in irresponsible ways? Like, for example, all the electric cars. Where are we getting all this lithium from? All these countries who use, slave labor, which is a whole other aspect of things. But they're basically creating slurry and running it into their rivers, which dump into the ocean. So I know Tina, I think PCT, Tina had mentioned, climate change and this and that, which a lot of, Democrats and liberals love to harp on quite a bit. But if America became a completely zero polluter, it wouldn't make a 1% difference, because 90% of the world's population come from 7 rivers, none of which are from North America. So if we don't use our resources that are available to us, we just buy it from other countries, which costs the American taxpayer an exorbitant amount of money,
Right.
and it's being done irresponsibly. and it's also lining their coffers, and then they get to do their agenda versus ours. So, in my opinion, if anyone's going to be, progressing their agenda, it should be ours. Now, I don't think we should be like world policing or, going to other nations and basically installing a government that's favorable to our agenda. We could just do it at home, not necessarily isolationism like we did, before World War II, but taking care of us first. Like Trump says, America first, I think is the
Right.
the one
Right.
and only option that we have.
Hooray, John.
Right.
Does anybody else on panel feel silly when sitting next to John because I feel so uneducated?
Yeah, but I'm glad
No,
to hear
I've spent a
I'm
lot of
glad to hear
time doing research lately. Probably ever
I'm
since
glad to hear
before the
John
election.
say things that I've always thought,
Yeah,
Back
some people
ba-
can put it so eloquently, right? And John, you've got that. You've got that.
Well, thank
yeah,
you.
he's got his things in a
He's
row,
got
Yeah.
it, but what I keep hearing, and I'm not, dissing John or anything like that. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. My avatar isn't moving, and it was before. Is when he says lining the pockets. I feel that Trump is lining his own pocket, and then all the people on his side and all this kind of stuff, because they weren't even taxed. But yet all of us people who are trying to, we barely have minimum wage, which now finally in Washington state people are literally going to get, and they're getting 20 an hour. Like, I mean, that's in Washington.
Tina, have you
Now,
researched? Have you researched? Did Trump take a paycheck when he was in office last time?
Nope.
yeah, but
No.
he also hasn't filed
Hands placed.
taxes in
Thank you.
years, and he won't even
But
disclose that.
he didn't take any money from the American people. His whole last 4 years, he collected no
He
money.
he donated his check, and like Barbara was saying earlier, he's a businessman and a successful one. He's a billionaire. So
He
his whole thing,
swindles.
But how do you
no,
He's
know
a
that?
no, he
swindler.
doesn't.
Tina, who
He
has told you all this stuff?
It's
It's
yes,
all
misinformation.
it's I mean, he's from New York, and it's in the New York Times. It's all
and
over
look
the
what New
place
York's
that
doing
he
to him because he's
I
not
know, but
playing
why
ball with
won't
them.
he
Right.
disclose his taxes? Why is he hiding that from the
Well,
people?
what
Why did Obama hide where he was born?
and many presidents in the past have not given up their tax returns. And why should
But he didn't
uh
file.
well
And this is
bec-
why he has money. He's made money off of all his, properties and places,
so
and
has
I do believe he's a swindler. I just
s-
do.
You
well
have the right.
and
You
that's
have the
yeah,
right.
that's your
Absolutely.
No, I know. I
prerogative
know.
100%.
I
But do
know.
you really
I
think
just
that
disagree with you wholeheartedly because um basically Trump is like, look, we need to look at our government like a business. And what's happening is we have all this government bloat and we're spending money on, military contracts and foreign wars and, basically even the Republican Party hated him in his first term. Even they turned on him. Fox News turned on him. Everyone turned on him. So when it comes to a politician who everyone hates, that's the guy that is telling the truth.
All right.
I
Let
don't know
me
about that.
ask. Barbara was going to say something. Ask something of Tina. Tina, if you are feeling at all beat up on,
No, I'm
I
not.
don't want you to feel that way at all because I can ask. I would actually love it so much if Oaken Hill Hermit decided to come up because he's Canadian, but he's paying attention to what's going on here. Listen, we know we have to admit it, no matter where you're from. in the United States. Hello, Genevieve. Thank you for coming in. Uh, no matter where you are in the world, most things replicate what we're doing. The world is watching us. They see what's happening. If it's good, they try to replicate it. If it's bad, then we get talked shit about. That's just the way it is. And I think we have been a laughing stock for 4 years. I really do.
Yes. Yeah.
We know that, especially as creators, you have people from all over the world coming into your chat and saying, what the hell is wrong with you people? Do you not understand how your president is a robot, or your president is a made up person, or it's not real? Like,
Well, and you want to talk
and
about a
what is,
president lining their pockets.
Right.
yeah. So,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not
I
saying that Biden and even his son, right, didn't make some wages or whatever here and there in their careers. I'm not by any means saying
well, all of them do. Let's be
any of
real.
them are perfect.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
All politicians are crooks.
They are crooks.
but
100.
I
Yes.
feel like we need to look at the real problem. And if we can have all these rules and regulations on smoking and drinking and now, one of these days probably sports gambling and all these different things that are coming up, why on earth can't we have it for weapons of mass destruction, period? I mean, we don't have to have those, but then people that are Republicans will say, well, my 12-year-old likes to hunt, and well, that's all fine and dandy, but there's got to be something done, because we have, I mean, I couldn't believe it. I thought there was like 30 mass killings a few years back. There were 350 at that point. And I know that it's not just schools, it's everything, but it's not just a mental problem. It's not. If we could have some rules and regulations, and at least with Biden, he had whatever that act was, where that, guns like that weren't allowed, things were better. And as soon as Trump stepped into office, before, he took that away. And it's
I
been horrendous.
disagree.
People are getting killed, and these senators and governors, until it's their child, like that senator in Maine, until it's your child gets shot, then they don't want to do anything about it. And it's so I feel like real problems are at least addressed. And the one other thing I'll say, and then I'll be quiet for a while, because
You're
it's
okay.
fair that way. Well, why didn't Trump? He had all those 4 years to finish the wall. Okay, why didn't he finish it?
He was railroaded.
Yeah.
I don't
He
believe
went through
that.
hell trying to
He
get that
gets
thing
They
stuff
would
done.
not
done. If
let
he
him.
can just put tariffs on Canada, boom, and tariffs on China, and instantly sort of punish and regulate right away, he easily could have gotten that wall done. And so
No.
I feel it's partially his, I don't want to say fault, but I don't know what else to say, that all these people came in.
Oh,
And
Tina.
not
No,
until
no,
that
no, no,
wall
no,
is
no,
done.
no.
Well, why didn't he get it done?
So
Oh, boy.
there's many reasons, actually, most of which came from obviously the Democratic Party, but many of his own party didn't like that he was shaking things up and trying to actually fix problems. Like, for example, in California, you look at the homeless problem. There's thousands of these nonprofit organizations that draw billions of dollars of federal funding. And if they were to fix the problem, they would no longer get any more money. So to fix the problem means strangling the cash flow. So what everyone was trying to stop Trump from doing was fixing the problem.
Lulu says, I want to jump in chat really quick again, you guys. Lulu says, finding this interesting, and may I just interject that even Australia was better when the West was under the government of Trump. I believe he will be back and hope Australia gets a similar leader. So I don't want to stick to just one topic, but I want to finish this up with as far as the wall being built, because I think there's a lot to talk about. The wall being built, I can't put it the way John did, or maybe how Wild Angel or Miss Barbara will put it, but what I do know is this. What I do know is under Biden's administration,
They're
uh, he
selling the wall.
he was they have sold the wall. That's right. But he was sending down buses. This is, unless you were just really paying attention, they were sending down buses to bus these people into New York City. And not just New York City, but
Everywhere.
First they infiltrated New York City. They shut down high schools and hotels and gave these people free refuge. So whether Trump built the wall or didn't build the wall, he was not responsible at all for these people coming in. That was the Biden administration who sent buses and instead of coyotes. See, they're called coyotes, right? Coyotes are like me. I could become a coyote. Don't come after me, Men in Black. I'm not a coyote. But coyotes are people that will go to the border. They're paid thousands and thousands of dollars to pick up illegal people and bring them to a certain city, and then another coyote is there and they pick them up and bring them even further into the country.
But
So
then they're also
basically,
indentured servants.
right. So and really what it is Biden became a coyote. He sent down buses and brought these people into the country to infiltrate the country.
But
Here's
even
my
though
problem
they
with
were
that.
brought by Biden, they're still beholden to the coyotes that got them to the bus that the American taxpayer paid for.
Right, but and here's my deal. I was watching JLR. You guys, I think he's a funny guy. Couldn't stand him at first. Now I just love him and I want to hug him and fix his hat for him and pull his pants up. But other than that,
JLR?
I love me some JLR. I think he's fucking funny. I'm like, smile, dude. It's not gonna kill you, but you're
Who
funny.
is JLR?
Oh God. Listen, at first you're gonna think I can't watch this freak. Like, what the hell is he doing? And then if you could get past the pants and the hat and the dumbassness look on his face, he does some good work. He was down at the border, right? He was
Yep.
filming the border, and I was watching these people. I was shocked. That yes, there were Hispanic people, there were Argentinians coming in, but you know what else was coming in? Young Arabic men. They're without
Yep.
children, without
Yep.
wives. That scared me.
Well, and yeah, they're all like military aged men, but even further than Middle Easterns, we're talking Africans. Like the most random country you can think of is now coming through the southern border when they used to come through Canada. And one thing I want to mention to Oaken Hill, I think it was.
Mhm.
Don't
Okay.
worry, bro. We don't want Canada. You know, we're not going to annex Canada, and you're not a sovereign nation. You still have Queen
That's the
Elizabeth,
king.
I think, on your money.
Well, Queen
So you're not a
Elizabeth
sovereign nation.
right. You're not a sovereign nation. You do have a king. That is true. Uh, and just so you know, not all of America is America. Did you know that? There are parts of America that belong to the Indian reservations. They are
100%.
sovereign. They
We're,
are their own sovereign nations within our nation.
if I'm not mistaken, I think we are the only country, although, like, have we committed atrocities?
Yes.
Absolutely. What
Yes.
country hasn't? But we are one of the only ones that allow a nation state within our own country.
Yep. Yep.
That's true. All right, you guys, what I want to do. I have got a lot of links up. RC wants to come up at some point.
Yeah, let me
I don't
hop
wanna get-
down and have him come up because I just peeked in chat. And he'd really like to come up.
Well, I
You
think
know, and
I
I
have
got
to
my
jump.
my views out, and I listened to a lot, and I learned a lot. But I'll hop down, okay, you guys?
Tina, are you
Yeah,
okay?
Tina, I
Oh,
appreciate
I'm totally
everything you've
fine.
told
I'm
us.
so happy I can come up on panels and shoot the shit, sing over
Well,
on
Yeah,
Becca's. My
I
mom's
really enjoyed the
extremely sick. I'm
conversation.
very sad about that. But other than that, I'm really all right.
okay.
No
Uh,
judgment,
Yeah, I
Tina.
want to
I
give
don't have
other
any
people a
Yeah,
judgment.
Tina, we
chance.
love you.
Oh,
so
well, I
if
love you guys, and I was afraid John might think I was attacking everything he was saying and feeling and
No, not at all.
expressing, and that's just
Well,
not me.
no, this is and just to sidebar for a second, this is healthy for Americans. I think that the discourse is really important.
absolutely,
Yeah, there's way
Mary
too
Jane
much
Doe,
division. It's scary.
Yeah, and
Mary,
if we don't talk about it, the division just grows deeper
yes,
and
yes.
wider.
RC's
Yeah.
really big on that too. I'm going to get him up here in just a second. Mary Jane Doe says, I support you, Tina PCT. Megan, can we do me a favor? Drop PCT's channel in chat. If you have not subbed up to my friend PCT,
I think I did, but if I
please,
didn't, I definitely will.
yeah, please do that.
Oh, thank you.
Well, because there was a night where Leanie hit me with like 25
50.
links,
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure I hit them all, but if I didn't, I will.
you'll love PCTs.
Thank
That
you
girl,
so much.
she's gorgeous. Her voice just will
Oh,
get you.
God.
You just want to hug Tina. You want
Yeah, she's
to
so
hug
friendly.
the silliness out of Tina. Come here, Tina. Let me hug that silliness out of you, girl. No,
Well,
we
I'm
love her.
Mwah.
silly, but I'm kind of dumb too. I
You're not
accidentally
dumb.
deleted
No,
my
you're not
live. Well, I
dumb.
deleted my live last night, and
The
I
li-
thought I was deleting a short. How do you make a damn
Whoops.
mistake like that?
I don't know, but you, yeah, I saw you come on for a second. And I was like, you're up late, and
I
then all of a
always
sudden
say
it
shit
stopped.
That's what
happens
I
when
was
you party
thinking
naked.
too.
I
I was
just
like,
Yeah,
what
wanted
is
to
she doing?
well, a whole hour and a half of sitting there and fighting with these weird trolls, and then someone was putting this guy down from Scotland and saying, Scotland's they don't wipe, and I'm like, okay, let's be nice. And oh my
Yeah, so
Sounds like a Friday
unnecessary.
night.
Yep,
So
that's a Friday
unnecessary.
night for sure.
God, thank you,
I
Leanie.
just
All right,
want to
I
say
love
love
you,
one
you guys,
Tina.
and thank
Have
you.
a
And
good night.
thank
Love you.
you. I made my milestone and then some. And I don't want to
Yay.
be up here tooting my own horn, but I just want to tell you, Leanie.
Toot,
Yeah.
toot, toot,
Yeah,
toot.
toot that damn horn,
Toot
girl.
toot.
There
All
you go.
right.
Well,
Love you
Tina,
all.
the
Talk
whole,
to you
I have to
later.
tell you this really quick. You could be in chat or be up here. But the whole 3 months you were gone, bitch, I was still dropping your channel. And I was like,
Oh my
motherfucker.
God.
And I headed out west. I got all the way to Idaho. And I was like, I'm going to Washington. I beat her ass. I'm going to find out what the hell's going on with Tina. I'm dropping her link, and the bitch isn't even on.
She was going Feifel goes west.
Yeah.
I know. I didn't want anyone to talk me into, oh, you can't go. You got, that kind of thing. It's like sometimes you need a break. But I wanted to
check
tell
out.
Sherry, I can go up on your panel now sometime because I know how to do the darn thing.
All
Yay.
right.
I know how to copy and
We got it
paste.
fixed.
Well, Tina, I hope
Bye,
you have
Barbara.
time to
Bye,
stick
Leanie.
around. I hope you can stick around and
What?
chat. If not, you can listen later because RC says he hates to say this, but you are very, very, very misinformed.
Oh,
It's
it's
okay though,
okay.
because I have a
Well,
really
and
good
I
friend
know
that's
I am.
misinformed right now. And so
Well, I
sometimes
know
we
I
just don't
am about I know I am about a lot of things, you guys, and I don't profess to be up here and even hardly know what I'm talking about, but I know what I really, really believe, and gun
Mhm.
control is one of them.
Yes,
will
I know. I
never
Well, I
know
don't
back
think
you're
down
very
anybody
from that.
disagrees with that. Nobody disagrees with that for sure. That's
Well, then
important
let's
stuff.
get some.
I have to
Tina.
go to. I have
I
to
didn't
go too, people. I have to go fix my dinner.
All right, Miss Barbara, I love you so much. Thank you for coming up and hanging out with us.
I love you too, and it was good to talk to all of you. And I will talk to you again later.
Good
All
night,
right, Miss
Barbara.
Barbara.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Good night.
Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break. See, I'm going to get a smoke, and then. But before I do this, I want to read this because we were talking about it on panel. I've got a lot of things opened, and I want to read what has been lined out that Trump is going to do on his first day. Now, the last time he took office, he only signed one presidential order. He only signed one. This time he is expected to sign more. And Tina brought this up. And so I want to read what we possibly could see him sign on Monday. I'm going to read that. Then I'm going to take a break, have RC come up here. John is still here with us. I hope John will stay on.
Yeah,
Wild
sure.
Angel, Oaken Hill, if you would like to come up. Anybody else that wants to come up, I can do 4 or 5 on panel. It's fine as long as we're all just letting each other have their say. I'm good with it. So let me bring this up. Let me read this real quick. We'll take a quick break. Mandy, you're welcome to come up as well. Anybody that wants to, I will drop the link as soon as I get back from a quick smoke break. Y'all know I'm a professional. All right, let me bring this up really quick, guys. We're just going to talk about this a second and then let this sink in, and maybe we can do some chat while I'm smoking, or you can go smoke. Let me see.
Real quick, let's get those likes, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. John, do you have a channel, Lovebug?
No, I do not.
You probably should. I always tell RC, I think RC should have a channel because I would love nothing better than to go hang out in RC's bushes. Tell him to shut the hell up. Tell RC to shut the hell up, but also be educated. He's so smart. All right. Let me see. Let me look at this really quick. That one's not it. Nope, that one's not it. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, 5 Chicago. All right, if somebody would not mind putting in the fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for the purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. I think it's this one. Yes. All right, guys. I'm just going to read this real quick. It says, what happens on Inauguration Day? What to know as Trump takes office.
The world gets better.
People are shaking in their boots.
He's already started before he even got to the front door. Let me tell you, he's already been on it.
Did.
All right,
and that's admirable.
Let me take this off and make sure this is as big as I can get it.
Yeah, don't get me started on the Abraham Accords.
All right. President-elect Donald Trump will take the oath of office to become the 47th president of the United States on Monday, taking place on Martin Luther King Jr. Day for just the second time. Events organized by Trump Vance inaugural committee begin as early as Saturday with a full slate of events planned for Monday. All right. So I just wanted, it gives you the events, the schedule. You guys, I will be live most of the day on Monday. I hope you can pop in, say hi. You don't have to like what's going on, but by God, we're American. And you should take some pride in that, that we actually have, we've been given a lot of men fought, died, women fought and died so that we could have this day, and that we've been given the rights to vote somebody into office and to be able to vote. There's a lot of countries today that are living under communist rule, and they have no say over what happens in their own country or what happens in their own houses. So it's a day for me. It's always a day to be a proud American. That's what it represents to me. So this is going to give, this gives different things that are going to go on. You guys, I hope he eats his Wheaties on Monday morning because he's got a full day. And he's not a young guy, you guys. Trump is an old guy.
He's not
75 now, 76.
Yeah, he's not young anymore. All right, so here are some things. What does Trump have planned for his first day in office? A change in political party in the White House typically comes with a reversal of policies from the previous administration. In this case, Trump is expected to overturn a number of actions put in place by President Joe Biden. On the first day of his previous term, Trump signed only one executive order, which targeted the Affordable Care Act. This time around, he is expected to sign more than one executive order. Questions remain, though, about how many goals from Trump's list he'll be able to accomplish on his first day. Additionally, there are some policies that will require congressional approval. Here are a few policy areas where the president-elect has made promises. Let's see if it comes to pass for his first day in office. Immigration. An area Trump focused on heavily during his rallies will likely be a large focus on day one. He has promised his supporters that he will launch a mass deportation effort and close the southern border. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. I will rescue every city in town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. Then kick the hell out of our country as fast as possible, Trump said during a rally in Madison Square. Trump has shrugged off concerns about the cost of the large-scale deportation plans. His incoming border czar, Tom Homan, said Chicago will be ground zero for the plans on day one. I just want to interject right here, you guys, that our ICE, the people who would deport people out of Indianapolis, we would take them up to Chicago to be, guess what? Indianapolis this month opened its own deportation hub. All right. Trump, in 2023, Trump said on his first day back in the White House, he will end every open border policies of Biden's administration. I'll also use the Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families and their home countries. We'll do that immediately. Trump said that in 2023. The incoming president also said he will end birthright citizenship, which is automatic citizenship for everyone born in the United States. I absolutely think that should be true.
I agree.
He reiterated that during the interview with NBC's Kristen Welker during Meet the Press in December. She said, "You promised to end birthright citizenship on day one," she said. Trump says, "Correct." She said, "Is that still your plan?" And Trump says, "Yes, absolutely." The economy on January, Trump says on one of his campaign trails, on January 20th, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States. It's ridiculous open borders, the president-elect wrote in a post on his social media platform, Truth Social, in November. You guys, my tongue gets tied up because I tend to read fast and I read words way ahead of what's coming out of my mouth. So sorry, I'm trying to slow it down. Trump has vowed to impose 25% tariff on everything imported from Mexico and Canada and add a 10% tariff to duties already imposed on goods from China. On energy, he said, "I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one, therefore saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration," which is happening right now and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. Y'all, if you don't realize something's got to be done in our auto industry, you're not paying attention. It's about wiped out. It's about wiped out. And what's there, we can't freaking afford it. More of this day one plans relate to approving more drilling and pipelines. Drill, baby, drill was a constant refrain from Trump on the campaign trail. We will, right from day one. We're going to drill, 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 baby, drill, Trump said in January 2024. Other executive orders, he could roll back environmental protections and halt wind projects. He has 1 year goal of reducing energy prices by 50%. You guys, the American people are struggling to pay our bills.
I'm telling you.
We're struggling, and I know it's not just America, but I live in America, so I can speak for America. We're struggling, and we've been struggling for 4 years. We've been struggling since 2020.
Everything has
Been
gone up.
struggling for a lot longer than that.
Well, I'm saying
Right.
it is really, it hit the fan in 2020.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, because before that, it all went to hell. For sure.
Yeah. So here's where I wanted, what I wanted Tina to hear. On January 6, 2021, during the December interview with Welker, Trump again vowed to pardon his supporters who attacked the U.S. Capitol 4 years ago. More than
Non-violent.
1,500 people have been charged in the attack. Those people have suffered long and hard, and there may be some exceptions to it. I have to look, if someone was radical, crazy. The incoming president has power to pardon anyone who was convicted in federal court. He also can tell the attorney general to stand down so prosecutors do not continue. Now, I just want to say this. I do not believe that Trump had anything to do with January the 6th. Those that do, you have the right to believe that,
No,
and that's fine. But I
on
will say,
Tucker Carlson, you can watch. That'll describe everything. He'll tell the exact truth about everything that happened that day.
but I will say this. Let me say this. Biden, how many people did he pardon? He just did his last pardon. I forget how many hundreds.
It was like 15 or 1,600.
Yeah.
Anybody that can prove that he's guilty of something, he's pardoned.
And also, Biden, and it's been proven that his son has done some outrageous, atrocious things, you guys. He pardoned his son from any future legalities that can come against him.
Yeah, his pardon for Hunter Biden, if I'm not mistaken, was like 14 hours in the future. So he
Yeah,
could
and
have
it goes back to
literally
2014.
Yeah, exactly. From 2014 to the day that he pardoned him, plus I think it was like 14 hours. So he could have gone and committed a federal crime
Mm,
for
Maybe
14
that's
hours.
right.
That's crazy. It's unheard of. It's
right,
unprecedented.
right. All right, military. Trump promised to end the reimbursement for members of the military who get abortions. Why the hell are we paying for people in the military to get abortions? Now I lived
Why
the
are we
first
paying
30
for
years.
anyone getting an abortion?
I lived the
Right.
first 30
If
years
you
of my
need
life.
one and you want one, that's fine. But
Right,
it
like
should be from your pocket,
right.
not mine.
I want eye surgery, right? I want plastic surgery. I'm not asking the American people to pay for it, and my insurance won't pay for it. That's going to come out of my pocket. Let me just
Yeah.
finish this real quick, guys, and then we can talk about it. The president-elect has also said we will restrict, I'm all for this, you guys, gender-affirming health care for members of the military who are transgender. Here's another thing I'm for. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policy on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes, here's the problem that I have with this whole gender-affirming stuff, you guys. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers,
Yeah.
mutilating their
outrageous.
physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this? I will sign a new executive order instructing even federal agencies to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Amen and amen. Listen, do your own research on it, have your own opinion about it, but telling a 12-year-old that, oh, you think you're a girl? Okay, then let's go get surgery. Oh, you a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, 14 or 15.
Right.
Telling these kids that, y'all, bad parenting. That's just what I'm going to say about it. And I'm allowed
I
my own
think it
opinion.
should be drinking
well.
age. Like, if you can't have a beer, you shouldn't be able to like alter your body permanently. Like,
Well,
you should be 21 before you cut anything off or install a pocket down below.
I have to agree with that because I mean it is a science. You people want to go off scientific facts. Let's go off science. It's a scientific fact that the human brain does not quit growing and maturing till
Until you're
25 years old.
25. Yeah,
Right.
25.
And we're letting 11-year-olds make a decision whether they want their bippy cut
I'll
off and a
I'll
vagina
go
put in.
I'll
We're
go as
wrong.
low as 21. That's
Yeah.
as low as I'll go.
Me too. And the other thing is,
But
like I
from
said,
your own, you got to pay for it yourself.
that's right. That's just like what I said. I want surgery. I want plastic surgery. Nobody's paying for that. So why am I paying for other people to have different kind of plastic surgery? Not my problem.
And like I said a couple weeks ago, do it for you, not someone else.
Yes, John, you did say that, and I love you for it. All right, there's two more places that are being talked about that he's supposed to sign on day one. He said in education. This is what he talked about: education. I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine. Hello, wake up, everybody, lean in. This is important shit. I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate. I will do something that's amazing to me that I even have to mention this. I will keep men out of women's sports 100% immediately, first day. And Trump said that in a rally in West Palm Beach. And finally, he says about the Russian-Ukrainian war, he says they're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying, and I'll have that done. I have that done in 24 hours, he said in May 2023. Trump said he can end the war in a day, although Ukrainian President Zelensky said Zelensky has pushed back on the timeline. The president-elect has close ties to the president, Vladimir Putin, and has criticized Biden for giving money to the Ukraine. Now, there's some things right there, you guys, that we're expected to see on Inauguration Day.
Can't wait.
That's surgery for gender affirming care is never done before age of 18. That is not true in the United States.
Nope.
That is not true at all. It is happening in the United States at age 13, 14, and on up. Yep. Yes, sir. You need to research what's going on. It is terrible. And the puberty blocking pills and stuff like that are being given as young as 8 and 9 years old. So what I'm talking about is what's going on in the United States. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. You guys can just chat in chat, and I'm going to take a quick break. I need a cigarette. Anybody that wants to come up, let me know in chat. We'll bring you on up here. I'm going to drop the link for The Godfather because when I get back, I need to hear from him. We're going to hear from him. Wild Angel and John, I hope you guys stay.
Okay.
Hang out with
I'm
us.
not going nowhere.
I would love it. All right. Jamie, hello, sweetheart. How are you, my friend?
I was going to bring it up before PCT got off, but basically, when you were talking about the bus loads and all that, I saw it, y'all, firsthand when I was on my trip. When I stayed with Becca in Galveston that night, we were right on the Gulf. We saw it. I've got a video up on my channel for it. All these buses coming in with all these people, right? And they must have been stopping off, right, to do like, I don't know, a break or something, because then they eventually did bus back up. At first we thought they were just getting dropped off on the beach, and we were like, what the hell, right? I almost went down and tried to interview somebody, but I wasn't sure if they could speak. And you know what I mean? I didn't know. It was a thought, but it was really, and it was bizarre because they were all like in the same like white shirts, and it was just really bizarre.
Yeah. Oaken Hill, I don't have any medical credential. Well, I do, but not any that matter in that term. So I don't know if we're talking about gender surgery. I don't have to have medical credentials to cover that or be able to say that it is a known fact. Look it up that in in our United States here, we are doing gender surgery as young as 13 years old, and we are giving uh, different hormone blockers by the age of 8 years old. I'm sorry, that's really honestly happening in my
It's the
country.
truth.
Look it up. I don't need medical credentials. Am I a
No,
physician? No, not
no.
at all.
Yeah, she doesn't need to be.
But I do. Hold on, hold on. I got something for you, Oaken. Hold on, babe. Hold on, sweetheart. Let me show you
Hi,
something.
RC.
On my channel, I am a doctor. I play a doctor on this channel. So I'm Dr.
It's days
Leany
of
of the
days of our
accordion Leany.
lives.
So
Hey, Doc,
I can be
my,
anything you need me to be. Hi, RC.
hi, my leg is hurting again. I'll see you in a minute, Doc.
All right. You know what? I'm going to take a quick break. You guys get your coffee, get you a
Hey,
cigarette, go pee, do
I'm
what you
doing
got.
both right now, baby
Leany,
girl.
real quick. I got a pain right below my belly button. I need
Do
you to
you?
check.
Do you? I can take care of that for the right price.
Oh boy.
I charge. I'm just
My,
like any other doctor.
is it more than my copay?
Oh, it's going to be more than your copay. Yeah.
All right, go
All right.
smoke, girl.
Let me smoke. You guys get acquainted. RC, meet John and everybody else. John,
Oh,
RC, you say
Hi,
hello.
Wild Angel. How you doing? Good to see you.
good. How are you?
What's up, John? Good to meet you.
Hey, good to meet you, RC.
All right, I'll just let you guys chat. I'm not going to put on any music. I will be RB.
I have to say one thing that the best way to find out the most information is to do as much research as possible, and then the rest is common sense. You
Yeah.
match what you see, what's real, who says what, and how they say it, all the way through every piece of it.
Well,
And I've done that. I
question.
started doing it before the whole thing, because I mean, like, I'm not a big politician person either. I'm not. The whole mess just drives me crazy, right? And that's why I just get. But when it's important, like Lena was saying, when look, we're about to have World War III and shit going on. Okay, people need to start paying attention. So it is important to find out all your facts. And there's so much misinformation. I can see how people can get very. I have a good friend who, me and another girl, we do a lot of research. She just hears things from different people or just suggestive things, right? When people say, well, this is this, and you can decide if you want to believe it or not. I just tell people, trust your own mind, but do the research, because if you don't know and you're just hearing things, then there's so much more to it. I mean, you got to get into the fact that Congress is on there doing hearings all the time with all these details, and I've been watching all of that stuff. I haven't had no sleep in 6 months. I swear I've been researching too much, but I'm doing that because I want to be educated on what is actually going on, right?
Well,
Because if
Absolutely,
you
I
don't
agree
know,
with you.
I couldn't
right,
have said that better myself. 100% I agree. It doesn't matter what you believe. You have that right to believe in it.
right,
But, you know, uh, like I've told multiple people, like, if you're uninformed, you're like,
you will get
I
swallowed
hate to
alive
say,
because
like,
there's too
don't
much
vote.
misinformation, right?
Yeah,
It's
but
just
it's like,
overwhelming,
if you don't know, don't vote for that person.
right?
Because if you don't know what their platform is, what their agenda is, what they're trying to get passed, then don't vote on that particular section.
Right,
Like, learn first before you put. Oh, I'm just gonna pick one. Or
right,
like Leni was saying earlier, like, oh, if you're affiliated with a party, do
right.
you feel pressured to vote for
I've never felt
the
connected to a
first
party.
person?
You know what I think? I think we're supposed to be united. That's why they named it the United States. And the fact that we're not just shows that we need to get back to what that was supposed to be, because that is why everything's falling apart.
Oh
Nobody
yeah.
stays united.
It,
There shouldn't be two sides to everything. There should be one unique situation where, whether you like somebody or not, though, you're still one country and everybody's out to look out for everybody. You know what I mean? Instead of it
yeah,
being like,
100%. I
you see
agree.
what I'm saying? The disaster happened because the people pulled apart
Yep.
and then started a war against each other.
Yeah.
It's like, it never
The
needed to be like that.
You know, United We Stand has been our motto for since the beginning of America, but the division and lack of
Divided we
knowledge of
fall.
what's going on is what's tearing us apart.
Mm-hmm. And when you see people unite and help one another in these disasters and all these horrific things happen, that's when you see what true America should be and what it once represented was that united of no matter what's going to happen, people are going to help somebody. If you don't want to help me, 10 other people will. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
there's always going to be those that don't want to be part of
Yeah, like
something.
you don't have to be part of this,
Right.
but when things go bad for you, you can't go, "Oh, poor me. Why is no one helping me?" You know, kind of a thing.
Right.
At the same time, though, it's like I'll still help you if I can, even if you didn't help me, because
Right.
that's what it means to be American. And real quick to Oaken Hill, is it Hermit? Yeah. Um, for example, my girlfriend works at a like a skincare like medical facility, and we're in California. They're now busing in inmates for gender affirming care. Specifically, like they don't do like surgeries for like you know, like cutting your cock off or anything, but they now they're being forced to do laser hair removal on male patients who want to be female.
And wait a
And
minute, but back up a minute. You said inmates, right?
yeah,
So don't they lose their
prisoner.
rights to get to do those things because they're in trouble?
So now they're what's happening in California is they're going, oh well, you know, the men's prison is real rough. So I want to be a woman now. So I can be
Oh God.
transferred to the women's prison. And to do so, I need to have a certain amount of transition.
Yeah, I don't think that's an okay situation. That's
So
just making things
yeah,
even like
it's
a mess.
totally fucked. But one thing that's happening is they're doing this hair removal procedures, and this is a situation that's close to home for me because she works there, but this is all on the government dime.
Wow. Yeah,
You know,
and
so
that's the
not
reason why
only are they
we're predicament.
they're switching prisons from male to female, but we're also taxpayer dollars are going towards removing their mustache, their leg hair, you know, this, that, and the other. It's fucking ridiculous. So, you know, to Oaken Hill, on your gender affirming care, um, honestly, 100%. I don't I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I don't want to pay for some, you know, 6'4", you know, 250-pound dude getting his mustache removed so he can go have an easier time in a woman's prison, you know, and still have his anatomical functions intact and do whatever he wants over there because now he's top dog.
Just
All
like
right.
women's sports, same thing, right? Same
Yeah,
concept.
100%, RC,
You know,
100%. It's like,
I,
oh, I wasn't even ranking in the top 500 in men's sports. Now I'm top 10 in women's or
Mm,
number one.
mm. I have to agree with that 100%. 100%. There was when my kid was playing football, there was a girl. There was a big fuss in the school, and she wanted to play on the boys' football team. I mean, there was nowhere in the bylaws that said that she couldn't. She did.
There isn't one.
And she got hurt. You guys, she got hurt because, and it wasn't from our team. It was from the other team, of course. After she got her arm broke, she just stood on the sidelines, and the next year she didn't come back. Listen,
Well, and all the power to her to want to play with the boys. That's, in my opinion, if you want to come play on our side of the field, that's fine. But for us as men to go play on their side of the field is unfair. Not saying that there aren't women that could, you know, whoop a man's ass, in,
I was gonna say,
let's say fighting, sports, whatever it, like baseball, football, whatever it is, that's fine. But when a man goes into, their thing, that's unfair because it's just it's biology, man. Like
Well,
and it's
I mean, the
erasing
guys can get
Title
his arm though
18.
too, though.
Title 18 was all about making a space for women to actually have a place to play sports. And when men infiltrate the women's sports, Title 18, like women's suffrage, fought for years to have a place, like a college team, a high school team, a middle school team. And now dudes are going to go into it. Title 18 is null and void. It's a joke.
let me respond to Oaken Hill real quick. Responding to Leanie, what the fuck, gang on me, honey? I'm not ganging up on you at all. Uh, I didn't have my earphones on, so I don't know, and I apologize for that. That's why even when I leave the chat and when I take my earphones off, I try to just put music on because I want to be able to know what is being said on panel. So
Oh,
I apologize. I don't want anybody offended here
well,
at
and
all.
I'll interject. I had mentioned Oaken Hill a couple times. Not trying to gang up on him, just expressing my, disagreement with, because he was very adamant. And in America, I don't know about Canada very much, but things are very different here, and men are abusing the system.
And I think that's a lot of times that happens, right? Like you are in a country that's so close to us, Canada, right? And so it's kind of like easy to uh, this is what I've noticed some Canadians to take personally what's going on in the US and to have an opinion. But and you're welcome to your opinion of it. I'm not saying you're not, but unless you're an American and you live here, you don't you on there's no way to know it all. There's really no way to know it all or to even think like an American. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I
Like
could I,
I don't care
hold,
what you do in Canada, but I don't think that's okay to fly here in America because I live here, I vote here, I pay taxes here. I don't think any of that's okay. And
can I
that's my opinion.
can I ask if you are not talking on panel, please mute your mic because there's a lot of background noise, and I've now that chat's bringing it up, I want to make sure that it's not too disturbing. So if you're not talking, then please mute out because there's a lot of background noise. Um, Genevieve said, "Why is someone moving things around by their microphone? It's quite annoying." Sunshine said, "They have been doing that for years in California prisons. I retired in 2012 and it was happening and the taxpayer paid for it."
Oh yeah. Yeah, it has been happening for a long time.
I didn't even know it about it till you brought it up. At least not that part.
I don't believe that I I I don't believe it's okay to take can um Wild Angel, do me a favor when you're not talking, mute out, please, because there's a lot of background noise coming. Are you laying on the bed, Wild Angel?
No, I'm sitting in front of my phone, but I don't have any noise going on.
Every time something moves, I see your thing blowing. Like I heard RC stirring his cup.
I did put my coffee cup down like that.
All
Yeah,
right.
Did
I
you do
turned
that?
my mic off to make sure it wasn't me, and I still hear it.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you
I'm
have a
sitting
fan on or
still, and I'm
something?
so old I can barely move. But anyway, hey, listen. Let me bring this into perspective. Everything you guys say, does the word hypocrisy not pop up at all?
Sure. Absolutely. Because I was thinking when PCT said that, she said, you know, when we were talking, I was sitting here looking at, and obviously we've got more of the panel that is voting for Trump. And we say to PCT, hey, you're misinformed, you're this and that. But on the other, if we're looking at the other side, they're sitting there going, y'all are misinformed. So it is hypocrisy. the other side is seeing what they're seeing too, and they think that we're misinformed as well.
Okay, this was my point. But yeah, when it comes to Tina, I think she listens too much of outside of the box while not doing any research. Somebody says something, can she verify it? All you got to do is research it. Where did it come from? What's the source? Who said it? What party? Because usually it comes from a party, right? Either Democrats or Republicans, liberals, conservatives. But let's do this. Has anybody noticed that there's really no cry across this country for women demanding that they play in men's sports?
Well, for example, the NFL does
Hmm?
not have any laws against a woman playing. I think actually no. I was going to bring up an example, but it was actually in college. It was a female that played on the male team, and I think she was like a kicker or a punter.
Yeah, I, I
um,
I know that. Yep.
but
But my thing
the
is, when it comes to everything else, I'm saying that it's a grand scale, like politically wise. I don't see a bunch of women marching, yelling, asking Congress, "Hey, you got to change the law because we want to play
oh
with
yeah,
the big guys."
I
We
I
don't
see
hear, we
I
don't
see what
hear
you're
that.
saying.
We don't hear that at all. We hear the opposite.
Yeah, it's me as a man, I should be able to play with you, the women. And I agree with you 100%. Where's the march for, I want to play with the boys. And the reason you don't see that is because come on over. You can play with us. You won't make it, but you can try because there's always and I hate to be I always use the term like there's always the Olga, the big one, the big bitch, and she can play with the boys, but they're few and far between. But they're allowed to. They're allowed to try. I do think when the men try to play with the women, there should be that barrier. Like, no, dude, like if you can't cut it with us, you can't go beat up on them.
Right.
But I see what you're saying, RC. Like they should, how about, more women come play with the boys? But the problem is what's her name? Brittany Gaines or something. The swimmer that's outspoken against Layla Thomas or whatever his name is.
Yeah, yeah.
She is kind of taken the forefront, the spokesperson role on the like, hey, this isn't right. Like men shouldn't be able to play in our pool. Not to be ironic, but you know, like there once again, like back to Title 18. There was a reason that women fought for Title 18 so hard. They wanted a space for women to have their own sports, to be able
Right.
to compete.
What gets me upset is the fact that it actually even became a subject matter.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
You
Right.
crazy.
know, and to me, that's kind of disgusting. When my twin daughters were in school and they came home one day, they said, "Yeah, we got these trophies," and I'm looking at them. Well, you guys don't look too happy. What's the problem? And this is when this country started going left, really left. She goes, "Well, we didn't win, but they said that everybody's a winner." And I go, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you didn't win, you didn't win.
You know what I'm
In my
saying?
opinion.
Yeah. So I said, and then they started complaining, and I stopped them right there. Ho, ho, you didn't win. What are you complaining about? Losing? Okay. They go, well, the other kids that won got a bigger trophy. I said, wow, I sense there's a con job going on here. My thing is, in order to make the kids feel good, because they were all children at the time, what that does, it makes the kids who appreciate the fact that they walked away a loser while receiving a trophy, is supposed to make them feel good, but it's a type of deception and indoctrination, because
It's
what that tells
it's a
that
false sense
child,
of accomplishment.
yeah, what that tells that child, the next time you really don't have to try that hard because you got a trophy too,
Right.
and we're all
Yeah.
winners. My thing is that stunts children, especially. They feel like they don't have to try so hard because they got something out of it. But you didn't get an accomplishment, is what I told my daughters. I said, so what do you feel about the trophies? They said, we don't want them. I said, well, hey, if you want to dump them in the garbage, you go right ahead. And that's what they did. I said, so what are you guys going to do next time? They go, we got to practice, the whole team. There you go. See, that is logical thinking. That is the way it's supposed to be done. But America allowed the powers that be to just dictate to our children. And we allowed it for many years now. And that's why we're at where we're at.
Yeah, I agree. Real quick, Oaken Hill, saying, Olga's, that's so gross. You mean what? Lesbians? That's your projection, dude. What I meant is women who are large in stature, very strong, very athletic. There are women who can play with the boys, but like I said, they're few and far between.
Right.
Lesbians, like, that's on you, bro.
All
You
right,
know?
let me jump in chat really quick. Mary Jane Doe says, "Me and my BFF wanted to play high school football. I went to one practice and changed my mind. My BFF did 2 practices. Yeah, I bet. I'd be scared too. I'd just hand him the ball. Here you go. Don't touch me."
I mean,
Okay.
flag football is okay for women to play, but that's something we did, like, outdoor activity in gym, like in school, you know what I mean? But that's
Why?
not hitting and knocking somebody over either.
Listen, back
Yeah,
during the
like flag
war.
football,
But hold on,
two-hand touch.
back during the war, you guys. Back during the war, we did have a professional league women's baseball team, right? We all seen the movie A
Yeah,
League of
there's
Their
no
Own.
crying in
Okay,
baseball.
Yeah.
right. And they were badass women.
Yeah,
But I think
and
what panel is saying, give me just a second, John. I think what panel is saying is that play sports, do you have a great time, but mixing the two genders, none of us were built for that. Whether you believe in
Right.
science
in
or
full
whether, hold on, give
contact.
me just a minute. Give me just a minute. Whether you believe in science or you believe in God, women and men are not built the same. It's just a fact. It's a fact.
Right.
So Oaken Hill says, I've served with women who weren't Olgas and were still badass bitches. Nobody says that those women couldn't be. Listen, I'm a badass bitch, but there's no fucking way I'm going to go up against Travis Kelce. I'm going to be like, dude,
Right.
you win, I lose. Ha
I
ha.
mean,
Hugs. And I'm
I have
walking
3
off.
daughters that were in the military, and and they're not real big girls, but they're
That's
they're
right.
strong and mighty. They might be, they're not great, big, tall, anything, but I'm saying that doesn't mean that you're not strong.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
military, talking about the military, and I mean that's two different things, talking about the military and
Right.
controlled sports. I mean, it really is. You
Right.
can't compare the two. Yes, women can be soldiers, they can be airmen, they can be Marines, whatever. There's a
Right.
It can
place
be
for that.
anything.
But there's no place for women in
Right.
men's
Right. I
sport.
agree.
There's just not. It's dangerous. It's
And that's why
dangerous.
they have them separated, and that should have stayed that way.
That's right.
Well,
All
and
right.
that's why I keep going back to Title 18. Women fought for their own space, in sports specifically. And
Mm.
that's all I'm talking about. And Oaken Hill, I think, is trolling me at this point, but, it's whatever. That's my opinion.
But let me ask you a question. Where did we get to this point where women have to actually fight for what? I mean, seriously, if two, I don't get this whole crap about, and again, he brought up lesbians or whatever. That ain't got nothing to do with it. My thing is there a problem with women competing with other women? When did that become a problem?
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Because I don't see the men doing it. I don't see the men doing it. I'm just saying. I see women. I see them screaming this and that. My thing is competing with your own gender. Is that not enough for you?
Well,
I just
let's
like to know. Is
okay. So let's do this. Um, it's the same thing with the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, right? Everybody wants gender equality. We're all the same. But here's the deal: the people who are claiming they want all the same, we want equality, we want to be treated the same, talked about the same, felt the same, whatever. This is what I'm saying. I'm going to need that man who's screaming that he needs gender equality and he wants to be treated the same as every female in this world. He needs to go ahead, come into my house. I'm going to invite my 9 grandkids over, and they age from 2 weeks all the way up to 16 years old. And I'm going to let them live here for about 3 days with them and see how that works out for them. I'm not saying a man can't do it. What I'm saying is there's a reason we have roles in this life.
Well,
Hold on, give me a second, guys. We have roles in this life, okay? And women are nurturing, so we're going to have more of the patience than a man has. Now, you take that woman who's screaming that she wants gender fucking equality, okay? I need her for a week to put on that uniform, and I'm going to need her to go carry that fire hose up and down that mountain in California several times by herself.
Right.
Without any help. No help, no help. Do it like I just was watching the men do on. I'm going to need her to go up the mountain. The one
without
that they're
changing the
sliding back down.
standards.
Yeah, and keep the
And
other things
and
down.
and then stand there and hold that 100-pound hose and fight off that fire by herself, like the same man I saw do that. Oh, then all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
that's
we weren't built like. Let's be real. Why compete at all? That's exactly Oak and Heel. I think
right.
finally we're there. That's what we're talking about. A
well,
woman can stay in a woman can be a woman and not have to be a man. A man can be a man and not have to be a woman. We're not equal. You can't treat us the same. We can't be the same. We weren't meant to be the same. We all were given our own strengths and weaknesses. And that's
Okay,
why we're
yeah.
good together.
I think
Right.
Oaken Hill's just trolling at this point,
No,
to be honest.
I think no, Oaken Hill has been here before. He's been here before, and he just has a difference of opinion. And he's passionate about that. That would be me in chat. If I had a difference of opinion, I'd be like, what about this? What about that? I'm taking it that Oaken Hill is mouthy like me and has strong passionate. That's what I call it. I'm passionate. I'm a stay-at-home dad now. I can't do that. It's not my role. I'm not talking. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You
that's what
missed
I
it.
was trying to say is
You
like, all right,
missed
like
it
you can have your opinion,
completely.
but you're still wrong.
Yeah, you Oaken Hill, you missed what I was saying about my 9 grandkids completely. You missed it. But that's okay. All right,
well,
RC, what says you?
many years ago, there was a female who went to the fire department academy, and she failed. And immediately upon her failing, she wanted to take it to the highest court. Well, I think it's unfair, this and that, whatever. The dummy that she had to carry weighed 185 pounds. She went to the court and she argued over, well, the dummy was too damn heavy, this and that, whatever. And I feel like I'm being treated unfairly, this and that, because I'm a woman. So she went to the court. She filed a lawsuit, this and that. Well, guess what? She won. So they allowed her to go back, and they took, I think, was 45 pounds off the dummy. So the dummy became 150 pounds. Guess what? She fell the second time. My thing is if you either got it or you don't. End of story. Okay? It's not about that she was being treated unfairly, this and that. No, they actually, were welcoming her. They introduced, well, if you can pass the test, so be it, this and that. Well, she couldn't pass the test. But she had the audacity as a female to take it up to the state court. And she won. And they sent her back to the academy and she failed. So at that point, one should say to themselves, you know what? I can't do this. I don't qualify to do this. And go home.
Well, and
That's the
there's a
way I
lot of
see it. You know,
there's
my thing is, again, we're built different, Nene. You're right, 100%. But this is what has become part of our society. And a lot of people do that, nothing but bitch and moan. Meanwhile, the ones that are doing the most bitching and moaning, guess what? None of them are actually going out and saying, I want to do this and I want to do that and I want to do this. And they just don't. They're just a mouthpiece to change society. For what? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm sorry. I'm a
yeah.
veteran. I'm sorry. I will not go into combat with a female. Hate me all you want. And I do my research. There's only been, in the last 15 years, 2 women who actually passed the training when it came to Ranger School. That's one of the hardest trainings. I did it. Guess what? Even if she passed there, she doesn't have a big enough body for me. She doesn't have the strength that I do. Therefore, I'm sorry, I can't depend on you. It's no disrespect. It's
No,
not
she could be a
personal.
sniper though.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, but the thing is, what is a sniper? Being a sniper
Got
is
your back,
hell.
back up. You
No,
know.
no, it's
No, but
hell.
you still got to carry all your
You
gear
gotta
Yeah,
carry some
no.
completely
shit.
alone with one other person.
Listen,
You gotta carry some shit. My thing is, again, listen, I saw a video years ago where they had a little child of 3.5 years old saluting his mother's coffin because she got shot down in Iraq. A female pilot. To me, as a human being, I found that so disgusting that they made that little kid, oh, salute your mom. You know, she fought for your country. I'm sorry. A 3-year-old doesn't know anything about war, doesn't know what his mother really was about, didn't know why she died, and who sent her there. That child knows nothing, but they parade him in front of a plane flying the body back home. My thing is, nobody gave a damn about that. Hey, man, that boy's going to grow up without a mother. I disagree with that. I really do. Call me, hate me, do what you want. At the end of the day, men go to war. Usually they're not married. And if they should be married, okay, that affects, especially if they have kids. But you can't have a kid, you know, do adult things when they don't even know what the hell's going on.
so let me play devil's advocate here.
Shoot.
First, let me say there's no way I'd go into combat myself or want to go into combat with somebody who couldn't carry my body out of a dangerous situation. So I understand that, RC, what you said. But is there a place for women in the military?
Yes, and there has been.
Tell
Yes.
us about it.
Nurses, some of them are medics, but it's the way they deploy them around a battlefield, if you will. You know, they may fly in
My
as a
my daughter
helicopter,
was a
this and
truck
that.
driver,
You know,
so she was
well,
like in the convoys.
yeah. And again,
I'm
they can drive a truck and all that,
yeah,
but you know what? At the end of the day, when it comes to real combat and it's just shit going crazy all around them,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I disagree with putting women in that kind of position.
Yeah, my
I
daughter's been affected by it, trust me.
yeah, I'm of the opinion that there is a role for women in the military, but in combat positions, I don't think it's a good fit. For the most part, like RC was saying, they usually have to lower the standard for them to pass, like Ranger School he was talking about.
Right.
There's also been multiple women who've tried to like enter the Marine Corps in combat positions, and they have to lower the standard for them to pass. And
Right.
when
Well,
you
like, I
lower,
mean,
When you lower the standard for them to pass, that means everyone else in her unit has to carry more of that, and I'm not talking about physical weight, I'm talking about the weight of the job.
Yeah.
So when she
Right.
can't
So they
pass
had her in
this,
combat. They
they
just had
have,
her she drove.
yeah,
And they were,
they,
but they didn't, they're not like supposed to be out fighting, but they can be attacked and they have, you know what I mean? Stuff can happen. So you still
yeah,
have to be trained to be able to protect yourself.
yeah. But
Right.
when you're out in the field of combat and you're worried about, like, oh, well, hey, I need to carry 40 pounds of ammunition and, uh, you know, I need grenades, I need this, I need that. And we all carry an equal amount of that weight, but she carries 20% less. That means I carry 5% more, and so do
Right,
all
right. No, but I'm
everyone
not
else
talking about being
in
in
the
combat.
platoon
I'm
or
just,
the
right,
team.
right. That's why I'm saying, like, when they have, like, she was considered what they call a truck driver. So they went from combat zone, delivering supplies from one fort to another. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
it's a
so she
support
wasn't in
role,
the
not a
combat, but I'm
combat
saying,
role.
right, right. But definitely you still have to have the training. They had to have special training to be over there to begin with because you can be attacked. It doesn't
Oh
matter
yeah,
if you're just,
ambush happens all the time. And
right,
I
right.
agree wholeheartedly.
But she
Like,
did train well. Like she
yeah,
was good at shooting for
yeah,
sure.
and I'm not saying that they're not, good at being able to be combat effective, but when
Right.
you're in, like, for example, like an insertion team, you probably want somebody that's able to carry the same amount
Yeah,
of
no, I
weight,
don't agree
run
with
the
them being
same
in the field.
speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because
that's all
key
I'm
word
trying to
there.
say.
I don't
Yeah,
think they should have had any of the women over there. There was a
key.
lot of young girls that I met just in
Yeah,
one of the deployments
but
here, and it
but
was like,
but
wow.
key word there is truck driver. That's her job. I can
Yeah.
see that, but guess what? She can also lose her life because of
Yeah, I
war.
know.
You
And
never know
almost
where it
did.
comes from. My thing is, she did
Exactly.
her job. If she did it well, awesome. And of course, she has to learn how to shoot because you go to the military, everybody has to learn how to shoot.
Yeah,
She made it
everybody's a
back, but it
shooter.
was scary. It was scary for a whole year that she was gone. It was scary that she was even there. I hated it that she was there.
Yep.
Scary.
And
Here's
everybody got.
this little bitty woman with all these big dudes.
Well,
She was
there's
small.
also, and it's not itty bitty woman kind of a thing.
She's just a short person, I
There's
mean.
been many studies that have been done that when a woman is involved, and I know Oaken Hill didn't like my use of Olga, but that's just how I explain, like, women who can do what men do. It lowers their effectiveness because they're going, well, I need to make sure that she's okay. And then they sacrifice themselves, which lowers the combat effectiveness of said unit.
And you're leaving
Right.
one
Well,
thing
they're
out.
very careful about the girls when they have them over there. They have them very disguised because she said that with her having blonde hair, she even dyed her hair before she went. There's certain people, women that they look for too in those
Oh yeah.
countries, kidnapping it.
And it's one
You
thing,
know,
like, the men they shoot, the women they capture. And I don't want to go into why, but
right.
you can get what I'm going for.
Yeah. So I remember meeting her sergeants before they deployed because I'm a mom and I was scared to death. And I looked at them and I said, I don't think she should be going over there, but please look out for her, because I was scared, because it's just weird because when I was younger, women weren't even in that area. They wouldn't even be over in the war zone at all,
Yeah, they'd be
right?
like at the field
Other than
hospital.
in a medical facility, right? And so that's scary. Yeah, it's really, yeah. I'm proud of her that she went through that because I don't think I could have gone through all that training. I wouldn't have made it. I don't think I could have handled it. The fact
Oh
Yeah,
she
yeah.
did
how
And
is
about
I
the
agree
amazing to me.
100%. There are a lot of women
Mind
that
blowing.
can do more things that I can, but should they?
No,
Just because you can, like, there's something about science, just because you can, should you?
Right.
no,
There's a lot of women walking around in Daisy Dukes. They can, but they probably shouldn't. Don't be wearing
right.
those, people. It doesn't look good. Let's get RC back on here.
I love you, Lainey.
Yeah, well, TV has influenced that bullshit too. Think about TV.
Yep.
when you look at some of these series on Netflix, on cable, this and that, they make the woman look like, oh, say, look at Buffy the Vampire. They show that shit here day and night, and I just be cracking up because this little bitch that look like she weighs 100 pounds is just killing all these demons and just having their, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like a
Yeah.
But
250-pound dude
people
would
actually
kill her.
gravitate to that shit, and they think that it's real, and they think that all women are capable of doing it. And it's
Life is violent.
TV, it's acting, it's not real, it's entertainment. But a lot
Right.
of people grow up, especially our kids, they see shit like that and they go, oh shit.
I
I
can
mean,
do
come
that.
on. Our
Right.
kids grew up saying, I want to be Superman. I want to be Cinderella. I want to be Cowboys and Indians. We all did it. That doesn't mean that we
That we
can't
can,
do it.
yeah. Just because I think it doesn't mean it's real.
You
Let me
know?
okay, I want to ask one more question and then I'm going to move from this part of the conversation. But I want to ask this question. Do you think that we are putting gender in a box? Like, you're a little girl, so you should wear pink and barrettes in your hair, and you're a boy, so here's G.I. Joe and
No.
man up.
No.
Not at all.
I
like,
think what we're doing is we're making everybody else eat it. In other words, the rest of us don't have a say so because somebody came up with an idea and they don't give a
Hmm.
shit about what anybody else has to say because guess what? They're implementing something new. But at the end of the day, would it be good for all? Not saying me personally, but is it good for everybody? And the answer to that would be no.
No.
well, and to Leanie, you mentioned like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts earlier. I think like, hey, if the Girl Scouts want to like go make a campfire and, make arrows from sticks, awesome. More power to you. Like, girls don't have to just do baking the cookies and going and selling them. The boys don't
Right.
have to do the camping and the whatnot. If the boys want to bake cookies, awesome. Go have fun, bro. And girls, if you want to go camping, go have fun. You know, do
I
whatever you
learned a
want to
lot in
do.
the Girl
But
Scouts.
yeah, right. But when it comes to real life and combat and sports, there's a difference in reality. I think everyone should learn the skills of the boys and the Girl Scouts. Like, guys should know how to cook, girls should know how to start a fire. You know what I mean? But in the end game, I don't think that, women, or excuse me, I don't think that men should be able to play in the women's sports. And if women want to try to play in the men's sports and are successful, that's awesome. That's amazing. I am happy that you made it. But in all reality, like RC was saying, the dream isn't always real. You can have that dream, but it's not reality in most cases when you want to play, in, I hate to say it this way, but like the man's world is much different.
Right. Well,
And,
why did
that's
they
my
never come
opinion.
up with the women's football team? I mean, I love football to the point where I would have, probably enjoyed doing something like that. But flag football was much less abusive. So I don't like anything. I'd be okay attacking, jumping on someone else. But if they jumped on me, I'd be really mad.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
so
I played football in high school. I got my fucking ass rocked every day. And I was like, man, I was much better at this in middle school, but in high school, I
Yeah.
got rocked. I was not that good.
so I
And
think
that was a reality.
I think there's something that we learned here. We need to bring back home ec into the schools, you guys, because home ec was not
Oh,
gender.
home ec, wood shop,
Yeah, all that stuff is jam. Listen, what I think the Boys and Girl Scouts are is that it's really just bonding with the same sex. I think that's what it is. And sure, it started out. This is what boys are supposed to learn how to do. They're supposed to learn how to pitch a tent, make a fire, go kill a skunk. Do that kind of stuff. And then you girls over here, I'm going to need you to crack an egg. I'm going to need you to make a bed and sew a pillowcase up. All right. Yeah, those can be because
Well, and these
those
are
can
skills.
be reversed. But
Those are
here's what
skills that are lost amongst the entire generation. Is like, as far as I'm
generation.
concerned,
Yes.
the generation, because I was born in '89. As far as I'm concerned, from like 85 and up, nobody knows how to do nothing. Like
Thank
RC
you.
was saying, it's all participation awards.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm against that as well. All right,
Yeah,
let me
I
say
hate
this.
it.
I have to give a shout out to the NFL. I appreciate that you don't make the guys wear cups anymore because I like looking at their packages and I'm looking.
To their
I'm
detriment, probably.
I am just letting you know that me as an all-American red-blooded, warm-blooded, middle-aged, pissed-off woman is enjoying looking at those men's packages every Monday and Wednesday. Okay?
And I will
Maybe
say the
that's
cups
why
are
my mom
super
watches football
uncomfortable.
so much. I never even thought about it.
Yeah, check it out. It's good
Dude,
stuff.
if you've ever been hit below the belt while wearing a cup, I'd rather just get hit in the balls,
Oh,
because
well, come
wearing a
here.
cup, it
Can we
just
try it out
jams
on
into
you?
your pelvic bones so
Listen,
hard.
that would be great content. Can you come to Indiana, bring a cup? I'm going to kick you with the cup on, and then you take it off, and then I'm going to kick you without it on. Great content.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord,
Well, I'll
have
tell you, my
mercy.
balls will heal faster than my pelvis will,
Oh
No,
God.
I'm
especially
serious.
if you cajole it correctly.
So let me ask you a question. So if a woman gets into football, would it be required that she wears a cup?
On our boobs. That shit
Yeah.
hurt.
Well,
Yeah, that's what we have to
that's a good
have. We
question,
would. We'd have
RC.
ours on
That's
the
an
front, and
excellent
there's
question.
yeah.
The Viking women who wore those like breastplates and their boobs stuck
Yep.
out cones?
Now
That's
we know
what we're
why.
wearing.
That's exactly
Yeah.
it.
You go into battle, you got to have the cones
Ooh,
on,
that'd be
dude.
kind of cool. The uniforms could even be like they were back in the day. That'd be cool as hell.
Right.
Dude,
Vogue.
side tangent real quick. I saw a video, like a short on YouTube the other day, and they had elongated like penises
What?
on plate armor,
Tag me
and
on that, please.
everyone thought like, oh, it's because they're trying to show like how big their dicks are. But the reality of history was, no, it was to alleviate their STDs.
Oh,
I
what?
I I forget what
Oh
it was
Lord.
exactly, but it was like syphilis or something. So like their
Oh,
junk was swollen, so they made these like big penis areas in the plate armor to alleviate the rubbing. And I was like, that's fucking crazy.
I love it that you looked that up, John. I won't tell anybody. Thank God we're
Oh no,
still
I didn't look
together.
it up. It
Yeah,
came
you
down
did it.
while scrolling.
It's all right, Big Daddy. It's okay. We've all been looking in that trash.
But I want to do this real quick. I said, Wild Angel, I noticed that you talk a lot about building, fixing a house, this and that, whatever. I also know you're good with tools, right?
Yes, I am. I have a lot of skills that my husband has. We kind of are both carpenters in different ways, but I
There,
have more skills one
there
way
you
and he's
go.
different.
Now, my thing is, I don't find anything wrong with that.
No, I love it. I've always
Okay,
been about that. Like if you take me to a paint store, I'd rather look at colors of paint than a jewelry in a jewelry store. That's just me.
yeah. And my thing
I'm
is
just a
that
kind of different kind of girl.
that's nothing wrong with that. Again, women can do whatever they want, but in certain places in society, I have to challenge sometimes and say that you don't belong here. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But then
Right.
again, what you say, because I said to myself, this chick, she's like all around. So that tells me that not only did you learn, but you're self-taught. You actually taught yourself by watching either your husband or others. And it's enjoyable. But guess what you get to do? You get to partake. Hey, I also helped build this house. I also,
Yeah,
and there's nothing wrong with that. I
right.
admire women that
And
can
he
do
gives
that.
me a lot of credit because it's my vision. And he goes, all I do is cut drywall and wood, and you do the rest. He goes, so
Yeah,
it's your vision.
but think about this. How many people would, hey, sweetheart, come over here. Could you cut this driveway? And they go, shit, you better go find a dude to do that shit. I don't cut no
No, I
drywall.
love doing it. And I'm
You know?
always talking about that kind of stuff to my mom, and she's like just blown away. She's like, I can't comprehend how you understand all that stuff. But I
And
mean,
what do
when you
we
have
call them?
disabilities and you get hurt, you find ways to do things with your mind because your mind isn't broken, just your body. So you
Exactly.
then put it in a different place. And so when I finally got my own house where I could do what I wanted to it, I kind of got into it good.
Yeah, but
There's
That's
always
awesome.
projects on the list. Trust me.
Lainey, I wanted to bring this up real quick before I get off, but check this out. Did everybody forget what Obama said when he was president? He says you can use this insurance anywhere, you can keep your doctors, et cetera, et cetera. When people found out the truth, once they implemented it, did people not go do research? And then again, didn't they call it at one point United Care? Or what was it?
Obamacare.
Obamacare, free care for everyone, which was a lie.
Yeah, it was.
Because at the end of the day, they go by your salary, they go by how much money you make, this and that, whatever. What people missed there was the mark about, well, first of all, they never mandated it. They mandated that you're going to have to take this insurance because we're not going to pay for any other insurance
Yep.
to insure you individually. What we missed was the fact that when it comes to these healthcare companies, whether it be United, Health First, you name it, they're out there. Okay, they have the right to pick and choose what doctors, institutes, hospitals they want to pay to see their what patients. When this got to New York, right? I used to go to Mount Sinai for dental, medical, etc. I go over there one day after the Obama crap came. And by the way, I really don't have it. Why? Because guess what? I make too much. But they didn't say that. So I go over there and they go, okay, yeah, I'm here for an appointment. They go, oh, I'm sorry. You have Health First. We don't accept that anymore.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, why not? I've been coming here for years. And they go, well, we don't accept it, Obamacare. And I'm like, you're allowed to do that? And they go, yeah, we're a private hospital and we didn't sign up to this. And besides, they don't pay enough. So the government, when they got involved, Obama, they were shortchanging doctors across the board. Hospitals, you name
And dentists.
it. Exactly.
Yeah, and
So
they
my
stopped taking patients.
exactly. And my
Yep.
thing is, it is their right because they didn't pass a law saying every person who's a doctor or a hospital or whatever, whether it be city, federal, or private, you must accept this insurance. That never happened. And the
No,
people
it was
didn't
you have
realize it.
to have the insurance, not they have to take it. That's what happened to
Exactly.
me.
Right. So with that said, right, I look at these and I get these, you get the letters. Like Tina brought up in the booklet, this and that. My thing is, I think Tina just reads the booklet. But if she really pays attention to what's in the booklet, she'll realize that this fits multiple different categories from money to statue. What is your income? Do you have a pension or not? Are you on welfare or not? Are you below the poverty level or not? Everything changes there. And that's why there's differences when it comes to co-payments, how much you're gonna get for dental or not, over the counter, this and that. I get these letters every year, and the other insurance try to cut the other insurance. Like I get other insurance carriers telling me like, hey man, guess what? Update for health benefits available now in your location. If you have both Medicaid and Medicare, then you are eligible for the plan that gives you more health care coverage than previously. And when I look at this versus my plan, my current plan, this one says, well, you get $159 a month for over-the-counter products, healthy food, and help to pay my utility bill. Allowance, limited coverage dentals, and like cleaning and crowns. Co-payment zero. Co-payment for 12 one-way rides from doctor visits to the pharmacy or to the pharmacy. Co-payment for routine eye exam, $250 allowance for frames and contacts. $200 allowance for brand selections of over-the-counter hearing aids. Now, I call them because it's a new one, right? I said, well, wonder what they got to offer. I call them. I give them my information. First thing they go, oh, I'm sorry, you don't qualify for the over-the-counter. You don't qualify for the 12 free rides. You don't qualify for this. Why? Because I make too much. Now, this is what I get mad about our country. And Tina should know this, but she doesn't do research, I guess. But check this out. I'm a veteran. I go to the VA for everything. But according to law, I must sign up for state insurance. These are the state insurance. I don't use them. I don't use their primary doctor with them, this and that. I got that all with the VA. I pay nothing. I earned it, okay? But the thing that gets me is that the government actually pays these companies to give you state insurance and not bother to figure out, well, does he have insurance somewhere else? Yeah, he's got military benefits. So he doesn't really need this. Why do we have to sign up by force? Because they get paid, even if they don't see me. I don't use their dentist through this plan. I don't use the doctors through this plan. I don't get exams through this plan, this and that. And you know what the next thing they do is they harass me. They'll say, hey, you haven't seen a doctor, this and that, so we assign you a new doctor. And I'm going, why are they doing this when they know I don't go see them? Then they say, well, you miss your home nurse visit. You know, they come to your home and check you out, check your blood pressure, all that crap, right? I haven't done it in 3 years. They're angry with me about that. But guess who else does it? The VA. I do it with them. But no matter what you tell these other carriers, right, they get angry. You know why? When the money comes in, if I don't utilize it, next year they get less. In other words, they don't get nothing for me. But isn't that like me helping them save money? But nobody gives a damn. This whole country is a con job. I truly believe that. And when she says things like Obama this or whatever, and President Donald Trump, I voted for him 3 times. I think that guy did a fantastic job for those 4 years.
Yeah, and like you said, if COVID hadn't hit us so hard, he would have gotten a lot more accomplished.
You know, yeah.
That's why he ran again.
And he didn't speak as a politician, Wild Angel. He spoke as an American. As an American one, and as a billionaire too, right?
Right,
he
a businessman.
know what politics were really about. But I tell you what, was he lying?
He sure learned.
Yeah. Was
like you said, I sure learned a lot.
Yeah. Was he lying when he said it's China? Oh, Mr. President, how can you say this and that, whatever? Come on, I did the research. It was China.
Well, and 4 years later, during Biden, they're like, oh, actually, yeah, it was China. And it's like, oh, imagine that.
Yeah. Playing head games with the American people. That's what they do best.
The Wuhan virus came from Wuhan.
And there's so much shit that I could tell you I found, the research. I can't say it here because you can't say it on YouTube.
Right.
Okay? Because they will surely go, oh, no, we don't want those conversations, even though the conversation has been out there, but everybody else that tried, they just shut them down. Oh, no. And you know what? You know why they shut us down? They go, these people are getting too smart. They know what we're up to. They know what we're doing. They know we ain't shit. So that's why we can't say it.
You guys, I'll be right back. I've got to go pee. BRB. Keep going.
Pee on the wall for
The
me. Thank you.
the easiest population control is the uninformed population.
Uninformed population, right? Exactly.
Let me present this, and
And that's the
this.
reason why I threw myself into researching everything, not just listening to what people are saying, but listening to the person talk themselves, listening to other people talk about them, and then going and actually watching court hearings in the Senate and Congress where they're actually drilling these people that started all these conspiracies and all these fake charges.
Yeah,
That's
because
what I got into.
people are
Question
upset with me.
everything.
They go, RC, man, you really going hard on Jim
I
Jordan,
just
Ted
knew there was
Cruz.
no way it was all true, and I had
Yeah,
to find out for myself. So I dug into it, and I've spent 6 months looking into stuff.
because I tell you one thing, I have not seen anybody that went to jail from most of these politicians who claimed they were going to put them in jail. Guess what? All I hear was, "Oh well, Maria, right? She's on cable news or something. Well, Maria, you do know that the statute of limitation ran out. Uh, I've seen that over and over again. Politicians making those statements while they're saying that we're going to make sure that Wild Angel goes to jail. We're going to make sure John goes to jail. But they wait so long, and I think it's by design and it's on purpose.
Oh,
The statute
absolutely.
of limitation ran out. Oh, as you know, the statute of limitation ran out on most of those charges. And you waited to the very end. Now that we got a new president coming in, so you know what that tells me? They're not going to do shit. Nobody's going to jail because they're all in on it. Is Donald Trump on it? No. Was Ronald Reagan in on it? No, because they were
No, and that's why they
outsiders.
tried to get. That's why they tried to take them all out.
Yep,
Yep.
100%. I
If you
agree.
walk outside the line, you'll be taken out, or at least you'll be tried to take out. Okay,
Or
I thought
locked
they were going to
in.
try to take him out the first time he ran, but then they realized, oh wait a minute, there's some people on the inside that can still fool him because he doesn't know all the stuff, and he had to find out who was good, who was bad, and who was ugly, and who was honest.
Well,
And
like
he said, you
T-
know,
Tina Tina was saying earlier, like, oh, he fired so many people, and it's like if you took control of a new company and you found out that you have a bunch of shit employees, wouldn't
right?
you fire them to
Yes,
make
you
the
have to get
company
rid of
better?
that.
You know,
And like
and
he said, he should have fired even more. There was more people that he
oh
didn't know
yeah,
were connected to other
Trump
people that were not good.
Trump's biggest fault was trusting people that he shouldn't.
I'll tell
Right,
You
you.
know,
and he
and he
admitted
thought,
that
oh,
though.
this guy knows what he's talking about.
I'll
But
tell you
behind
who
the
he.
scenes, they were railroading him.
I tell you who he should have never trusted. And again, my thing is, does anybody? And again, Americans have a poor memory. They just do. It amazes me how
Every new
fucking
headline, they
you
forget.
know. My thing
Mm-hmm.
is, remember when the pandemic started out, this and that? Does nobody remember what his Secretary of State stated? What was his name? Mike Pompeo. What did he say? He says, I want everybody to understand this is just an exercise. Right there, I said to myself,
Mm-hmm.
what the hell does that mean? And what did
Yeah.
Donald Trump do? He turned around, looked at Mike Pence, and he says, why wasn't we told? And that was
Yeah,
Donald
because he
Trump.
doesn't know what's going on. Sometimes they
Right.
don't even know.
That was
People do
Donald
things
Trump.
behind people's backs.
Yeah, when I
Well,
saw that was Donald Trump telling me, RC, holy shit.
yeah, what the
Then I
fuck
then
is
I
going
even
on?
reported to you something is sick. But then again, the it's just an exercise. That shit stuck with me. That shit to me made no sense. Is it real, or as he was saying, it's an exercise? Then again, they ran with it. And then again, I think about this: the knowledge that man had, and he's been connected to, other government officials or entities for many, many, many years. I think Donald Trump got taken by a ride by his own.
Yeah,
Oh,
100%.
you see what I'm
He
saying?
got taken around, fucking around the park by his own people.
Yeah. But then again, it wasn't his own people. It was people he thought he could trust.
Exactly. That's what I meant to say. It's someone he
Well, wait
thought
and see the
was.
backlash for some of the classified stuff he's going to release.
You've been watching those hearings, Wild Angel? the what is it? The new U.S. District Attorney. Did you see those hearings?
Yes,
You see how crazy these fucking politicians are? The stupid
they
questions they
really
come out,
are.
and then they turn around and it's like, oh, okay, you don't want to answer that question, and they just keep
I,
talking. But I
They
gotta
talk in
tell you,
circles.
she handled herself well. She
she really
she
did.
actually insulted Shifty Shift. That shit was funny. Hey, the same thing you're doing right now, you was actually sanctioned in Congress for doing the same thing you're doing now. It's like, there you go. Throw it right back in their faces. But the American people don't know how to pick on this. You know why? We got one side that created such hatred for their own fellow
Mm-hmm.
man, their own
Yep.
fellow U.S. citizen. It's pathetic.
It is. It is. Everything. None of it makes any sense. It just shows just such. Yeah. It's. I don't know. Sometimes it just leaves you speechless to think that people could want things to be the way they are when they could be so much better.
Yep.
All right, let me jump in chat really quick. TJ's work in progress is over in the UK, and she says she will be bankrupt if her and hubby lived in the US. Not necessarily. Uh, really, not necessarily. I mean, most Americans are not bankrupt.
Well, you
We
can always declare bankruptcy.
Right, and you can, and some people do, but you, I mean, you get paid. Like pay is not the same. Although, like, I don't get paid the same. If I worked my job here in Indiana, and someone in California is working the exact same job, obviously California is going to get paid a lot more than I'm getting paid for the
Mm-hmm.
exact same credentials and the exact same job because the cost of living is higher. So
Yeah.
how they go, I don't know how they do it in the UK or other countries, but here it goes up according to your zip code, not necessarily state or city. It's according to zip code. So here in this tiny little podunk town that I live in, I'm gonna, for the same credentials and the same job, if I worked in this city compared to someone in the city of Indianapolis, Indianapolis obviously is going to get paid more than I get paid because it's cheaper to live in my area code. So that's usually how it works. No, you would not be bankrupt.
Well,
TJ's a work.
California got wise to that. So a lot of people who worked in tech in California tried to escape the taxes by moving out of state. California imposed a law saying, "Oh no, we're still going to tax you California tax rate for 10 years after you leave the state."
Wow,
Oh wow.
crazy.
Oh yeah. So if you're making, let's say, $75 an hour, or, $100,000 annually in California, because the cost of living is so high, but you go, "Oh, I can move to Ohio, work remotely.
Hmm.
I get to bank all that money in less taxes." California went, "Oh, no, no. You're not as smart as you think you are. We're going to take that from you for 10 years."
Listen, I'm going to say this right here. I think that's fair. I think that if you're going to work remotely, then wherever your employment is, that's what you should be taxed upon. I will say this: Trump came out and said that when was it, RC? I know you have to know. They have a certain time. I think it's till July that all federal employees have to go back to work. They can
Yep.
no longer work from home. And I think that's fair. I
Yeah, I
just
do
do.
as well.
I
Yeah,
think it's fair.
because they all voted for Biden. And
Yeah.
what did Biden do last week? He said that these people will be able to stay at home for the next what, 5 months? No, excuse me.
Five
Let me take
years.
that back. 5 years.
Right.
So
And
the
I think
thing
that
is, isn't that kind of like a type of extortion?
it sure is. I think it's
Yeah.
wrong. I
It
really do
is
think
wrong.
that's wrong. Um, Now, there are certain things like, if it before when 2020 changed the world, because it really did, there were remote jobs you could apply for, like being a salesman or uh, a
Telemarketing.
telemarketer or something like that. That should all still be in place. But you people that worked for a government agency that is now working from home and you're getting paid the same amount of money, I think that's complete bullshit. I just really, really think it's complete bullshit because listen, I got a husband that works 1 day a week usually from home. And I'm telling you, when he's working from home, uh, he's working a lot less from home than he would work if he was standing in a building.
But still getting
Right.
paid
And still
full
getting
time.
paid. That's right. That's right. That's right.
So I just got a job with the post office,
Yeah.
and which is a federal agency,
Right.
but it's not funded by taxpayer dollars. So before I got the job, I thought it was like, okay, they're going to pay me for 8 hours, but if I can do my route in, let's say, 4, 5, or 6, I'll still get my 8. Nope. If I finish in 6 and they're paying me for 8, they're either going to give me 2 more hours, or if they don't have 2 hours to give me, they put that against my paid time off.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
it's deducted from me if I don't have 8 hours of work.
Mm.
And the whole other government agencies, it's like, oh, well, you get to work from home. Like, that's fucking good for you, but it sucks for everyone else
Right.
because you're still getting paid your 8 and you're fucking off for 7
That's
hours of
that's
the day.
exactly right. You're exactly right. Good morning, Maggie. It's so good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. That's here, up in the bushes. We appreciate you being here. Do me a favor. All I ask is that you hit the like. That's it. I want to answer this for Lulu as well. She says, TJ, work in progress. Should we ask Leanie what the premium for insurance is? Over the lake. I wonder if it's the same as us, a few hundred a month. Well, we have a different, we have different health insurance policies here, just like everywhere else. But I will say, I talked to my middle daughter this week, and her husband is retiring from the military uh, the end of next month. And so they're having, because he's so young, he's put in 22 years, but because
Oh,
he's so
wow.
young, he cannot collect his money until he's a certain age, right? So he's still young. So he's already got a civilian job. But anyways, they're having to get insurance for her and her son until he reaches a certain age. He's covered, but she and their son is not. And the cheapest insurance that she has been able to find is $800 a month, and that's just the lowest of the low that they'll cover, like colds
And also, Lini or Lulu, when it comes to the United States, there's differences. Like, it's almost impossible to give somebody an actual price,
Mhm.
because you got high income state, middle
Mhm.
income states, you got low income states, and they just make up whatever they want to charge people.
Right. And on top of that, it's like she has pre-existing conditions, right?
Yep.
So that they also look at that, like, what are you coming into us with? Oh, you had diabetes when you were pregnant. Oh, we're adding that on. Oh, you've had cancer before. Oh,
Exactly.
we can't
Yep.
take you. You've had cancer. You're too high risk. That's what they do here. That's what
Yep.
they do here.
They'll
So
And they're
exclude
not
you from
supposed to.
coverage completely.
exclude you, right? But here's what people don't understand. We do have free health care here.
Yeah,
We
we
do.
do.
It's called the emergency room.
Yep. I was
Any
just gonna say that.
Yep. Any person, whether you're an illegal alien or whether you was born, raised, or bleeding USA blood,
Yeah, but
you
you'll
can
leave your
walk
kids in massive debt.
right. You can walk in to any emergency room apartment. You will get seen. You will get a prescription for medication. They always tell you, uh, see your GP the next day or whatever. If you need surgery, if you're dying, you're going to be treated. If you go in and you're having an aneurysm, they're going to treat you. They're going to take care of you. If you're in a coma, they're going to take care of you. They're going to get you through it. But the rest of your life, you're going to be in debt. But here's the deal. This is what a lot of Americans don't understand. So you get sent. When my daughter had her, now you guys listen to this. My daughter had, you guys know, kidney, heart given to her, right? She's a kidney and heart recipient. She spent, out of her 9 months pregnant, she went into the hospital the day she turned 15 weeks pregnant and was in the hospital until a week after her baby was born at 33 weeks. So at 34 weeks, she was released. Then she had a heart and kidney. You guys, after 3 insurances, they have 3. Her husband has 2. She has 1. After 3 insurances, it's her bills that were coming in were well over $1 million that was still owed.
Oh,
There's no
wow.
way in this world in her lifetime that she's going to pay that. But here, my kids are
Kids
putting
are.
$500, $600, $700 on these bills, and I'm like, knock it off. You're never going to pay it. You're never going to be able to pay that. So this is what I told her. And some of y'all might think that I'm abusing the system or whatever. There are people that use the emergency rooms for a cold or for pink eye because they can't afford insurance, so they don't have a regular doctor, right? My kid has real problems, needs real medical attention, or she dies. I mean, that's just it, life or death. This is what I told her. You see at the top where it says minimum payment, that $22, that's how much you pay a month. Because
I wasn't paying shit.
what you're doing is making your life unlivable. She literally cannot pay all of her bills because she's paying what the company wants her to pay. To start paying this back, it will never happen, you guys. And on top of that, it just keeps adding up, right? Every time she goes to the hospital, she gets admitted, or this or that's happening, right? Y'all,
And
my
there's
child's
interest on
my
top.
right, and then my child's got 3 insurances. She still pays over $600 a month for her life-saving medication that she has to take every day. That's after 3 insurances.
Oh,
Me,
wow.
me,
You think
meanwhile,
there's
they'll
something wrong here?
yeah. Meanwhile, they'll bring multiple candidates from a foreign country and go, "We're going to do a surgery on this person because they need it and they can't afford it across the pond, and we'll pay the $3-4 million, and
Mm,
we'll make sure that they're taken care of for life, but you won't take care of an American citizen."
Yep. As
that's
an
right.
American, you have to pay for them, but we as Americans won't pay for you
Yep.
as an American, which is fucked.
Sergeant Joe says, "Don't need health insurance. Clinics take cash." Yeah, but when you need that new heart and kidney, if you don't have health insurance, you're not getting it.
Yeah,
You will not be put on the list.
you don't
Money
have
talks.
500,000 to pay for that heart or $1 million to pay for that.
That's correct. That's right. So, and you need some cancer medications or radiation therapy. Oh, you don't have insurance, you're not getting radiation. So yeah, you could take cash in there, but guess what? Who can afford it?
Yeah,
Can
you
you?
don't have enough cash for that.
You got a couple grand to go in there and say, "Hey, I don't have insurance, but here's cash for my radiation treatments."
Unless
Everybody's
you're a
got that.
drug dealer.
But let us not forget this, because the last I worked 43, 43, 45 straight years, military, school system, and my last job, because I was trying to get a second pension, I lasted 10 years. So it's a medical field. Every hospital in this city receives every year millions of dollars for the people that do show up in the emergency room for, like you said, Lily, a cold, a pink eye, this and that. They get paid. For people who can't pay. They still try to get, that emergency money from the person. But of course, you can't turn nobody away. So even if they don't have the $100, and most of them don't, the hospital gets paid anyway.
Yeah. And do they tell the people
And
that?
they'll still
No.
send
Of
you a
course
bill.
not.
Sure,
Of
they still
course
send you a
not.
They
bill.
get paid to see you, and they send you a bill.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
exactly.
And
So
it's
my
not just
thing is, the American people don't do their research. They
hmm
don't know that this is occurring. And the other person in the chat said something about they couldn't afford to come here and live here, whatever. Hey, I have a suggestion. The border's open. Come on out.
Yeah.
Come on down.
To
Just walk
and
through the
it,
border. We'll
You
take
only
care of it.
got a few more hours.
yeah, Biden actually said, "Surge, do it now."
Do it
You know.
now. Get in there. Trump won't be able to
Well,
find you.
and if you've ever looked at your medical bill, they'll charge you $25 for a Band-Aid,
Yeah,
That's correct.
yeah,
or like
yeah.
$18 for a Gatorade.
That's right.
It's like, what the fuck is going on here? And unless you can test it yourself, that's what you're gonna pay. So
Mm-hmm.
unless you look at your bill and go, why is this juice $17? I
Listen,
could have bought it if I could have gotten out of the bed and walked down the hall, it'd have been $1. But
right.
because you brought it to me, it's $17.
Listen, that's why, when ever since my mom taught me this when we were kids, and we went to when we were little, we went to the military hospital. Then when we went to California, we went to Kaiser. And my mom, after the doctor walked out, and we were getting our coats and stuff, my mom would clear the cabinets. You guys should open every cabinet,
Oh yeah,
every
take it
band,
all.
every Band-Aid went home with her,
My mom
everything.
used to do the same thing, and
Yep.
I remember as a kid going, "Mom, that's stealing," and she goes,
Yeah.
fuck, no, it isn't. I
Yeah.
paid for this."
That's right. And that's why I tell, and I do the same thing. I did it when my kids were little too. I would clear out everything, and my
She'd
kids
take
ask me the same
the
thing.
popsicle sticks that
Yes,
like you do like
everything.
that with,
Yep.
she'd put them in her pocket.
Yep.
Everything she took with
Everything.
her.
Yep. My mom taught me that, and we did it too. And I tell my kids, like, if they go on to have a baby, I'm like, a lot of people will bring their own baby diapers and use them. A lot of people will bring, stuff that the hospital's going to give you. And I'm like, look at here. In 2 months, you're not going to have any diapers, because all the
Yep.
diapers you got at your party, your baby party, they're going to be gone. What you need to do is go ahead and use up all them diapers at the hospital, and then clear it whenever you
So
go home. Take every bit of that shit home with you. You'll be thankful.
my girlfriend broke her ankle a year ago, and when we were in the hospital, she had to pee, right? And she's in the bed all laid up, and I'm like, "Well, here, like, let me help you pee in this bedpan." And the nurse comes in. She goes, "Oh, well, do you want me to help with that?" And I'm like, "No, because there's going to be a service charge." And of course, it goes horribly wrong because I don't know how to like help her use the bedpan. So she ends up, pissing all over herself. But we saved probably $300 in service charges. And here she is, you know, the bedpan is full. She's lying in a bed of piss. But I'm like, hey, we saved
We
a
save
couple
money. You smell. You
you know,
smell, but we save
yeah, I'm like,
money.
I'm sorry it went so bad, but they didn't tack that on the fucking bill because they
Oh
can't.
no, yeah, yes they did. They said don't
Oh,
tell
they
them to
charged for the bedpan.
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
clean that bed.
100%. They
Yeah,
charged us
to
for the
clean that
bedding
bed is five
and the
hundred
pan,
bucks.
but they didn't get us for the fucking labor. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'll shove that thing under your ass. We're fine. And I'll tell you what, I
I would.
probably should have just paid the labor
You
charge
should have.
because it went
John,
so horribly wrong. There was piss everywhere.
listen, I got to give kudos to your girlfriend, because I just slapped the shit out of you for that. I would have been like, you motherfucker, you are paying the $200 because you're not putting this bedpan underneath me. Okay. It just would not have worked out
Well,
good.
I had to do what I had to do.
You
I
was
had
You
to
have to
help.
make sure you prop somebody up there, fella.
Yeah,
you
I
was
had piss
you
all
was
over
supposed
my
to carry her
hands
to the
and
bathroom. That's what
You
you're
know,
supposed to do.
hey, I was there for her.
You were. I mean, that is deep. That's really, you're going to be great in the delivery room. That's for sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I'm
much
not
for
going to
being
stare
here.
down the barrel though.
We have RC on panel, Wild Angel, and John Rooney. Can somebody drop Wild Angel's and RC's links in chat for me, please? If you haven't subbed up to my friends, please sub up to my friends, and I appreciate it so much. I want to bring up a couple things that I have open here. If you guys want to stick around for it, we can have a discussion. But I wondered, shut the hell up, Maggie. I miss you. I
Yes.
want to talk about a lot of, I don't know. You guys know I'm into American history. I love American history. And years ago, I thought, how the hell, uh, who has to move, these people out of the White House and move them in? Like, that's a hell of a job, right? I thought about it because, we moved every time the rent came due and we
I
didn't
bet
know
it pays
shit.
well.
So I'm thinking, damn, these people really. So I brought that up because did you know that the outgoing president is moved and the ingoing president is moved
Yep.
all at the
In
same
5
time?
hours.
And they've got 5 hours to do it in.
Yeah, I
5
was
hours.
amazed by that.
So I want to
But it
bring,
takes
was-
us 2 weeks.
yeah,
Melania Trump was talking about it, and I thought that was amazing. I was like, yeah, that's pretty quick.
yeah, it is
That's some
really, really
skill.
quick. So I want to bring that up and show you. I also um, wanted to show some pictures of the inside of the White House. Hit that motherfucking like 3.Davis in the house.
Yeah, we've been
Uh,
stuck at 10 since I got here. Well, actually, it was like 4 when I
oh,
first got in. But
you know what? You probably have to refresh. I don't know how many likes we have, but
oh,
I'm sure
okay,
it's not.
you're
I'm
probably
sure
right.
it's not enough. I'm sure it's not enough. But I want to bring this up
It's
if you guys
never
want.
enough, Leanie.
Right, John. I want to bring this up for
Yeah,
especially
we're at
for
18. You're right.
our friends who are not in the United States who don't know how this process works, but it's pretty phenomenal, you guys. It's phenomenal. So if you guys just want to hang out, bear with me. Just mute out for me so when I'm reading, I can.
Before
They,
you start,
yeah,
as soon as Maggie came in,
yeah.
she insulted me. Like, well, hello,
No.
panel, everybody except RC. I told her I love you. I said, hey, Maggie, I love you. Like, oh, that's so cute. Shut up, Maggie. But anyway, go ahead.
I don't feel bad for you at all, RC, because I remember
I
saying,
know you don't.
RC, I love you. RC, I love you. And you're like, I hate you, Leanie. I like you, but I hate you. Or no, you would say,
No, I love
you
you.
said,
I
I
just
love
don't
you,
like you.
but I don't like you, Leanie. So you deserve everything you get from Maggie. And
All
that's
right.
that. All right, let me bring this up because
Hey, Wild Angel, you notice how she shuts my ass up, but we can't shut her up for a minute.
right.
Jesus.
But it says according to Leanie up there. Isn't that great? So my opinion's all that really matters. I love it. It's the only place in my whole world that only my opinion matters. All right, let's bring this up, guys. I find it pretty interesting. I hope you do as well. If you don't, suck it. All right, let's see. There. Share that. Go back over here and make sure it's on the big screen. All right, mods, I'm not going to be able to see what's in chat. Let me say this as well. Can somebody please post the fair use in chat for me, please? This is not my work, of course. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. All right, it's fair use. Fair use, fair use. Do not come at me, YouTube. I will win. I'm telling you, I'll win. It's up.
You forgot to say highway robbery from the American tax dollars, but go ahead.
All right, here we go, guys. On January 20th, all eyes will be on the National Mall as Donald Trump is sworn in as the President of the United States. It also marks the day that a new leader will become the new White House resident, a frenzied American ritual known as the transfer of families. We all know that moving into a new home can be strenuous, but moving a new president in and an old one out of the property spanning 132 rooms with the highest security imaginable requires a hyper organized effort that must be accomplished in the span of 5 frantic hours. Over the last few decades, this has become the standard operating procedure. Matthew Costello, a senior historian at the White House Historical Association, told The Hill of the tight turnaround. It is chaotic, but it's very coordinated. As the 45th president of the U.S. takes office the second time, let's go behind the scenes on moving day in America's most famous house. Traditionally, the president-elect sleeps at the Blair House. You ask, what's the Blair House? Well, I'm going to tell you. The Blair House, a 119-room complex made up of 4 connected townhouses that quietly face the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, has become the traditional accommodations for a president-elect the night before inauguration. President Joe Biden and Barack Obama stayed here the night before their big days, but Trump didn't stay there on the night before his first inauguration in 2017. It remains to be seen whether he will this time. First Lady Melania Trump will be moving in on day 1, unlike last time, guys. During Trump's first term in 2017, First Lady Melania Trump moved into the White House 5 months after her husband was inaugurated. For his second term, she is preparing to arrive when her husband's term begins on January 20th, she said during a television interview. In fact, she'll be doing so far more publicity this time, telling Fox News that an upcoming documentary documenting her move in is set to be distributed up by Amazon Prime Video later in the year. Oh, I can't wait to watch it. The Trumps can't move in. Did you know? The Trumps cannot move in until noon on Inauguration Day, meaning not one lost sock, piece of underwear, shoestring, desk, or bed. Nothing can be moved in until noon on Inauguration Day. Biden's presidency doesn't officially end until noon on Inauguration Day, and Trump and his family may not move in a minute sooner. We're not allowed in the White House until noon on January the 20th. So we have to operate virtually from an off-site location and organize all the logistics from there, says Bradley Blakeman, who is a former President George W. Bush's deputy assistant. It's organized and they've got it done to a science. It's like a military maneuver. To accomplish this, the 90 permanent White House staffers arrive at 4 a.m., some sleeping on cots at their workstations, ready to make this transition happen smoothly, according to the Washington Post. They answer to White House staff Chief Usher Robert B. Downing. It is a day filled with many goodbyes and hellos as the residential staff prepares for the first family. Blakeman estimates about 500 people work to move the new administration in. Even if there's a Democrat in the White House and a Democrat is elected as president, it's as if the Republican is in because the president-elect will bring their own people, and the officers are completely reorganizing the West Wing for that. So no matter what, they're bringing so out with the old, in with the new. That's what's happening. So everybody that worked in the Biden White House is no longer employed unless the new president says, I want that person. Okay. So they're headed on over to the unemployment office. Just kidding. I'm sure they got something lined up. Uh, once the White House is empty, a deep clean begins. Once both first family's personal belongings have been moved, Trump's furniture and artwork stay in its moving boxes until the staff removes all traces of Joe and Jill. Joe and Jill. Carpets are vacuumed or replaced. Can you imagine? Windows are clean and paint touch-ups are made. Just outside the cabinet room, there is a rotating photography gallery of presidents, including photos of him meeting with world leaders, allies, reports ABC News. On move-in day, the photographs are swapped out for new ones of, say, the new president at inaugural ceremonies. How long does such a feat take in a 55,000 square foot space? 12 hours. Officers from the General Services Administration are moving people out and in, painting and recarpeting, says Blakeman. It takes every bit of 12 hours to finish up. They're in there until midnight and later to put the finishing touches on. The first family is responsible for getting everything to the White House, which I don't think was a big deal for the Trumps. One thing most people don't know, the first family is responsible for getting all of their belongings to the White House themselves. They have a coordinating effort with the government through private movers, says Blakeman. For example, President Obama had to cover transportation costs, either with personal funds or money raised for the campaign, to get his items from Chicago to Washington, D.C. Once the president-elect's belongings arrive, the resident staff takes custody of the possessions and begins unpacking. Can you imagine having someone come in, grab all your shit, take it to your new place, and unpack it and have it put everywhere you want it to be put? Sounds like love. I love it. Trump's preferences are carefully considered. Ahead of the move, Trump has spoken with the chief usher about his personal preferences, including his favorite snacks, preferred hair product, a floral arrangement, according to the slate. While he's being sworn in, the staff is busily stocking the pantry, hanging his clothes, preparing the bowling alley with shoes for the entire family. During the move-in process, the first family is at the inauguration or watching the parade, says Blakeman. By the time the parade is over, they have the inaugural balls. You guys, 4 of them to be exact. 4 inaugural balls. I'm telling you, the man's going to be busy. Couldn't imagine. So they're out of the residence for a long time, allowing for all this work to take place. The Trumps can choose a new chef. During their first week after moving, the president can also reassign who will be cooking for the first family. Maybe they don't like the chef that's there now, says Blakeman, but they probably won't make any meals or take any meals the first day while at the White House. The first meal will likely be the next morning at breakfast. Oh, President Trump is going to receive a new limo, you guys. The new president is outfitted with a snazzy new state car with cutting-edge security features.
Well, don't need that.
Oh, God, that scared me. Mostly only known to Secret Service. Also, if it hasn't been covered before move-in day, the president-elect will be brought up to speed on things as the White House top secret emergency apparatus was put in place after 9/11, says Blakeman. The next task will be decorating the White House. Once Trump moves in, he can bring his own decor to give the space a personal touch. That person remains unknown as of now. He can even completely redecorate the Oval Office, which may entail changing the artwork on the walls, the books, the shelves, and even the chairs, sofas, and other pieces of furniture. And there you have it, you guys. There's more stuff that I want to bring up, but we're going to talk about this for a minute. They do get to pick their own. So the Oval Office will be changed in that 5 hours, because what happens is, first thing in the morning, the president-elect is going to go to the White House where Joe Biden and his wife will meet them, greet them, whatever. They kind of all leave together, or the president-elect leaves and heads up to Capitol Hill, and then the outgoing president also comes up or whatever. And then at noon, everything changes over. And they just put the Oval Office back to, like, I think it's Truman's desk goes in there, like the original stuff. Once the president moves in, he may choose to bring his desk from his home, or some of them use for the Oval Office the desk. They choose to use historical desks. Like, obviously everything is cataloged that's in the White House, that's been there for many, many years. Each president leaves something there. It's cataloged, and some presidents use it in the White House and some don't. If whatever's not used is put into storage and cataloged, so that future presidents and their wives and their families can use it, but it can never leave the White House, if that makes any sense.
Right.
I think it's also. Sergeant Joe says, I know details of the limo. It weighs 3 times as much from the armor plating. Wow.
Yes. Yep.
3. Dave says, I believe he's a piece of wet garbage, but I hope for the best. I'm a positive person. I like that. I dig it. Listen, what did they used to call the limo, you guys? It was called something. What was it called, RC?
Yeah,
Do you guys know?
I forgot. Damn it. The
There's
tank.
the tank or something like that. There's a name for it. Yeah. That thing is massive. I'm hoping
bulletproof.
Everything proof, right?
I mean, bomb
Yeah, it's
proof
like
to
bomb
a certain
proof.
extent,
Yeah.
but you know.
Isn't it made with the Beast? There it is.
Yeah, the beast. There
Yeah,
you go.
there it is. Isn't it made with what do you call that stuff? That Rhino shield, or what do you call that stuff?
Yeah, Teflon shit.
Yeah, that stuff.
Bulletproof and.
But you can't really tell. It's like on the inside of the body of the car.
Right. Yep.
I think
It's
that's
like
awesome.
hermetically sealed and whatnot.
Yeah, and he could do everything from that, right? Like there's even a button to declare war, I guess. Everything. It's like a moving office, right?
I would stop the cleaning part.
You would stop the what?
The cleaning part. I want Donald Trump to go in there and look for some powder.
Hunter Biden's got a bag of powder in there somewhere.
Well, he's getting a new one. And it's the same for Air Force One. Air Force One, there's a new. Did you guys know that?
RC, they already found the bag. They just didn't do anything about it.
Sergeant Joe says ceramic Kevlar and steer. Yes, that's it. Kevlar helmets. But it's the same as Air Force One. Every time a new president comes in, it's a whole new Air Force One. Did you guys know that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that is it's a flying White House, you guys. Everything is on it. Everything
it's essentially
is on it.
A flying.
It's an amazing machine.
I wouldn't mind traveling on that. I'd be scared, but
I know, me too. It would be neat.
And they got 2.
Yeah, 2. Yep. You're right. You're right,
RC. Trump has a pretty bad
one for the vice president.
So a lot of times people don't realize that when they show Trump getting on a Air Force One, this and that, sometimes, when they say, well, he's flying out this way, that way, actually, no, the second plane is a detour.
Yeah, decoy.
They try to fuck with the American public or the enemy.
Do you remember when Trump first came in office, he wanted to use his Trump plane, remember?
Yeah.
And his own helicopter,
No,
and they were
like, let him.
Yeah, they're like negative because it's not secure the way that, of course, Air Force One. I mean, you cannot find it. Listen, I don't know if you guys do it, but I have Flight Aware on my computer, and I watch different flights. And I mean, when Koberger got sent back from Massachusetts back to Idaho, I tracked his plane all the way. You can't track Air Force One at all. So there's that.
Good reason.
But that just goes to show you, that he is, I feel like he is conscious about, using his own things as much as he can. If it was me and you you said, look, you can use a company car or your car. I'm fucking using the company car. Why would I want to put the miles on my car? And Trump doesn't think that way. He's like, I'll just use my own shit. Thanks. Put it away. Put y'all stuff.
Well,
And they were like, negative, sir. Negative.
remember during his first presidency, he got called out and basically got in trouble for housing. I forget if it was like Congress or some government like meeting, and he was like, oh, we'll do it at Mar-a-Lago because I can do it at cost. And they go, oh, that's a violation,
Mhm.
like you can't use your thing for profit. And he's like, I'm doing it for free, but everyone was like, oh, he's trying to make money
Right.
on using his hotel. And he's like, no, I wasn't charging them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you know what he needs to do is just quit worrying about the money. But that's who he is as a human, right? That's how come he's got the money he's got today, because
Well, and
he's
that's
worried about the money.
that's kind of what I'm saying is he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. I
Right.
get why there's rules for that, but he's like, oh no, like I could save the government, $1 million because
Right.
they would have paid some other hotel millions of dollars
And mind you,
for that meeting.
yeah, and John, mind you that when you got politicians in there, they're not thinking, it's not their dime. What the hell do they care?
Well,
But you've
and
got a
they're all about
business,
it.
right? And you got a
Because they
businessman,
choose a hotel and they go, well, you give me
right?
10% and I'll choose your hotel. Trump
Right.
goes, I'll do it for free at my hotel because I own the motherfucker.
Right.
You
And it just goes to show you that uh he's a businessman, right? So even though it's not his money, he knows he's thinking of ways to save. He knows in a roundabout way it's all
Yeah,
of our money.
the government bloat is, in my opinion, one of the biggest problems in this country, other than money in politics in the first place.
Let me jump in chat real quick. Jamie is here. She says she's listening, my loves, but I'm applying for apartments. Oh, Jamie, God bless you,
Yeah,
honey.
good luck.
We're praying for you. I know what you're doing. Oh, she says it right. She's leaving an abusive relationship. If we can remember to say a prayer for Jamie, lift her up, and think good thoughts for Jamie.
Yeah, more
That's
power
really
to Jamie.
that's tough, Jamie. And we
Before
wish
you
you well.
leave, burn all his clothes.
Burn all of his clothes.
No, just
Don't
make
do
sure you
that, you
have
might
somebody
get
that's
charged.
looking out for you.
Sergeant
Family
Joe
and friends.
says the beast can run on flat tires, 1 inch thick bulletproof glass with polycarbonate laminates, bigger
Yep.
engine, custom shocks. I love that. I love that so much. Yeah, Jamie, we love you, honey. And it's also got a heavier frame, he says. All right, guys, I want to bring up just before the my Aussies friends have to leave and go to bed because they're way ahead of us. I want to also bring this up. It's just a little bit of history. If you guys don't like it, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's according to Lena, the
It's
one that
according to
never
Lena.
shuts up.
Do
Yeah,
what?
it's whatever the
Okay.
fuck Leanie wants to
That's
do.
right. What Leanie wants, Leanie gets. Big-headed user Queenie Leanie. Fucking bitch. All right, hold on.
I concur.
Just trying to live up to the names that are given me. Love it.
Well, I never
All
told
right.
you
The
that.
names you have earned, not
Yes,
given.
well, I didn't know I earned them, but I was told I did.
You
So
have now.
I guess. All right, let's look up this one. All right, that's on Big Stream. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives the allowance for Leedy to use this content to be used for purposes of criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. It's just fair use, guys. It's just fair use. All right, let's go over here. Y'all, I find this shit interesting. It's not that big of a deal. The White House has been pulled apart, rearranged, gutted by fire and renovation, reassembled. yet it's always the same. Its idea has become its essence. Following a competition for the design of the president's house in the spring of 1792, Irish architect James Hoban was commissioned to build the home and office for the President of the United States. With guidance from President George Washington, Hoban employed craftsmen brought from as far away as Scotland and oversaw a free and enslaved labor force that constructed one of America's finest 18th century stone buildings. The cornerstone for the resident was laid on October 13th, 1792. Labor and material shortages contributed to revisions in the original plan. Most significantly, there would only be 2 main floors, not 3, and less expensive brick made at the site was employed as a lining for the stone facades. This is a map. You're welcome to look it up yourself. The name White House probably came from a colloquial, I don't know if I'm saying that right, colloquial, use soon after the stonemasons whitewashed the house in 1798 to protect the walls. The white finish brought out the fine exterior ornamentation, although Executive Mansion and President's House were more commonly used in 1901 when the building was officially named the White House. On November 1, 1800, President John Adams became the first occupant of the house. The exterior and handful of rooms were finished at the time for the Adams' brief 4-month residency. Thomas Jefferson was the next president to reside in the house. During his presidency, he had 2 water closets installed and outfitted the fireplaces with coal-burning fixtures. With architect Benjamin Latrobe's assistant, Jefferson also built long columnar terrace extending on the east and west. In 1810, Latrobe installed a Pettibone furnace for President James Madison and the First Lady Dolly Madison. It used a series of kettles and clay pipes to force hot air up from the basement. When the British troops set fire to the house on August 24, 1814, the system was destroyed and never replaced. Burned to a charred skeleton during the War of 1812, the president's house became the object of shame and wonder. Talk spread of moving the capital inland, with suggestion to go as far as Cincinnati, Ohio. But Andrew Jackson's victory over the British at the Battle of New Orleans restored national pride, and the idea of rebuilding the nation's capital became symbolic of triumph. James Hoban was hired to rebuild the Executive Mansion in 1815. 2 years later, President James Monroe took up residence and purchased furnishings for the still unfinished interiors. In 1824, during James Monroe's administration, Hoban completed the south portico. Double stairs curved up to a much-needed porch, and columns lent the vertical sweep to the architecture of the house. In 1829, Hoban started the construction of the north portico and finished it a year later during the presidency of Andrew Jackson. The fine carved stone of the north door, a garland of roses and acorn over the north portal, was overshadowed by the mass of the portico. Running water was introduced to the Jackson White House in 1833, as an ingenious system was devised to pump water to an East Terrace bathing room. In 1840, Martin Van Buren hired a live-in fireman to manage the boilers of the monstrous, how do I say the fucking word?
Monstrosity.
Thank you. New furnace. In 1848, James Polk directed that the gas lighting fireplace candles in the chandeliers and wall fixtures. It was an era of great inventions. I would not wish to exchange this house for any other. I think it beautiful. I love this house for the associations that no other could have, the First Lady Lucy Webb Hayes said. From 1830 to 1902, changes to the main block of the White House occurred, principally in the interiors. Under Andrew Jackson, the East Room was completed and fully decorated. Succeeding presidents, who their wives periodically refurbished the house to reflect the changing tastes of their time. And finally, Abraham Lincoln was too immersed in the crisis of the Civil War to care about the flub-dubs of this damned old house. But after Lincoln's presidency, the White House returned to its routine pattern of changes which came with each new administration. In 1879, the first telephone was installed for President Rutherford B. Hayes. Electric wiring was installed in 1891. President Benjamin Harrison, from Indianapolis, Indiana. The First Lady Caroline Harrison, afraid of being shocked, were nervous about working lights. Chester A. Arthur, president from 1881 to 1885, called on Louis Comfort Tiffany to add his touch to the White House. A number of spaces on the state floor were transformed by the decorative patterns, glazing, and trademark colored glass technique, most notably in the entrance hall, transverse hall, and the Blue Room. In 1890, the First Lady Caroline Harrison promoted the major expansion of the White House complex that included an art wing open to visitors, but Congress refused to fund it. Theodore Roosevelt said, "I don't think that any family has ever enjoyed the White House more than we have." Early during his presidency, Theodore Roosevelt changed the building from the Executive Mansion to the White House. In 1902, the First Lady Edith Roosevelt asked the distinguished architect Charles McKim for his advice concerning the cramped second-floor quarters. His recommendations for completing renovations of the house doubled the space allocated to the family's living quarters, provided a new wing for the president and his staff, and created a new area on the east for receiving guests. The plans changed the interior and the function of the White House. With a few expectations, much of the complex as we know it today reflects the design of 1902. In 1909, President William Howard Taft had the West Wing enlarged, adding the first Oval Office. Herbert Hoover remodeled the wing and rebuilt it after a fire in 1929. With the expansion of staff in the 1930s, Franklin D. Roosevelt requested additional space. How much fucking space does a person need? Jeez Louise. And the wing was renovated under the eye of architect Eric Gogler. He built a second story, excavated the larger basement for staff and support services, and moved the Oval Office from the south to its present location in the southeast corner, adjacent to the Rose Garden. The term the West Wing for the new executive office space came into common usage in the 1930s. In 1948, architect Lorenzo S. Winslow built a balcony on the south portico for Harry Truman. Soon after, the entire building showed signs of significant structural damage. The brick that Hoban had used to line the stone facade was being stressed to its limits. Well, yeah, you guys keep adding on to the fucking house. Jeez Louise. Winslow began full renovation of the White House, which, as one inspector put it, was standing up purely from habit. The Truman renovation retained the original walls, the third floor, and the roof, while removing and then reinstalling the interiors within the skeleton of the steel structural beams on the new concrete foundation. 2 levels of sub-basements and service area under the north portico was constructed, and the grand staircase was substantially changed. Of the state floor rooms, only the state dining room wall panels were reinstalled, but then were painted. Updated conveniences were adding, including central air. Oh, praise God for that. On March 27, 1952, Truman moved back into his new home. So, you guys, I mean, the house has been through some shit.
Right.
Since 1952, attempts to preserve the history of the president's house and new research have resulted in decorative interior changes, but no substantive architectural work. Beginning in 1980, as many as 40 successive layers of paint 40
Oh my
layers of
gosh.
paint, can you imagine, were removed from the exterior walls. Following the removal of paint, masons restored the stone. In 1990, the Historical American Building Survey began a documentation project to record the exterior elevations and interior architecture of the White House. This comprehensive record of historical main house will be used for future renovation, restoration, maintenance, and interpretation of the house. And there is on this, you can find a lot of 360s where you can like walk through the house and get all dizzy and shit, look up and down and spin yourself around, that kind of thing. And these live 360s, it's great fun. I got dizzy doing it, so I'm not going to do it here. But there you go. There's just a little bit of history on it. And did you know, just so you guys know, there is a room in the White House, probably not now known as this, but it was known as the Queen's Room. It used to be called the Rose Room because I forget which president's daughter stayed in it, and it was decorated in hues of gold, of rose color. Well, then of course the Queen came to stay, and Churchill came to stay, and I think there's been 3 or 4 different queens from different countries came to stay. Blah blah blah. If you're looking directly at the White House, if you're standing right in front of it, and I've been blessed to stand there many, many times. And nighttime was my favorite. I'll just put that there. If you're standing in front of the White House and you're looking at it, look all the way to the right-hand side. It looks like the bottom window, but it's not really the bottom window. That's really the second floor of the house. There's a lamp in the window, or there was up until, I don't know if they still do it now, but it was up until then. And it's the only light on in the front of the house. It was dark out there the last time I was there. I was there with some family, and my mom was with me, and she knows, she's who gave me my love for American history. And she said, hey, Blondie, she said, you know what that lamp is over there? I thought that's where the president was sleeping. I was like, right on, president's right there, y'all. Trump was in office the last time I was there. That's what I was there. It's like, Trump is sleeping right there. He's like, no, girl. It's like, hey, Trump is upstairs, back in the back. I was like, oh. And I wasn't allowed to scream out Trump. You guys know how I scream things out? Like, I love you, Santa, and singing Christmas carols out my front door and shit, you know? Well, I wanted to scream that I love Trump. And my mom was like, don't, because it was like 1 o'clock in the morning when we were there, and there's police everywhere, and of course people are in there and they're asleep. So anyways, if you're looking at the building, far right, there's a window there. It had a lamp in the window. That was called the Queen's bedroom, and the lamp was always on as a gesture to England that that was her bedroom, and she was always welcome to the White House. Did you know that? Did you guys know that on panel?
Nope,
No,
don't give a shit either. But
Oh, fuck off! Fuck off! Jay Badass is here. Hello. Hey, sister. I don't know if it's still done today. Of course, it would be known as the King's bedroom, but yeah, it was there. It was fascinating to me. It was fascinating. So I always thought baby child was going to go to the White House. You guys used to tell me when he was little he was, and I was like, please let me sleep in the Queen's bedroom. Like, can I have that room? He's like, yeah, you're over housekeeping, and I was like, cool, I'll do it. But yeah, there's a lot of greats if you're into it, into history, even paranormal stuff. A lot of stuff happened at the White House, you guys. A lot of things happened at the White House, and it's interesting. It really is. So I thought I would show you guys that. I hope that it was good. I hope you liked it. If you didn't, suck it. And I still love you. Have you guys been to the White House?
I've never.
No,
On
I haven't been.
I did
Wild
when I
Angel.
was a kid. The school trip that was going to Washington D.C. My parents didn't fork over the cash, so I couldn't go. I
Oh,
was like the only kid in my class who couldn't
oh
go,
my
so I had to
God.
like sit in on everyone else's class in a different grade because my grade was in DC.
Oh, your parents failed you on so many levels. So many. If you get a chance, I say go to the White House. I would love to walk in the White House. What's up, Trump? What's up, Don?
Yeah,
Donald?
right.
Donnie?
Give him a
Let's have a
fist bump.
yeah.
Right?
Donnie, can I touch your shoulders? Bring it in, buddy. Bring it in. Back up, bitch. That's me.
I'd get karate chopped by fucking Secret Service. I'd be like, I just want a
No,
hug.
I think Donald would probably hug me. I really do. I did
He hugs, yes.
and Melania would be looking at me and I'd be like, bitch, back up. Okay, just stop. I don't want your man. I just want to feel his shoulders. I don't need anything. I'm good. Uh, and I want to shake his hand. He's got big hands. Wild Angel. He's got big hands. I looked. You know what that means, right? Big hands, big gloves.
I was
Yeah,
just about to say that.
big gloves. Could you imagine putting your hand, this hand in? Oh, I always talk about handshakes. I'm funny about that. When I go to shake a guy's hand, shaking female's hand, we don't shake females' hands too much unless I was at work and I was in a position that I had to. Then, of course, I did. But shaking a guy's hand, y'all, it literally turns me to mush. Not in a good way either. I turn into this wet, disgusting noodle. If a guy barely touches my hand and kind of just shakes it up and down, but he's touching it like just grabbing my little fingers. I have a severe problem with that. I I I grab it harder if a guy's doing that, right? Because my grandpa used to tell me, he used to make me shake his hand. And he'd be like, "Come here, Blondie, shake my hand." And I would shake his hand. He's like, "No, shake my hand." And I would shake his grandpa. And he'd be like, "No, I want you to understand this. And this is something we don't teach our kids today." He said, when you shake a man's hand, that's your word. That's a comrade. It's a trust. It's a word. He said, and you look a man in the eye every time you shake his hand. Don't
Yep.
look away. Don't nothing. You look that person in the eye. You're comrades now. The trust is there. It's a respect thing, and you look him in the eye and you hold it firmly, like you're proud to be doing that. And he quizzed me and quizzed until I got it right, y'all. And so ever since that, I judge people on their handshake. I judge people on their handshake.
Well, my dad never taught me like how to play football or sports or anything, but he did teach me a handshake is your bond, it's your word, it's everything you have in life.
Yes,
So you do it firmly, you do it,
you mean it.
looking in their eye when you do it. So I've always had like a firm handshake, but I love Trump. When he handshakes, he pulls you in.
He pulls you right.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. It's like a
Oh my.
dance.
If he pulled me in, I'd be like, "Oh, Big Daddy,
Oh,
hang on."
I'd be like, oh, you like, I'm not gay, but I'm like, you have me.
Because he does. He pull you in and then he grabs kind of your elbow so you can't unlock with him, right? And then
Exactly.
he shakes a minute and then he talks and then he shakes again and he talks and he's staring you
And
down
he
the whole
still
time.
holds like your arm
Yeah,
while he
he's got.
does it. It's in my opinion, it's like the most genuine handshake I've
It
ever seen.
is. It is. I like a good handshake. And if Trump did that, I'd be like, "Can I French kiss you? Can we tongue now, sir?"
Now, one
I'm
thing my
almost
dad
kidding.
did tell me is like when you're shaking with a woman, you don't, you
Yeah,
go like 1%, you know,
right, right. But a
like
man,
very dainty.
but
But
man,
when it's between men, you go in and you go in like you kind of arch your elbow out a little bit and you really get that good shake and you look them in the eye.
yeah, you have to. I'm so glad my grandfather. But I judge people. I judge men on that. I judge men on their hands. I really do. I'm like, I'll shake your hand, and if you have a decent hand, then I'm kind of looking at. I'm like, oh, you don't work on cars, do you? You don't work on cars. I see it. I see it. And especially if you got a wet noodle handshake,
Yeah.
you know that
Yeah.
and you're like, oh,
I
you got the
I do kind of judge other men by like their like lack of fervor in
yeah.
their handshake.
You
I'm
gotta,
like, if you don't like grab hold,
yeah,
if when I shake your hand, if your shoulder is going wee woo, then it's like
right.
I wouldn't trust you in a fight.
Right. I mean, you want to feel all that in that handshake. I'm glad I'm glad JB said this. My badass. She said I looked George right in the eyes and squared off. Now I get to tell that story because she mentioned it first. I've got that picture. I've got that picture. Jay Badass, who is my hero, she sent me a picture. As most of us know here, she is retired FBI. She sent me a picture of her shaking George W.'s hand. And I mean, she's looking right at him like, and the cutest dimples on her face. Y'all, she's a little hottie. She ain't no bigger than a minute. I gotta tell you, JB is no bigger than a minute. She's cute as all get out, but she's fucking tough. And I mean, in that picture, George is looking at her like, yeah, I mean, George wanted some of that. I'm just gonna say,
No, no.
yeah, he did.
No, you got that all wrong. She was telling them, look, motherfucker, I know what you did last summer.
Listen, I thought George W was one of the best. I was in love with him. I really was.
Oh Lord.
I was like beefcake.
Now when he dodged that shoe, I was like, that's a badass.
Listen, I'm not.
And he
I'm
just
not.
pointed and laughed.
I'm not talking about any of his politics or shit like that, right? I'm just talking about he's just an old Texas boy, and he's a fucking smartass, and I dig it, right? So I know we would have fun. He
I feel you on that, Leanie.
he likes sex because he's having all kind of affairs, right? So I feel like I'm his girl for a good 13 minutes. I go hang out with Bush. I think he's fucking funny. Let's have a beer, Bush. Show me your Bush. I would love it to hang out with you. Did you guys see him at the funeral? Did you guys watch the funeral of Jimmy Carter?
A little bit of it.
He kind of looks over. They're they're showing a picture of Donald Trump and Obama actually getting
Yeah, I
along.
saw that one.
And it shows a picture of Bush, and he kind of looks over away from Donald and them, but he's looking over at someone in the crowd, and he gets this sly look that he used to have on his face, the crooked.
Yes, I remember that look of his.
And he's thinking something smart ass to say.
I don't know. I was thinking something smart too when I seen Camilla's face when those two were talking about
and they didn't shake her hand. Oh my God, so good. So good. We got some new people that have come through chat. Let's see. Forrester. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? Wedding Cake says it's freaking 38 degrees outside. We're at a cool 20
It's so
here.
cold. Yeah, it's like
Wild
16,
Angels,
I think.
Yeah. I knew Wild Angel would be colder. And RC and Mary Jane Doe. What you guys got? RC, what's your temp like? Did RC fall asleep? Was he like, fuck Leanie, I hate her?
You talking to me, lady?
Oh, honey, I'm talking to you.
Hey.
Yeah, well, you ain't doing much.
What's your temperature there? Fuck off, RC. Maggie, come get your man.
Yeah, just pass me around like a cheap whore. That's really fucked
You don't
up.
mind. You don't mind.
Let's see.
Oh.
Right now, what do we got here?
Oh, God bless you, whoever sneezed.
It's down at 25. The
Oh, God
snow
bless you.
gets here about. First they said noon. Now it's showing 3 p.m. We're supposed to get 5 inches, 6 inches maybe, depending on how the cold front behaves. And I'm like, yeah, just tell me how to, what's like a woman?
Wait a minute. Wedding Cake says it's minus 38. Where the hell are you?
You must be up. He's got to be up
Antarctica.
north. Meaning they talking warm.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a nice warm 40 degrees in California.
Are you kidding me? It's only 40 there?
Yeah.
How funny.
Yeah.
It's also 3:20 in the morning.
Wait,
You'd
you're
think it would be warmer with all the hot air in
all
the
the
atmosphere over
fires,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a constant dumpster fire out here in California.
Maggie, you would be very proud of me. I had 5 on panel. PCT was up here and everybody behaved and everybody took turns speaking. So if you want to come up, you can. But if
Nah,
you
I don't
continue,
want up here. Tell her to stay her ass home.
oh, RC, you don't tell the co-host that. Yeah, it's gonna we're getting an Arctic. Yeah, I did, Maggie. It was good. I was nervous.
I was kind of hoping Maggie would come on panel.
Maggie, John said he's hoping you come on panel.
Maggie, behind you, the
I
mouse.
swear she popped in earlier. I know I saw her. I swear I did. For a minute.
Last time I was here and she was on panel, I sat on the sidelines and I was like, "Oh,
Oh, do you not owe for me? Oh,
oh, I owe for you every night."
oh, honey. Woo! Do you owe for me? Do you owe for me, RC? Oh.
I stay up 2 extra hours so I don't have to dream about you.
RC, I love
RC is
you.
too funny, man.
Where's our friend from England that loves RC? Always asking about RC. What's his name?
Nathan?
Nathan.
Yeah.
RC's up on panel and Nathan missed it. Oh, Nathan, we
He said,
love
I
you.
want to record his voice. And I'm like, what?
Well,
That's the
you know,
first time I was like, what the fuck? What's he talking about?
RC, it must be, you know how we react to like overseas, the way that they talk and stuff. We're just like, wow, that's an incredible voice. And
Yeah,
apparently they
I
think the
love,
same
yeah.
about us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I love Maggie's voice. I just can't. I don't fucking
Can't
like
stand that bitch, right?
her. I just can't stand her. This.
I don't understand her, but I love every word.
Sometimes we slow her down. We can slow her down. Sergeant Joe says Maggie can't come up on the panel. She is busy tying me to her bed.
No, there you go. That's an excuse I will take.
Yeah, she's tying you up so she don't have to do nothing. That's why.
Oh, she can come up here so I can make some coffee. I need some coffee.
Café,
Uh-huh.
café,
Coffee.
café.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Anyways.
Spanish for coffee, I mean.
Cafe.
Café.
Coffee. Coffee.
As Trump would say, kafefi.
Coffee. There's a guy that comes in here. That's his screen name, Coffee. He came up on panel once. Yeah.
Maggie, the mouse is right behind you.
Oh, bless her. Bless her. Bless her. So are you guys gonna watch Inauguration? Are you interested in it?
Yes.
When's
plan
that?
to.
Tuesday? When is it? Monday?
What?
Monday.
Monday. No? Yes?
Yeah. Okay.
Are you gonna watch it?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
What says you, John?
Oh, I definitely am.
So there was did you guys know there was a prior secret service guy that I forget who it was. Somebody asked him what the what do you call it? What is the risk? What percentage of risk does President Trump have of being hurt? And he said 50-50, you guys. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Even the stuff in place.
Well, they're gonna be on indoors, so
Yeah, but not for the parade, RC.
I thought they were canceling that shit.
I don't think I've looked and looked and looked. I can't find where they canceled it. Now he may just ride the parade route, but it's not. It's dangerous for people to be out there in it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, I heard the same as RC was saying that it's all gonna be indoors, and for the parade, I would imagine he's just gonna be in the Beast.
Yeah, but then
I,
you when you say the parade, then people are going to want to stand out and watch it. But I love the parade. I
Well,
really.
and if I know Trump, he's gonna like pop out the sunroof or something. He's gonna be seen,
Hopefully, it's big
I
you
enough.
was
know,
just gonna
in
say.
person.
but they already said that the temperature is gonna go down into the teens, so they don't want
Yeah.
nobody out there. So,
Yeah,
Oh,
Maggie,
that's
what
true.
says you? Welcome, Mags.
hi
Oh,
Maggie.
thank you. Shut up,
Hello,
Hello.
RC.
Maggie.
Hiya, John.
Hi.
Did she
I
say
get to
shut up
talk
to
to
me?
you almost in real life.
Oh my God, listen, she's so jealous. I got a message saying that you were on panel and not about to coming in to just
Well,
stay in chat.
well,
I swoon
I
over
got,
you, Maggie.
John, I do you, and this is why she said it to me. She went, I'm telling you now, John Rooney's on panel. Don't you dare get up on that panel. Do you hear me? You stay in the chat and keep your trap shut. That's what she said to me.
I was waiting for hours.
John, I was hoping you was going to see me and ask me to get up because otherwise you wouldn't have let me in.
Okay,
How
she's
are you, love? Are you okay, lovely? You okay, John?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Well, you sound wonderful. And you know what? I'm going to have to really behave myself and keep my trap shut now because it's been going so well. I don't want to balls it up having five on a panel. Do you know
oh
what I mean? So,
you won't balls it up,
No,
and
you
I'm gonna
won't
go
balls
smoke.
nothing.
I'm gonna go smoke. Say hello to your fans. Everybody, like Maggie's here. I love her. I love it. Maggie's here. We're all gonna pay attention.
Oh,
Everybody
Leanie, I
pay
love
attention.
you.
Everybody pay.
oh,
We love Maggie's.
I love Leanie the most.
shut up, Leanie. You have to be British like me. Yeah,
Bye.
but you know what, Leanie? You're loved by all the guys over here, so there's the difference. It's just change, isn't it? It's just change. I'm
I'll
being
be.
nice, John, because she, after all, she is the channel owner. Do you know what I mean? Got to behave myself. As much as we sound like we get on, I get near full. Do you know what I mean? I get warned, do not speak to them, do not speak to them, and do not speak to them. The only one she allows me to speak to is RC because he doesn't put up with me. How are
this will
you,
be a
Wild
first.
Angel?
Not too bad.
That's good, love. Good to hear. RC, are you okay, dear? Oh, God. See what I mean, John? I can't win. Do you know what? I get on and I say hello to everyone on panel except RC because he had attitude with me last time he spoke. And then he goes, hello, Maggie, my love. So I go, oh, hiya, RC. And now look, he's blanking me again.
She comes in, Wild Angel, and she's anticipating, and nobody even knew she was there to begin with. And I'm like, going. As soon as she got in, she goes, everybody except RC in the panel. I'm like, what the fuck did I do to her? I didn't even speak to you.
You need to start writing it down when you're speaking to me and when you're not because you keep forgetting.
A mouse that's running around your house has got some big teeth.
Oh my God, let me tell you, the app as well. Oh, I could show you some pictures. I'm going to send you them. You wouldn't believe it.
You
The
took
massive.
pictures of the
Anyway,
mouse?
I took pictures of the rats, of course.
Then he said it was just a
Oh.
mouse.
Oh no, this one was a mouse. But there's been rats before today. You've no idea what I live with. You should bring me to America.
Well, you seen that rat in New York City carrying a slice of pizza up the stairs in the subway, right? And everybody was like, hey, step aside. Rat's got to, he just stole a slice of pizza from the Italian restaurant. Let him go.
I didn't see. Is there a picture? I didn't see it. You're gonna have
No,
to show me.
it's a video. I'll find it for you.
Oh,
I'll bring it next time.
oh,
Oh
send
yeah.
it to me. Yeah. Oh
During
yeah, send
COVID,
it.
the rats were attacking people because they didn't have any food.
Well, yeah, because there was no bin people coming to take all the trash away. They were running amok here as well. It was awful, John. It was like the Pied Piper here. Honestly, they were everywhere. And because we live on a railway embankment, our gardens, our yards, whatever, are backed onto a railway embankment. So every blue moon, it gets baited. And there's also a working area over there too. And if you start digging and doing all kinds of maintenance, and then that's when it all goes crazy again. But every few years in winter, we get this happening. But there's a couple of the neighbours now who are overrun with them. And because we live on a terrace block of houses, we all, once one gets them, that's it, everyone gets them. So we're all panicking and expecting a visit from the rat man next Wednesday. So he's got his work
Have a
cut out,
rat
hasn't
man.
he? We have a rat man. We have a rat man, and he's coming next Wednesday.
I was gonna ask, so how is life across the pond? But
Shit.
apparently it's full of
Shit.
rats.
Oh, it's shit, John. It's shit. I always say, I wish I had a nice house somewhere quiet in the countryside. But then I'd still get digging mice, wouldn't I?
Yeah,
So
I was
get
gonna
them
say,
little
don't
cute
we all?
ones. I know. Steve said we can't wait. Do you
Yeah,
think it'll lit in a
they'll just be a lot cleaner. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, less diseases, possibly
oh
bigger,
my
but less diseases.
I mean, even in apartment blocks, don't they like Skyblock and high ones? They get them there as well. I can't get over it. How these mice and rats can run up walls. My cousin one time was in her bedroom. It's doing something in the well, she wasn't doing anything like that in the bedroom, but she was in the bedroom looking out the window, and she could see a house facing, and she seen this mouse running up the wires of the wall, the TV wires that were all pinned to the wall, and going into the bathroom. She had to phone the neighbour to tell her the mouse has just gone in your bathroom. Oh my God, it's terrible. It really is. I'm terrified. I mean, not last year or the year before, we had 9 rats in our bin outside. They were caught in the garden. All of a sudden, we were sitting there and we'd see the rats coming up to the windows, and we were like, "Oh my God!" So we had to get big industrial ones that they use on the farms. You know, the catchers, the traps. So we set them all under all the privet edgings, and we were getting 2 a night. They were huge. They were as big as a squirrel.
Two a
That,
And I'm
that's
night?
not,
so
That's crazy.
that's
yeah,
so wrong of
honestly.
you. That's wrong of you.
Oh, don't say that, RC, because it breaks me
No,
off. There's
they were
murder in
looking
here.
through your window. They were just being neighborly. What the hell?
Really?
It's like, hi,
Well, they can go
hi,
and be
Maggie.
neighbourly if someone.
They're
They were
just
running
gonna
up the
borrow
wash
some
pole.
sugar.
Do you know you've got one of those poles that you prop your washing line with? You know what I mean?
A what?
Washing
It's a
line?
pole. You're right. You know you've got a washing line that you hang your washing in your garden. I don't know whether you Americans do it. Well, you do. Leanie said you do, but not as much now because you have dryers,
I was gonna say we
clothes
use a
dryers.
Yeah,
dryer
we have
here.
clotheslines.
Yeah, well, you know the washing lines. You know what I mean? What you put your laundry on in the garden outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wire.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean to
So
hang them
it
to dry?
yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
you know it's a pole, and it props up against the wire that whatever it is you put you hang your clothes on. You prop it up so it goes high, and then you pull it away, and so it drops your line down. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, you prop it up. Well, it was running up the pole. Listen to this, RC. It was running up the pole and jumping off onto the table and chairs.
It was athletic.
I've got a video. I've got a video of it running up the pole. It run up it and fell down a couple of times. Then it started again. Then another rat went to run under the gate, the garden gate, and got stuck because it was that fat. I've got pictures. Honestly, I've got pictures.
He
I'll
got
have to put
stuck
them up.
because he's fat.
It was fat, and you know what? I was sitting there thinking, "Where's that rat gone?" And the next thing, it looks round. It looks round one of these planters, and it's poking its head out, looking at me. Oh God, you've no idea. And then you get years where you don't see anything, and everything's quiet, and no one's mentioning anything, and then all of a sudden it starts up again. What's
So
going on?
let me get this straight. You die for a man to admire you, but when a rat does it, it's a problem.
Yeah, yeah. I want to know what the problem is every few years. I can't wait for the weather to warm up because then they'll go away a bit then. But saying that, when they were coming up to the windows, it was when we had a heat wave. It was really warm here. So I'm like, oh my God. But another thing, what they do, because people are having barbecues, they're hanging around the gardens then, sipping the food. But I ended up selling the barbecue because I was terrified. I didn't want to encourage them. So I thought, no. So that's
Maggie,
another
you're
thing. A lot of
Damn, you
can't
sold your
wait.
barbecue so the
Yeah,
rat
because
won?
the rat won, and I still put weight on. So it didn't help me, and it didn't help the mouse either. But that's my problem anyway. So what they're on about, John? I seen a mouse in the house
N-
last week, and I was hysterical. I haven't been able to sleep. They got it. They caught the mouse right, but we were like, oh my God, there could be more. So there's been mouse traps put everywhere, and I won't sleep with the lights off in case. So I've been sleeping with the candle on, and I've got a 4-wick one, and it really lights the street up, so it's that bright. So I'm terrified. So I've been blowing it out now about 6 in the morning when I know it's going to go a bit late. But I'm thinking, come say about Tuesday, I think I'll start feeling, well, you know what, it's been a week. So I don't think there's going to be another one. But the neighbour next door said she can hear them in the walls and the cavities. So I'm like, oh my God,
All you had to do
they're
was
in the
give him some
cavities.
cheese and be friendly with him, and he would have probably
Oh no,
became your
I
pet.
give them. I've ordered peanut butter. They've got peanut butter,
Did you
and
say
they love toffee
they're
as
in the
well.
walls?
They're in the walls and the cavities.
yeah, I was gonna say if you don't see the rat or the mouse, it's because they're in the walls.
Well, the neighbour can hear them running. See, sometimes you do hear them running across because, as I say, I'm on a terrace block, so we're all attached. And if one neighbour gets them, then the other neighbour's going to get them. So we tend
Right.
to phone the rat man and get the rat man out to base. So that's how we live. It's awful. Absolutely awful, terrible. And then you just get over it and you think, oh, you just start settling. And then you hear someone else is having a problem and you're like, oh no, no. I mean, there's some neighbours that could do a lot more to help themselves, clearing litter and stuff like that. But what you do when they're jumping outside their own houses, and what can you do? You can only tell them, and if they're not going to stick to it, then there's nothing you can do about it. But this is what you're up against. Is people jumping and not keeping the backs clean and stuff like that. And this is why you're getting this problem as well. It doesn't help, especially where we're living. I mean, we're always going to have that problem. It's not because of them, but they're not helping the situation.
I had a mouse problem once in a house I lived in, and we were trying to like catch them and get rid of them, and all of a sudden they all disappeared, and we couldn't find them, and we're like, oh no, they're in the walls. And then we tried to cook a pizza in the oven,
Oh,
and we started smelling this horrible smell,
oh my
and we
God.
found out that they were like in the what's that, like the bottom drawer of the oven, like the
Oh, the
broiler,
steak
I know
pan.
what
Yeah,
you
the
mean. I
broiler
know
or
yeah.
whatever.
exactly.
And we pulled
Yeah,
the drawer open, and there was like 3 or 4 of them in there, and we're like, oh my God, like even though we wanted them out, we are like, this is the worst way that they could have gone.
I
We
know.
baked them alive.
Oh
And
my God. Well,
we were just trying to
when
cook
we
a
said
pizza.
Oh, do you know what? Just some of the stories when we first moved here on this housing estate, and obviously it was all new, and we knew there was mice and stuff because of all the foundations had been disturbed and stuff like that. So a lot of people were finding them in some crazy places. And my mum, I heard a scream, and we had a big cooker, a big oven, and on the top of it, you had a hob. Do you know what I mean, Leanie?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So a hob, and in the middle was like what was the pilot light. It was like a little light, and all around that was like an insulation.
Yeah, their little house, their
Yeah.
nest.
So my mum, don't know how she did it, but I don't know whether she was cleaning it or whatever, but she moved it, and all these little tiny pink babies were right around this pilot light. That's where they were there. Then they were in the vacuum. When she picked the vacuum to do the carpet, they all flew out.
Oh
They
my
all
God.
started running out. Honestly, I had
So
a tiny teased doll, and it was behind the couch. I had like a little house and all little bits of toys and stuff, and they were behind the couch. And I went behind to get my doll, and she had a little cardigan on. And when I picked it up, I went to take a cardigan off. It was a little mouse underneath the arm of the doll. They were in the most crazy. Honestly, they were inside. We used to have blow heating, blow warm air house, and it had to take the vent off the wall one time. My dad had to do something inside, and they were inside there as well. Anywhere there's heat, it's
mm,
just crazy. But yeah, it's horrible to live with. People think, oh, it's only a little mouse. It's not nice at all, because you just think if it starts getting, you know, they breed so quick,
hmm
and
and they breed a
once
lot.
you get, oh yeah, once you get that, there's no way out. When I was, listen, this is what happened, guys. I was in bed, right? I came to bed, it was 10 o'clock. I got my phone as I usually do, find something on YouTube to watch and then go to sleep. And I thought of seeing something out the side of my eye. And I thought, no, never even gave it a thought about the mouse because it had been years. And then I thought, seeing it again. So as I went like this, my dog snoring on the bed. And as I sort of leant to the right hand side, and I sees this mouse just standing there, little roaming around. And I screamed, and as I screamed, it run into the corner behind. So I've got these little chest of drawers, and it run into the corner. Oh, well, 3 hours, me and my son sat there to make sure it didn't come out, because it kept coming poking its head out and running back in because it had nowhere to run. It was cornered. And my husband was in work that night, so we had to wait till 3 o'clock in the morning. I wouldn't let my son get it because I thought, no, he'll let it go. We had to wait for him to come in then to get this mouse. It was the worst time of our life. It was awful. But yeah, so there's my story.
It was the worst time of her life. This cracked me up. JB said I forgot to like. I'm still deciding big decision or whether or not to like this.
Like it. Like it.
You better like it, JP.
And it just started sleeting where she's at, you guys.
Oh,
Oh boy. Well, that weather's gonna get mixed around, I'm telling you. We
Yeah.
had one day this week that it was 40 something degrees. It was Friday. It was beautiful. I was like, man, just a few more days of that, please.
wow,
The
40
sun
degrees.
the sun came out today for the first time in a while, and a lot of the stuff on the roof melted off. But by the time it hit the ground, a few minutes later, it's ice.
Yeah.
Is it still
So
cold where
that's
you are in? You
yeah,
still got snow?
it's 19 degrees right now. Yeah, it's still
Well,
Most of
and
our snow's gone from the last
Wild
time we had snow.
Wild Angel, where are you from?
Iowa.
Iowa. Okay.
the land of nowhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, we
Right?
don't get snow much in California unless you head to the Sierras.
I don't
See,
like it.
um, so I forget what I was gonna. Damn. Wait,
If it ain't above 40 degrees, well, at least close to 40, I can barely go outside. It's too cold for me.
yeah. JB says it's still 37 though. Hmm. That's why you're getting sleet instead of snow. Sometimes it gets so cold though it won't even snow. It's too
Right.
cold to snow. That's -7 cellulite, Maggie, for leanings. I gotcha. I
Yeah,
gotcha.
that's what we get. That's what we've been getting here, -7. We've been in minus no, we've been in 2 degrees the past couple of days. Been
Well,
cold though.
Baby Chow, when I was live the other, when Maggie, me, and Beefcake were live the other day playing game, you guys heard. I thought he was. I thought Beefcake was in there, like leaving a message, and come to find out, I didn't know Baby Child was here. So he came to say goodbye to me. He took off for Michigan, right? They're up, him and two of his friends up there snowboarding in the Upper P, in the Upper Peninsula, and he texted his dad tonight. One of his friends got a concussion,
Oh
and
no.
Oh
Shoot.
God.
and I was like, and he said, I think he lost consciousness. And I was like, you guys need to take him to the doctor. I mean, and he's like, well,
Yeah.
he acts the way that you guys say I acted when I had mine. And I was like, yeah, but you never lost consciousness. I said, I would hate for you guys to wake up in the morning.
Are they not wearing helmets?
Yeah, they're wearing helmets. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Uh,
Yeah, he
but I
definitely
was
needs
like,
to go to the hospital.
he didn't hit a tree. And he said, no, he just fell down and slapped the back of his head. And he had a
Oh
on. And he said, but he like didn't wake up for a second. I was like, there's the difference. You have to take him to the hospital. I was like,
yeah.
talk to his parents. Do you know his parents told him he didn't have to go to the hospital? Y'all, if that was my baby, and
Yeah, he has to.
somebody had texted us, I would be like, y'all take him to the hospital, tell him I'll meet him there. You know what I
Right.
mean? I can understand, boys will be boys, girls will be girls. These are young people, they have concussions. That shit's nothing to play with when you pass out. You don't know if you got a brain.
No. Yeah.
So it just makes me
Definitely with a bang to the head.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
I mean, my boys have
Mhm.
had concussions after concussions, and a lot of them we didn't know until, like, our middle child one time told us, he said, guys, I don't know what's going on here. He said, but when I drive, I feel like um, my friends, I thought I was going like 50 miles an hour. My friends asked me why I was going 22. He said, but I feel like everything's either slow or fast. And that was on Monday. He played football on Friday night. And his dad was like, are you tired? And he's like, yeah, I'm tired a lot. And he said, I just can't read. And he said, when he talked to me, it takes a minute for me to understand. Come to find out, he had another concussion, you guys. So a lot of times
Oh
when you have
God.
concussions, you don't realize that you
No.
got one because your brain is not working correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got jumped one time in a street fight and said no to like any medical attention. And for like the next week and a half, I basically didn't know. Like I would show up to work, do what I needed to do, but essentially I had no idea what was going on. And like a week later, someone's like, "Hey man, I think you have a concussion." And I was like, "What?" Like I didn't realize that I didn't realize what was happening around
Right.
me for
Mhm.
over a week. Like, so if you get knocked out, like, and you lose consciousness, you have to, like, at least be seen and have someone take notice and pay attention to, because, like, if you go to sleep, that could be it.
So dangerous.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Like, you could have a brain bleed. I was lucky. I went for a week without realizing that I had a concussion.
Mhm. And that's what I was worried about. Yeah, closed head trauma, that's what I told Baby Chow. I was like, look, you can't see a bleed. You can't see a brain bleed. It could just be
Right.
a tiny little, just that maybe it'll drop one drop of blood into his brain, but that's so dangerous.
It
And
is, and if you don't realize it, you don't know. So it's just best to double check.
yeah, and I was like, get in touch with his parents. He's like, we did. They said he didn't have to go to the hospital. I was like, what is going
I
on?
mean, I did refuse to go to the hospital when I hit my head, quit breathing, and scared my husband to death before we got married. But when that happened to me, the thing that was weird about it was that I didn't want to go to the hospital, but then a week later, my doctor insisted on an MRI because of how hard I had hit my head. Because I had literally didn't know I had hit it that hard. It was beyond a concussion, but I didn't have a brain bleed. At least they never found one. But I
Well,
was affected by it completely. I was paranoid and scared and jumpy and weird for a little while. It was just weird.
Yeah,
I think
same here. I was super paranoid, and that's when someone was like, "Hey, man, I think you have a serious concussion."
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
why I think, I mean, he's never said it, but I'm pretty sure that's why Baby Child didn't play football in college, because he got a scholarship to go play for Butler, and he wouldn't even consider. He's like, no, I'm done with it. But I think, and he's been playing since the little peewee, in kindergarten. He played all them years, and so when he got the scholarship, his dad, of course, was just hyped. He was ready to go, and Baby Child was just like, no, I'm done. I'm done with football. And I think that's what it was the concussions that scared him so bad.
Yeah, when I played football in high school, I got rocked several times, and the coaches were like, "Follow my finger, you're good." You
Yeah,
know, back back to game.
right.
And to be honest, it's like, no, dude, you you guys probably shouldn't have put me back in.
Exactly. It's so scary. Wedding Cake says my brother has a TBI and got epilepsy from it. My brother too. Yep. It's terrible. And Liam Neeson's wife died like that. Yes, she sure did. Person with a concussion can't make decisions about being checked. That's right. That's
Yeah,
right. I was shocked that the
because I
parents said
said
no.
no every time.
Hmm.
Like, no, I'm good, I'm good. And then like a week later, I'm like, fuck, man, I don't know what I did the last week.
Right. It's you just don't have any cognitive uh, thoughts. You cannot make a decision. You can barely make a decision. I can't believe my kid drove like that, you guys. And
Yeah,
we didn't even know. We knew
like
he had gotten hurt, but we didn't see no signs of concussion. But
the
he
only
wasn't with us that
the only
much.
real decisions that I was cognitive of is I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Mm.
Other than that, like, I
Then
don't
he
know what
can't
I
remember
did.
going to the bathroom.
Yeah, and it's like, wait, I gotta pee again, and they're like, you just went, you
Right.
know?
Right. Um, yeah, it's a scary situation. Brain things are scary, scary, scary. Um, anyway, so just thought I'd throw that out there. It's so scary sometimes you deal with that too, Leanie. Yeah, my brother still has severe seizures. It scares the shit out of me. I got Red Crossed home. I was in Germany, and I got a call from my sister here in Indy, and I knew it was bad. It was the middle of the night in Germany, so I know she wasn't calling to say hi. I thought something had died, and I answered it, and she said, our brother has been in a very bad car accident, and she said, you got to come home. He wasn't expected to live, and so I just had her talk to my husband because at that point I checked out, couldn't couldn't think for a minute, and so he said to tell the hospital to send a Red Cross message through so that the military put us on a first flight to get us home. So they started working on that, and I thought he was in a car accident. No, you guys, he was sitting. So there were two girls. One was driving, obviously, one in the passenger seat, and they were in a T-top Camaro with the top down. My brother was sitting on the hood, leaning back against the windshield, right? Well, the girl who was sitting in the passenger side reached up and took his hat off. And my brother, not they were only going, they said, about 10 miles an hour up this hill. And my brother, not thinking, turned himself around on that car really fast to grab his hat back. But when he did, he's 6'4". When he did, his feet touched the ground. So now
Oh
he's
no.
facing sideways of the car going forward. So when his feet touched the ground actually grabbed him,
Yeah,
threw
pulled him
him up in
under.
the air, and he came straight down on his head, and his shoulder hit the curb and his head hit the ground. And they stopped the car really fast, and they said that he got up on his hands and knees And then he just started screaming to the top of his lungs. And he doesn't have any memory of it, but he's like, my head hurts, my head hurts. And then he passed out, and they called the ambulance. And he was in a coma, you guys, for 30 days. And then part of it, they had to, another 2 weeks, they put him into a drug induced coma as well. And so I finally got Red Cross back here. I flew into somewhere on the East Coast. It's hard to remember now. And then they flew us into Cincinnati, from Cincinnati to Birmingham. And he was living in Birmingham at the time. And they sent him over to UAB, the hospital there. And so my whole family met us at the airport. And it was me, my husband at the time, and our 3 kids. And they met us at the airport. And my dad, everybody had already gotten to town. Both of my sisters, my dad had already come in from California. Everybody was there but me. And so we were going straight to the hospital from there. And because up to this point now, it had been probably about 40 something hours since the accident had happened. And by the time I got here, y'all, the people on the plane were so nice to me. They knew that my brother was hurt and that he wasn't expected to live. They let me make 2 phone calls from the plane to UAB hospital to make sure my brother was still alive, because it was a 13-hour flight. Isn't that nice? For free, they let me make a call to the hospital.
Oh,
But
that's lovely.
yeah, and
Yeah.
so we were going straight to the hospital. When we got to the hospital, I started getting scared, about what I would see, because hospitals just worry me. And so my kids were happy to be there. They didn't understand the extent of it. And they were just happy to be there with their cousins and stuff. And so my dad is walking with me, it's like, wow, how bad is it? And he said, it's bad. And he said, I just don't want you to be scared. But wherever there's a tube, there's a tube. And he's on a bed, but he still looks like himself. He just looks like he's sleeping. And the bed is rocked. So the bed was rocking back and forth to one side, and then it would turn over and rock on the other side. It was just going back and forth to keep from blood clots. And so I was scared, but my dad's like, come on, I'll go with you. So my dad took me in there, and he did just look like my little big brother laying there. And, he looked fine. And I was talking to him and everything. And I was scared on the inside, just scared he was going to die. I didn't want him to die while I was in there. That's so mean to say, but I was really serious with God about that. I couldn't be there when he died. And so the doctor pulled me and my dad over to the side. And we were only allowed back there for visiting times. There was only 4 times a day you could go back into that part of the ICU. And so you couldn't just sit back there. And you guys, these are in the trauma ICU, head injury ICU back there. They're not rooms. It's just this big open rooms with curtains. That's it.
Yeah.
You've got patients laying everywhere, and they're hooked up to everything. And like my brother, he was naked. My brother was completely naked, and he just had a little towel over his private parts because he's catheterized in both areas, right? He's catheterized through his urine and through his anal. And then he's got a chest tube in the side of him. He's got a tube coming out of his head, a tube going up his nose, and a tube down his throat. And he's laying there naked because there's tubes everywhere. What the hell are you going to do, right? He had a couple IVs going into his ankles and one in his arm. And he was tied to the bed because the bed, like I said, is just turning him all the way over, and then it just turns you back the other way. And anyway, so the doctor pulled my dad and I aside, and he said, look, I want to explain what's going to be happening now at this point, because at this point they couldn't tell us if he was going to live or die. They didn't expect him to live. And if he did live, he'd probably be in a vegetative state. And so he said, I want to explain the physical appearances that are going to start happening because it's already happening. You just don't notice yet. He said, but you're going to walk in here and you're not going to recognize him. And I was like, what does that mean? And he said, he's going to swell. His head's going to get really, really big, just like if you hit your think he told me my wrist or something and how it swells up because it's broken. He said, your head does the same thing. He said, the problem with your head doing that is it's actually your brain that is swelling. But you got to remember, you've got a skull around that brain. So a lot of times he said we have to go in and we cut a piece of the skull out so the brain can finish swelling because we can't stop that from happening. It's going to happen. It's sick. His brain is sick. And so he said, so we'll give you a call if it gets to that point that we have to open his head up and take a piece of the skull out so that his brain can, swell to however big it's going to get. He said, but you're not going to recognize him. He said he'll recognize his body, even though his body's going to start swelling too, but it won't be like his face. And I was like, I could deal with that. That's all right. I didn't understand really what I'd never seen that be. I could, you can't comprehend when someone tells you that. So the next day, so visiting hours were like 8 o'clock to like 8:30, and then the next one was like 12:30 to 1, and then the next one was like 4:30 to 5, and then the next one was like 8:30 to 8:15, right? Those were the only times anybody could be back there. So the next morning, my dad and I, because you can't all just walk in there either. They actually make sure that only at the most 4 people are in there at a time, but they'd like it if it's at the most 3 people, because like I said, if an emergency happens, they have to be able to get to them right away, and the least people they have to push out of the way, the better it is. So we try to keep it at 3 people, sometimes just 2. So we would make plans like, okay, you 2 go up, then you 2 go up, or all of us will go together. We'll take turns. Like, you got 7 minutes, we got 7 minutes, kind of like that thing, right? So the morning, everybody wanted to sleep in the next morning, and my dad and I were like, well, we'll go up, because I hadn't been there. And I was like, I want to spend as much time with him as I can. I didn't know when I had to go back to Germany or anything like that, or what was going on. And so my dad and I made the trip back up for the morning visit, and the doctor met us like at the doors before we came in, and he said, remember what we talked about last night? And I was like, yeah. And he said, well, it's happening, so you're not going to recognize it. And I was like, it happened overnight, me and my smart ass self. And he's like, yes. He said, you won't recognize him, he doesn't look the same. And he said, he said, there's no way to prepare you for this, but I just want to caution you, you may not want to go in there. And I was like, no, I'm going to go see my brother. And I mean, that was my baby. He's always been my baby. And he was like, okay. So he's like, I'm going to walk with you guys, because he said a lot of people faint when they see their loved one like that. I understood the minute I saw my brother. You guys, I'm not lying to you. Now, my brother is 6'4". He's a big boy. He's always been a big boy. His shoulders are probably I'm exaggerating, but they just feel like they're as long as one of my legs, and I have short legs. But his shoulders were always really wide and big. And I'm not exaggerating this part. His head was so big that it was sitting off of his shoulders on both sides. It was bigger than his shoulders. There was nothing left to his face. His nose was completely flat and sunk into his cheeks. His eyes were completely sunk in to all of the swelling. He just didn't look like a person. He was completely flat, if that makes any sense. His mouth was probably at least 3 sizes wider because it had stretched out. Y'all, I understood when he said, a lot of people will pass out, so I'm going to walk with you. I grabbed a hold of his bed, and I'm staring at him. And he didn't look real. He looked like someone had replaced his head with something that, like a soft, roundish pillow that was all bruised and weird colors and like a weird joke. And it just hit me, and I started crying, and I screamed. to the top of my lungs. He's gonna die. I just lost everything, all the fear that I've been facing since I got the call in Germany till that very moment. It all came out. And I started screaming in that room, he's going to die. He's going to die. His head's going to explode. And that doctor and my dad grabbed me both on one arm. I'm going out of that room or out of that area of the hospital, whether I wanted to or not. And that doctor got me out there and he looked at me and he said, "Are you okay?" I was like, "No, my brother's going to die. His head's going to explode. There's nowhere else for his brain to go." Well, they had taken a piece of his skull out of his head so his brain could continue to grow. And I said, "He's going to die. His head's it's going to explode." And I was so scared his head was going to explode in front of me. He said, "That's not the way this happens, but I can understand why you would think that." He said, "Yes, that's what happens, but it's internal, so you wouldn't see it. It's not like the movies." He said, "But I want to tell you this. He said, this is going to remain like this." He said, "Once it swells to capacity, it's going to start going down. The swelling is going to go down little by little by little. And that's when he'll start the healing process." And he said, "So for the next couple of days, he's going to look like that. And then you're going to start noticing every time you come in here, he's going to be a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller until he's back to what his face would normally look like. You won't be able to tell that he had any injuries." And he said, "If you can't handle looking at him, I don't want you back up here." He said, "Don't come to the hospital. Definitely don't come beyond these doors." He said, "I don't need you back up here." He said, "And here's why." He said, "Your reaction is a normal reaction." He said, "A lot of people don't get it out." He said, "Most people will just faint when they see it." He said, "It's a normal reaction." And he said, "I can't imagine that was my brother laying there." He said, "But there are other people that are around and they're listening to you. So you're also freaking them out." He said, "And we don't understand traumatic brain injuries, closed head injuries. We don't understand them. Your brother could hear you. He doesn't know what he looks like. As far as he can tell, he just doesn't feel good. He's got a severe headache, and he doesn't know that he looks like what you're saying he looks like, nor that he is as sick as he is. So just on the chance, let's take it that your brother hears everything you say. So if you can't come in here and contain your composure and give him, speak softly to him and tell him that he's going to be fine, or pray or do whatever it is that gets you through and helps him get through, then please don't come back until I tell you." Y'all, I got my shit together. And from then on, I was good. I went through, my brother got better. He was right. Within a week, his head was back to the normal size. You couldn't tell by looking at my brother that in all of the bruising, besides the bruising on his, because when he hit his head hit the ground, his shoulder hit the, what do you call that thing? Getting tired now. When his shoulder hit the curb, it broke his collarbone. So he had bruising through there. But like the bruising on his head and stuff, it was all going away. It was amazing. And I got to stay 3 months in the States, and if I'd stayed any longer after that, then the military wasn't going to pay for me to go back to Germany. I would have to pay for it myself. And God worked a miracle. My brother was out of the hospital within 2 months. And the last month, I every day took him to physical therapy. Every day. I would take my kids to school because I had to put them in school in Birmingham. I put him in school. And then every day I would take my brother to physical therapy, and we would swim. He had to learn how to walk again. He had to learn, he had to strengthen his muscles, so he had to lift weights. He had to learn how to walk. He did his exercising in the pool because in water, you are basically weightless. So it was easier for him to walk in the pool, you know. And so we did a lot of, I got in the pool with him and I'm swimming around and having a great time and shit, when I knew he was going to be okay, of course, then I just went back to being my smart ass self because it's the only way I could get myself through. And so God worked a miracle. I was able to stay for 3 months and get him through all of his like daily, and he was walking when I left, not for long walks, but I had him outside walking like from a corner to a corner. But if he was going like to a store or to the hospital or whatever, we'd still put him in a wheelchair just so he didn't wear himself out. He had to take naps and stuff. And that's been, my brother is 53 now. That happened. That was the year my oldest daughter was also diagnosed with diabetes. So we had to come back to the States for that too. So he was 20 something. It's been over 30 years ago. And so now he still has seizures when his medication is off. He has grand mals, and some are not grand mals. The grand mals are the scary ones. But he's a miracle. My brother is a total miracle. And I thank God for that every day. So yeah, it's nothing at all to mess with. Nothing at all. I really thought
Does
it was.
he still get seizures, Lee?
Yeah, he'll always have them. He's also.
And how often does he get them?
He probably has 3 or 4 a year. It's just when his medication,
Oh,
like if he needs it to go up or down, usually up.
yeah.
But he came out with no hearing in one ear, and then he slowly lost the hearing in his other ear, and he wears hearing aids, and he's more personality wise, because they did tell us that if he was, they really thought he was going to be a vegetable, and
Oh,
he wasn't. It was remarkable. Now he had to do all
yeah.
these cognitive like we had to play word games with him and stuff to strengthen his brain again.
Mm-hmm.
But he could, when I found out he could read, because when they first, so he came out of the coma, but he was agitated and really, because he's in pain and he doesn't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
He's got tubes everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They put him right back into a drug-induced coma right away. And then every time they
Oh,
would try to bring him out of it, he would still be agitated. Well, that messes with his brain. They needed his brain to heal. So they put him back
yeah.
under and let his brain heal. And so he was still on the ventilator even after the doctors called us one morning, and he said, hey, I'm going to try to, he had the best doctors. He said, I'm going to try to wake him up again. And I was like, oh, for the love of God, don't wake him up. Just let him sleep. But anyways, he said, if you guys want to come and see him, he said, give us an hour later and I'll let you in to see him. But I want to try to wake him up first. And so we were like, okay. Well, then about 20 minutes later, you guys, the doctor called and he was like, you won't believe it. Your brother's awake. And I was like, he's awake? I mean, really awake? And he's like, he's awake. And I was like, is he having a seizure or freaking out? And he's like, he's uncomfortable and he's not happy and he doesn't understand. He said, if you guys can get up here and talk to him. He said he knows that he's in the hospital. He said, but I think it'll come better from you guys. And so, y'all, I'm telling you, I think my mom was still in jammies. We just got in the car and went to the hospital. And I walked in there and he looked at me. Well, he hadn't seen me in 2 years. I've been in Germany. So he thought he was dreaming. He thought he was dreaming, and he tried to lift his arm to touch me. And he couldn't because he's tied down to the bed. And they stopped the bed from moving back and forth so that he could talk to us. And I put my face down, and he rubbed my face. So I was like, do you know who I am? And I said, blink, blink, one time if you know who I am. And he blinked really hard. And I said, am I Debbie? That's my sister who passed. And I said, blink twice if I'm Debbie. And he just stared at me and he like scolded his eyes at me like crazy girl. And I said, am I Dawn? That's my other sister who's still living. And he scolded his eyes back at me. I said, am I your mom? And he scolded. I said, am I Blondie? And he just, I could just, and he started, I'm not kidding you. He was shaking his butt in the bed and his feet were moving, like excited that, yeah, I'm Blondie. I'm who I am. You know what I mean? And I was like, boo! I was like, he's not a vegetable. He knows. And so I asked for a piece of paper and a pen, and I put it down next to the bed, and I asked him questions, and he would get mad at me because I wasn't reading his writing right. Well, fuck.
Yeah.
I was like, can he untie his hand so that I could hold the paper up and he could see it? Well, he's all shaky and shit. So I can't help but his A look like an O. And he's like, he can't scream and cuss me, you know, because he's got all these tubes everywhere. So I could just tell he's squinting his eyes at me and he's moving his feet like, you fucking bitch. Like it's a fucking A. Get it. And so I just laughed. I couldn't help it because I knew he was fine. I was like, you guys, he's fine. He's absolutely, there's nothing wrong with his brain. He's not a vegetable, and he's not. So now the only lasting effects that he has is that he has seizures when his medication is messed up. He can't hear, and the only thing that changed about his personality is that he's really cautious, if that makes any sense. Like, before Jimmy would, my brother's name is Jimmy, he would, like if I was like, let's go rollerblade, he's like, all right, let's go roller. You wouldn't catch my brother doing anything that could possibly cause him to lose his life. Like he always thinks about it first, like, oh no, that could be dangerous. If it could be dangerous. So he became this more quiet person, like very quiet and very cautious, very, very cautious. But other than that, no, he's perfectly
So when
fine.
you say it is fine until they mess his medication up, what do you mean? So they
Like,
not make sure that they've got that right? I mean, obviously.
no, he goes to the doctor a lot. But I think he only goes like every 6 months to have blood draws and stuff like that to check his medication. Well, he could gain 5 or 6 pounds in 6 weeks. If that happens, obviously we got to up the dose. If he loses weight, 5 or 6 pounds, we got to down the dose. So that's what I mean
I get
by
you.
that.
Is
Plus,
he
he's
still allowed to drive, Lainey?
yeah. Well, he was up to a point, but when he lost hearing in the other ear, and he actually had he can tell when he doesn't just drop out. He can always tell when a seizure's coming because it sounds like a really high pitched whistle in his ears.
So he gets a warning.
He gets a warning, and so he knows to lay down right away, and he could say, I'm going to have a seizure. Well, one time when he was driving, that happened, and he got to pull over, and he had a seizure, and whoever was in the car with him called the ambulance, and after that, he wasn't allowed to drive no more, which is right, and he was absolutely fine with it.
Yeah.
He understood.
Well, when Kate says that her brother's the same, he has seizures and it was a car accident, the same.
Terrible.
You can get dogs now, can't you, that can detect when these things are going to happen? Has that ever been thought about, Lee?
He does have animals, but his wife actually stays home, and so he's never alone.
He's not on his own,
Never alone, no. And whenever if she has to like go for an appointment or whatever, his son lives right in the same town, and then they also have a child. She adopted her daughter's son, so she raises her grandson as her own, and so he's a senior this year, so Reagan's always there, and they know.
Yeah,
So
so he's good to go.
if he
Yeah.
says, "Yeah, I'm gonna have a seizure," then Reagan knows to just call 911 right away.
Yeah, I think it's if they live alone mainly, isn't it?
Yeah. Hmm.
So they can alert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, what a
He's,
story.
yeah.
I mean, thank God. I mean, he's survived,
I know. I
and
know.
he's the way he is. That's just a miracle in itself.
He has gotten worse since he's gotten older, as far as like just losing his hearing completely. But other
Mm.
than that, like, no, he's fine. He has pain, like his shoulders, his collarbones, his shoulder still gives him a
Oh,
lot of pain.
tell me. Yeah,
Um, he doesn't he doesn't get migraines. Isn't that odd?
how unbelievable is that?
Doesn't he gets headaches and and that's the other thing. He will have a seizure if he doesn't have enough rest. So if he doesn't take like a power nap, then like even
Yeah.
15-20 minutes, then he will have a seizure. Absolutely. He
So
has
he's
to.
really got to rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Hi,
the bad
Beachy.
Hi Beachy. Is Wild Angel are they still awake on panel? Wild Angel,
They're
you
very
awake?
quiet.
John, RC, y'all awake?
Unfortunately, yes.
Fortunately.
Yeah, I was letting the dog in and out.
John, you still awake?
Barely.
Barely. I'm sorry.
No, not that it's boring. It's just it's almost 5, and
Yeah, I
Oh
get it.
my God.
I worked today, so I'm super tired.
Go get
Have you
in the
not been
bed,
asleep,
John.
John?
Well,
Oh, get into bed.
yeah, I've been up for almost 24 hours now.
Oh
Oh,
my
go to bed,
gosh.
John. I'm so sorry, honey.
I was petting my cat and listening to you guys.
Aw. Well, I love you and thank you for coming on panel and come up anytime. You're
Yeah,
smart.
this was a lot of fun.
I enjoyed it as well.
Yeah,
Who knew
but
we'd find each other out there on the tubes, John?
on the tubes,
On the
man.
tubes.
Right?
Well, and Wild
Oh,
Angel,
John,
it
it was
was
lovely to get to speak to you. So
yeah,
take
Maggie.
care, honey.
Yeah, Maggie, it was really fun talking to you as well. Wild Angel, it was fun exchanging and
Yes, nice to
talking
meet you.
politics. Well, you guys have a good rest of your night. I think I should go to bed.
Go to bed.
He does, JB. JB said he sounds like Beefcake. How you could I was thinking, who does he sound like? And as soon as I read that, he does sound like Beefcake.
Really? I don't
Really?
Yeah,
I
to
didn't
me,
I
he does. Yeah, he does. He's just, I don't know. I was thinking, God, he reminds me of someone who is it? And as soon as JB said it and I read it, I thought, yeah, it's Beefcake.
All right. Well, good night, guys. I
Good
will
night,
hopefully
John.
catch you on the next one.
All right, love bug. You be good.
All right, you too.
See you later, John. Bye,
Yeah.
love.
Good night,
Bye.
guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Such a sweetheart. Such a
And
sweetheart.
then there was Paul.
Then there was Paul. Wild Angel Beachy's in chat.
Good morning, Beachy. I knew that late nap was going to get you, didn't you? I've been on a weird sleep schedule lately, too. Keep falling asleep earlier, watching Criminal Mind, like the ones I didn't see in maybe like the last couple seasons of it. And I've been watching that, falling asleep to that. Then I wake up and it's basically bedtime. So then I'm
Oh,
up all night.
well, I try to make sure to lay down like at 8 or 8:30 if I'm going to do a live at night. I have
Right.
to, because I'm just like, by this time I'm like, oh God, well, even by the time Maggie comes on, usually I'm like, I need a break. I need these headphones off my head.
Right.
Give me a break. So grateful for Mags.
God, so
RC2.
don't get to knock it out much, girls. By the time you come on, you'd actually slip into a coma.
Well, I mean, we try to make it work. I mean, we
I'm a
try.
high and a bye girl. A high and a bye. Hi guys. Bye guys.
My dogs, you guys, went outside in record time. It's so cold out there. Like usually they'll be out there, even if it's a little chilly. Roaming around. They ain't messing around. They were like 2 seconds in and out.
Oh
So
wow.
Tell me
cold.
this, right? So, Lee, because you get the deep snow in
Mm.
parts, what happens? Do your dogs just go outside and love it? Because I have seen them in the snow. Or do you have to put special things on their feet, on the paws?
No, my
No, I tried that. Years
my
ago. They didn't like it.
yeah, you
No,
have
my dog walks like it's like it's dancing, it's floating, it keeps lifting its legs up, it won't have anything on its feet.
no, my dogs are water dogs. So most golden retrievers love the snow. They're like huskies. They're gonna
Right.
love the
Yeah.
snow, love the cold weather. Newt doesn't like it as much, only because Newt, um, he was only 6 pounds when I brought him home. He was the runt of the litter. Now I didn't pick Newt. Newt picked me, came and literally sat on my feet. And I was like, that's him. I'm taking him. Um,
Uh,
but he's little for a golden, so he gets cold easy. So he'll go out,
yeah.
do his business, and he's right back in here. Little
Right.
girl, she runs out there and just rolls and throws the snow in the air and
Right.
lays in the snow, she loves all of it. When we've got the pool up in the summer, she lays in the water. Newt will not lay in it. He'll stand in it for a long time. But Newt, I
Yeah.
mean, little girl and Cheyenne, they would just lay in the water. They love it so much. So I think
Yeah.
it just
Well,
depends on
she
what kind of
says,
you have.
all be safe in the next weather event coming tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah. My
Oh,
girl
what's
loves the
that?
snow a few minutes anyway. Yeah. Yeah, we've got like an Arctic rush coming through. That's why
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
God.
feeling it. I opened that door and the whole inside storm door is like frosted over like you can't even see out of it.
yeah. I
Oh,
love it. I really do love it, but I'm grateful I get to stay inside.
So am I.
yeah,
Because
that's
like I
it.
said, the
We
last
haven't got
time
to
I went
go.
outside, I suffered severely. It was like an hour and a half in the car, more of the drive, when it hit me, all these cramps from being out in the cold, just from going to the car, from here to the car. And
Right.
oh man, I was doomed. I was dying. The kids were like, "Are you okay up there?" And then of course the dogs were like, "What's happening?" And I had all sorts of shit going on at the same time. I was like, "Let me out of here." But
It's
yeah,
miserable. It's miserable being so uh that you feel that so sensitive to the cold. And I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah.
from my thyroid though, because well, you are sensitive to cold when you have hypothyroidism. And that's what I
Since
have.
I broke my shoulder, it's been awful. I've never been affected. My arthritis never affected me with the cold, ever, ever. But when I broke my shoulder 2 years ago, oh my God, the little least bit of cold gets in it. I've never had a pain like it.
Hmm.
It's awful. When you were saying about your brother before, I thought, God help him, because it's so painful.
Hmm. Yeah.
Really is. Anyway, changing the subject, how are you going on about your puppies?
I'm still waiting on her to go into heat. I sat here and watched. Oh my God, you
So
guys.
when's she due now?
She's due any day to go into heat. See, the problem is that her mother, I had to call her breeder and I was like, look, how often does her mom go in heat? And she said every uh 7 to 9 months. I was like, you got to be
And is that
kidding
how
me.
it goes if you have a pup that goes the same as the mum?
No, Cheyenne went into heat every 6 months. I knew the exact day. She was like, I knew the
Yeah, I
exact day I
remember you
was
saying
one.
that.
And
Yeah.
so when this wasn't happening with this one, that's when I found out. I didn't know that all dogs are different and you basically have to go off their mother's pattern, just like,
right.
humans.
Ah,
I didn't know that. I thought all dogs went into heat every 6 months. It's not true. So I'm
mm,
just waiting.
I did too, yeah.
She's humping the hell out of Newt, but I'm going to tell you what, I have researched and researched and researched. Listen, if the FBI ever comes and looks at my history on my TV or my phone, I mean, they're going to think I'm into bestiality or something because
Oh,
the stuff I'm watching. Well,
oh, you're going to try and artificially inseminate it, aren't you?
listen, if she doesn't let my sister's dog get on her, I'm going to be having to jack off a dog and inseminate my dog. It's just the way
Bye,
it's going to.
John.
Good night, John.
Well,
Don't
if that's the only way,
You
girl,
just
it's
said
the only
that.
way.
That was his ending to going to sleep now, is what you just said.
That
I
will
love
be
it, laugh.
22nd link. Well, I'm going to say,
Oh,
listen, I'm going to need you to talk to this lady right now. She knows I'm legit. I'm just a crazy, crazy person on YouTube that does just about everything that there is to
well,
do.
listen, I want to do a poll, right? I want to do and see how many would agree with me on if Leanie's dog had puppies. Do you think Leanie should do a puppy cam where she's got the cam on them all the time? Obviously not what's going on in her home, just on the puppies. I would love to watch that from her
Yeah.
having her babies to like up to them running around and oh Lee, you've got to do it.
Jack
I
the
want you
dog.
to do it. Who would agree that you'd love that? I would love to see that.
I'm going to look into getting a GoPro to do that. No matter what,
You
yeah,
don't need a GoPro. Go on and get the link off Amazon. It's dead cheap. I've got one. And you just set it up and put it on a table or wherever to get them all in. And
Yeah.
then that's it, it's done. You don't need a GoPro. A GoPro's mainly if you're going out and doing stuff and
Well, I'm gonna go out and do stuff.
I know.
Yeah, when the baby's in the
I'm gonna get
house.
one too, because when I'm going out and I'm like you're doing a live and you're mobile, it would be so nice to be able to have your hands free just a little bit more.
Yeah, when you've got to go out. But at first, I'm going to send you the link. Shut up, you, JB.
I have a question for you, Leanie.
I have an answer for you.
I bet you do. In the future, I want to have. I need to get a service dog set up, and I know that golden retrievers are good for that.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, and so I wonder, like, my thing is that if you buy one, if you go to a special unit where they do all that and they do the training and everything together, it's so expensive that nobody, unless you're rich, can afford it.
That's right.
So how do you like bypass that? Finding a personal trainer, somebody that's not going to charge you a lot, and then taking the puppy there as a puppy, then?
Yeah, what I would say, and I don't know about other breeds. I'm sure other breeds are just as smart, but I mean, there's a reason why the golden retriever's the third most popular dog in the world, and actually the second popular dog to the police, because German shepherds do the land work and golden retrievers do the water work. Here's the deal. My vet, when I had Cheyenne, was my first golden retriever, and she was the only one I had. And I spent every waking moment with her, and as much as I could. And when I took her to the vet, my vet asked me who trained her, and I said I did. And he said, "Wow," he could not believe it. This is what I think. I think if you get them as at a puppy, 8 weeks or so, that's what I got Shy at, 8 weeks. You spend, I mean, I'm telling you, it's work. It is work. And I literally spent, from the minute I got home from work, if I didn't take her to work, the minute I got home from work, I trained with Cheyenne. Cheyenne knew the word train, which means that she could master. Cheyenne knew 19 different tricks and things that she could do when she passed. And if I was, y'all know, I've talked to you guys before about me having asthma attacks in my sleep. Cheyenne knew if I was breathing wrong, she would come and paw me in the bed and I would wake right up. And she wouldn't shut the fuck up until I was on my feet. Sometimes that aggravated me. I'm not lying to you, because I would say, okay, Shy, okay, and I'll turn over. And she would not stop until the minute I was on my feet, she lay back down and went to sleep. They can be trained, but you have
Right.
to realize that if
And yeah, because I need assistance with, like, like if I get one, I might have a moment where, like, one of my knees decides to take a shit on me or something. Like, my dogs are too small to help, even though they try. You know
well,
what I
what do you
mean?
need help with? It's not like they can pick you up.
No,
Uh,
no, no, no. But you can do assist where when you go to get up, they can assist you. They'll stand by you. My friend's dog did this. He's got
yes, yes,
yeah, and then
yeah,
they assist you like that. You see
yeah,
what I'm saying?
exactly.
Or bumper you, like if you are like you stand up and get unbalanced sometimes, and they can bumper you so that you don't end up falling. So that's what
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
and if you're going to have a seizure, they could tell if you're going to have a seizure or something's going to happen. Yeah, it's
Right.
amazing. It's amazing. But I worked with Cheyenne, and it was to
And I
me.
don't think I would be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to train a dog in my house with these other dogs. I would have to have
Yeah,
somebody help me do it outside of here because these
right.
guys are playing crazy.
No, you're right, because I have never been able to work with Newt or little girl the way that I worked with Cheyenne, because they all want
Yeah,
attention. Cheyenne was the
it
only
is the truth. Yes, when I
child
had one
that was
dog years ago, it was my first pit bull, and I was able to train her. She's the smartest dog ever. We spent, like you said, every waking moment I spent with that dog was just me and her alone. And that made a hell of a difference because she was just, yeah, amazing.
yeah. So what I would say is find you a good trainer. Let me tell you, one of so Cheyenne, I did get her certificates. She was a oh my God, my brain. When I get tired, I know what I'm going to say, and then it just leaves. She was not a service dog; she was a therapy dog, and
Emotional support dog. Yeah.
so she would go to work with me. She was certified to go to work, and so that took a while to get her certified. But one of her puppies, you guys, this is the most amazing thing to me. This one family came over to see my puppies, and this one lady, she told me, she's like, "Do you mind if I bring my sister-in-law? She wants to come and look at the puppies too, but I'm definitely getting one." And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine." And then she texted me back. She's like, "Do you mind if my mother-in-law comes? My mother-in-law, we all love golden retrievers." I was like, "Bring the whole damn family." Y'all, before I knew it, there were 15 people in the house looking at my dogs, right? And everybody wanted one. And I was like, "Look," I said, "the adults, I'll hand you one of my puppies." And at this time, I was bottle feeding because Cheyenne was having trouble with her. Oh, fuck. What was it?
Left tit.
No. Anyways, I was like, "Look, you guys can help me bottle feed them." I was like, "If your kids want to hold one, they have to be sitting down, because I've seen so many puppies be dropped, and
Oh yeah.
they have neurological problems because they've been dropped." So, anyways, I ended up getting really close to this family. All three, all three families that live, they're the same family, but all three of them bought a dog from me, right? So they're the three brothers. I still keep up with them today. The mother-in-law, who was retired, she wanted another one because her dog had passed, and she was retired and wanted something to do. Y'all, she took classes, and I get pictures and messages all the time of this dog. Y'all, the dog has already been in the paper. He's certified as a trainer, uh, as a service dog, and a therapy dog. All of them. He's been trained in all of
That's
it. All of
awesome.
his. She was like, "You won't. This is the smartest dog I've ever seen." She's like, "I've had one before." I was like, "Wait a minute." Now I said, "I would like to take credit that my puppies are smart."
Yeah.
I said, "But," I said, "how much time did you spend with your first puppy?" She said, "Well, I was working." I said, "There you go." I said, "Maybe it's not that puppy that you got from me is any smarter. Maybe you're smarter. Maybe you've got more time. The more time you can spend with the puppy, the better dog it's going to be."
Yeah.
Hands down, hands down.
It's the same with a child, isn't it? If
Yeah, it
if
is.
you've
I
got
was thinking that
time,
very thing.
yeah, if
Yeah,
you've got time, then
yeah.
it makes a hell of a difference.
Yeah, so was I. That's why
Yeah.
now I know
Yeah, it is.
nobody
I've
spent
raised
any
kids
time
where I
with
was at home with them, and I've raised kids when I've been at work and been at home with them, and it was
Well, now
definitely
they
a
have
lot
an
easier.
electronic. They have
Leni.
electronic babysitters now, don't they? They give the kids the phones and the iPads, and
No. There's
yeah.
Leni,
nothing that'll ever
So
make me agree with that was ever a good thing. It's nothing but a pain in the.
no.
Mm.
Leni,
So
you
Leanie,
was
Anyway,
let me
right.
update you on
Hold on just a minute.
Jesse. So
RC,
we have.
hold on. RC keeps trying to say something. What were you saying, RC? I'm sorry.
I said, Leni, you was right.
Well, thank you. Put that
Yeah.
on the calendar.
Well,
No, shut up.
nobody spent time with Maggie when she was a kid.
Well, that's listen. Listen. Don't think that you're having a go at me because I agree with you. I'm as thick as pictures. So I always say to Leanie, "Oh, my grandma's terrible. I can't do this. I can't do that. I will never, ever pretend because I am shite, whatever. I am thick. I really am. I know. So shut up." But I've got a whole
Hey,
lot
I
of
didn't
love in my
start
arse,
this
I'll say.
conversation,
I've got a
okay?
whole lot of love, and that's
Why
what
you
think
telling
I'm
me to
good at.
shut up? Tell Leni to
And
shut up.
I've got common sense now. Listen to this, you listen to this. So my son and my husband are dead clever, right? Okay, dead clever. But when it comes to common sense, they've got none. I will whoop their asses when it comes to common sense. And that's one thing I would put my
right.
life on. Honestly, I swear down, sometimes I look and think, I can't believe they just done that. Or they don't see that, or they don't do that. It's just unbelievable. So you know what? I am clever in some ways.
She's
Just not in
clever.
saying Paul or Paul, as JB's got me. I just also tell you all I hate yous, the liars.
I
How
hate
dare
you,
yous?
the liars.
I don't love you. I know I'm thick. I don't get offended. Why would I? It's true. So, Lainey, as I was saying before RC called me thick, so I went back to the vet yesterday with Jessie because she's still biting at her paws, terrible, which she's doing now. No, no, no. So I was talking to my friends in Canada, telling her all about it, and she says the exact thing happens with her dog, and he has to go on a prescription drug called Aquaquel.
Apoquil. Yes, that's what Cheyenne's
Aquaquel,
on.
yeah,
For
you know it,
allergies.
yeah. So I told the vet, I said, listen, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And he said, that was my next move. I'm going to put it on that. I think she'll be fine.
Mhm.
So he thinks now it's not a food allergy. He said, it's looking now because it's only at a feet she's going for. It's not a food allergy. Although
Right,
he told me to
but does
keep it off the chicken because a poop's been absolutely fine since that. So he thinks it's
uh,
more an environment.
right.
He,
Do
he said,
you
so
feed dog food with like red 40 in it or anything like that?
say again, sorry.
Do you feed the dog food? Do you feed regular dog food like the regular crunchy stuff?
All she has, so she doesn't like dry food at all. It'll be in the bowl for days. She won't go near it. She has it's a 93% meat. It used to be chicken, beef, but she won't have. Well, I can't give her the chicken now. So she has beef. She had salmon and beef yesterday, and blah blah blah. So we've had to cut out the chicken. And since the chicken, she's had no tummy problems at all.
Right.
But she's still biting at her feet, and Leanie told me to put it in apple cider vinegar, which we did. So we told the vet all that, and he went, yeah, it's great, for bacteria and stuff. He said,
Yes,
but
it's
where
really
people
good.
make the mistake, he said, when it comes to taking the feet out, he said, a lot of people think they just have to dab dry. He said, they've got to be thoroughly dried.
That's right.
He says, if you don't dry them thoroughly, then you're going to have more of a problem. But he says,
Right.
otherwise, yeah, it's fantastic, for anything else. But anyway, so he's put it on those and she's had to go on it for She's got to go on it for a month to see how she goes. And then he said she might get an iffy, tummy when she first goes on them. That's normal. A lot of dogs get that side effect. Just give it some time and that should go back to normal. But we'll see it in a month. So she's on them now. So she's got to have 2 a day for the first, I think it's 2 weeks or a week. And then she gets 1 a day after that.
So she is on the Apoquil?
Yeah. From
That's
yesterday.
Good.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was made up.
I just completely took mine off a month ago, completely off. I used to buy both. I'd make the dog food and I'd feed them the other, right? But I took them completely off. They're all on homemade now because the one I was using, and a lot of them, even the ones that say they don't have red 40 in them, and they're actually going to discontinue that in our food as well, if that's something that just came out recently.
Well, he said, because my friends also said about pumpkin.
Dangerous.
She said this lady had been telling her about puree pumpkin for years, and she never took any notice that it helps with dogs with itching. And she done that, and it was fine. But it's also on the Aquapel as well, so it could be either. And I did mention that to the vet, and he said if it was a food allergy, I would say yeah. He said, but I'm more convinced because she's not going to her ears and she's not scratching all over that it's an environmental. It says it can develop at
I'm
any
sure it
time.
is. I was just letting you guys know about the update on the red 40 thing.
Yeah, and you know what? Have you done any videos yet on making some homemade dog food?
I am. I'm getting ready to go buy ingredients today, so I'm either going to make it later today or tomorrow.
Oh, brilliant!
So I
Because
got
I've
those
been
little
getting
things that you
mints.
sent me.
Good. Are you going to
I
use
told
them?
Bigfoot he has to get better cameraman this time because I said Mikey
Yeah, I
said you
said
were
to you,
moving
didn't
around
I?
with the chili.
Yeah, I said because you couldn't see what you were doing clear at all.
I'm like, dude, you're tall.
So,
You should have been able to easily face the camera down, but he was looking across things.
well, get what Leanie's got. Leanie got a tripod. They're the best things to get if you're going to
I
go
have a
live.
tripod. I will. I'll
Have you
put it
got
on a
one?
tripod for sure. That'll make
good.
it easier, I think.
And you've got your thumbnails. I've done your thumbnails, so you're all good to go. Oh,
Good to
Leanie,
go.
can I show you what I had yesterday? I put it in before.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Okay, hold on.
That looks good. Other than something underneath there looks a little scary, but the rest of it looks good.
Gorgeous. It was king prawns, lamb chops, and sometimes I forget what type of chicken. Oh, come on a sizzling platter. It was gorgeous. But the neighbours next door, baby Penelope's mum and dad, they bought us a voucher for Christmas because we like this restaurant. How kind of them was that, eh? So we went yesterday for our dinner.
Nice.
Just also tell
That
you.
was you, Maggie, showed that food?
That was that was me. I went out yesterday and we had that. It was lovely.
Why the fuck are you showing some food? I'm starving over here and showing some food.
It's time for breakfast, y'all.
It makes a change from Leanie because every time I fucking put a stone on since I've been coming on here. Leanie is saying she's doing the tea and all that Christmas cooking. I was like, oh my God. I'm going massive, put another £3 on. I can't cope.
The good thing about doing the lives like that is that by the time I'm done cooking it, I don't care to eat it. I don't. So I'm good. You know what I mean? I
think I'm gonna have to stick my tripod.
It's good. Nepalese restaurants. Nepalese. Oh, fucking Nepalese, whatever. Oh, don't start getting it all in you. Shut up.
You don't talk to honey like that. Who do you think you are?
Oh, shut up, you! I really see putting in that.
Honey like that.
So what's it called? Honey.
Respect him.
I went to a Nepalese restaurant.
Listen to how honey's being so sweet to you and saying it so calmly, and you're screaming and cussing and
You
being
guys are lucky. You
Is he
guys'
saying
husbands
it
are
so
awake. My husband's always
calmly?
sleeping.
Is he? Well, you know, the way you said everyone thinks beefcake's lovely. Well, everyone thinks he is lovely. So shut up.
Melly Joe. Good night, Melly. Love you so much.
Good night, Mel. Have a good sleep, girl. Speak to you tomorrow.
You know what I am going to do, though? I am going to be closing this down in about 10 minutes because our friend Anne's place is going to be going live. This is her third live she's done. And I really want to go over and give her,
yeah, that'd be nice. Well, I can't even come because my Greek neighbours that moved in, she'd been texting me. She says, I've got something to tell you. I can't wait, a little personal. And I knew she was pregnant.
No, she lives right next door to you. She could tell you at all times.
No, she's not next door. She's at the end of the block and I don't see her. So she's coming to see me.
All the time.
Well, she doesn't.
She's at the end of the block. I'm all the way
across.
She's at the end of the block. So she works. I hardly know her, to be fair, right? They moved in, they're from Greece. Lovely couple.
You hardly know her, so you're going to diss me to be with her.
Oh, yeah. We've got an appointment. So I said, I'll give you the ring when I've had my shower. And then you can come down and have a cup of coffee and we'll talk babies.
I told you about her, Maggie. I told you Maggie wasn't shit, Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, I'm a hello and goodbye girl. I'm a hiya, bye.
You're not even a see you later kind of girl. You're just like, bye. Bye, bitches. Bye.
Yeah, I'm out of here. See ya. You told me to be a bitch, Lenny. You need me to toughen up. I'm off.
That's right. Deb, hello. Good morning. Deb Vlogs is here.
Hiya, Deb. I keep thinking all these people are the people I know, like Debs. Is it Debs? Oh, I don't know.
Can we put in Anne's link? Let me see if I can't get on YouTube, you guys. I don't know. But I cannot get on YouTube. I'm signed out of it, and it just keeps saying that something happened and an error occurred. And no, I don't have an error. So
that's what happened when I was filing taxes the other day. I got the federal to go through, but the state was, well, due to new laws, it's not quite ready to file yet. And I'm thinking, what the hell?
Well, what I'll try, Lisa, is I'll try and go in YouTube and change over to you as I do when I do the live and see what happens, see what it says.
Well, I signed out of it. Do you know the password?
No, no.
Is it automatic?
I'm in. Yeah, I'm automatically in. When I go over to you, I may not be now. I don't know. I'll have a go in a bit when I finish on here. So, I don't know. I need to. It's Beefcake. Away. Would he be able to talk with Honey to get me through this StreamYard issue? Because I'm not even using this laptop.
But somebody from down the street.
Oh, yeah, well, we've got all day.
Somebody down the street is coming to visit with him, Maggie.
Oh, shut up. Come to visit me. You mean Beefcake? Oh, I get you. Shut up, Lenny. Terrible, you know.
You'll
terrible.
have to wait.
I've only fucking waited 2 weeks already.
Talk to Beefcake.
Listen, Lenny, talk to the hands. Because the face is not dealing with you.
It's not talk to the hands. It's talk to the hand.
Talk to the hand. You talk to the other hand. You talk to the other hand.
Now,
Yeah,
who is
Wild
that?
Angel is crackling. Three Top says.
What's the matter, Maggie? You sleepy? You need some
No,
milk?
no.
Wow,
I
you
got
got
it all
really
in ready
hostile.
for me neighbour.
You got
Got it
hostile.
all in.
The hostility in the last 5 minutes. What the hell's
I
wrong with you?
yeah, she must
No,
have. You know what?
She got a little pump there, a little adrenaline for a second.
yeah, you see, sometimes I think, right, okay, toughen up, Max, toughen up. And then I do it,
That's
and
right.
Leanie gets dead proud to me.
I
And then I
do
go
get
back
dead
to
proud.
being
I
neighbour.
love it. No, don't go back to her. I like it when you're all
I
fussy. Thank you,
can't
Deb,
help
for
myself now.
subbing to Ann. Um, Maggie, you know what? I'm gonna let you say goodbye because I know you got stuff to do. You know, with your friend and shit down the street.
Yeah, that's
Fucking bitch.
truly. Yeah,
Um,
how fucking time.
so fuck off, Maggie. I'm gonna let you
Do you
say
know
goodbye
what?
because I
There's
have
only Leanie can call me a fucking bitch.
you damn right.
You're a fucking bitch, girl.
No. When Maggie and I
Fuck
first
you.
started talking, like I would start to say
Yeah,
something. I'm
it's
like, oh, and then Maggie's like, you were gonna say cunt, weren't you? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, it's okay, Leanie. I say it too. After that, all bets were off.
Well, listen in, you cunt. I'm off.
No, you say goodbye to everybody. I could pee before I run over to
Oh,
Ann.
okay. Go on then. Go and pee.
Let me
Pee
real quick
quick.
say goodbye to everybody. I'm headed over to Ann's place when she goes live, which is supposed to be at 8 o'clock my time, which is in 3.5 minutes. I'm gonna go hang out with her if you want to come along with me. And thank you for being here, mods. Thank you for keeping a clean chat and chat. Thank you for being here so much. We wouldn't have a channel if it wasn't for you. Panel guests, thank you so much for coming up and making this night go by. I can't believe we've been on for almost 6 hours. That's crazy. It doesn't seem like that long, but thank you so much. All right.
great.
I love you guys. Maggie, I love you so much. Have fun with your new friend.
Speak to you later. I will. I'll have loads of fun. I'm going to take pictures, upload them to you later.
Okay, do that.
And
love you guys so much. See you guys
Love
at
you,
8.
Lee.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
For dog food and all that good stuff, guys. It'll be out there soon.
Oh, yeah, do it, please. Yeah, definitely. Because she gets pissed off. She likes a bit icy, so I need a good bit icy, but I can't have chicken. Anyway, so I'll say goodbye to everyone and get myself ready for me little neighbour. Oh, my little neighbour. Oh, she's lovely.
Right.
She's only young and she's having her first baby. So she's coming to show me a bump. And you know what? She's 7 months and kept it quiet. I went, oh my God, I was only 7 hours pregnant in the world now. Swear down. So there you go. So is everyone heading over to Anne's? Give Anne some support. Yeah, give her some support. She'll be amazing. She'll be amazing. Anyway, so I'm going to say goodbye to you, Wild Angel and RC. Listen, it doesn't matter whether you love me or you don't love me. I love you. Okay?
Finally, thank you. Thank you for loving me.
You know I always love you. Shut up. It doesn't matter what you do, what you say. I'll fight with you. I'll fight with you all day.
Let's see. Keep an eye out because I'm going to start putting Bigfoot in some of my lives, and we're going to start showing people all the work and how we start doing stuff around here.
Go on, chicken. Speak to you later. Take care. Have a good day. Bye, girl. Bye, love. Bye, RC. Love ya.
Sleep well, guys.
You too. Bye-bye, love. Bye. So everyone heads over, guys, to Anne and support her. She's a lovely girl. And she definitely needs to support. And she supports everyone. She puts everyone's link up. And it'd be nice. I went to a first live I'd ever made. I don't know, I can't remember the days, guys, but this mouse has got me up the wall. So, and I went and was listening. It was nice, and I met a lady in there called Misha. So I subscribed to her channel, and I haven't been over. I did go over when she went live for about an hour, but I was doing dinner. I haven't been there since the weekends. I don't usually get on here. But yeah, but anyway, it's lovely to get to speak to you all. And I'll speak to you soon. JB, speak to you soon, girl. Is Lunch Lady here? I've just seen her name. Lunchy will go over. Hiya, Lunchy, if you're still here. Barbara, yeah. Maggie and Alec fight like my grandparents did. She would scream at him like no tomorrow. So he's got to get his tuppence worth in, though, Barbara. Just, you know what I mean?
He said the name of the wrong place. We didn't go to a Lebanese restaurant. We didn't eat Lebanese food.
Was I talking to Barbara? Was I talking to Barbara Smith? Was I talking to Barbara Smith?
Did you say Lebanese?
Did you have to get your tuppence?
Did we go to Lebanese? No, we didn't, did we?
Like, can you see this? The way my eyes are looking at you now, as if to say, wait till I fucking get off this live. Oh yeah.
I'm legging it to put the kettle on.
You better fucking leg it. Okay, guys. Me and him are out of here. I've got a neighbour to have a coffee with. You know what I mean? I've got to get in the shower and everything. Oh, where she goes, TJ. You know the score. You know the score. Kill each other. Honest to God, kill each other. Bye, Lunchy. Love ya. Speak to you all soon. Bye, you all. As Lady says, be good. If you can't be good, be good, Harry. I'm amazed off that I've remembered that. I can't get over it. I am amazed up. Bye.